I am joined by Clay Ross of Capstone Games, and I've got Curious Cargo here, which is a game by Ryan Courtney. Ryan Courtney. I'm so sorry,
Yes.
Ryan. I can't
Yes.
seem to say your name today. A game by Ryan Courtney. He's bloody done it again, maybe. I don't know. I don't know if he's done it again, but Pipeline was a big favourite of mine, and this is a very, very small box. Now you can see on camera here. I am going to switch over to. That's not it. That's a different scene. That's spoilers. We're going to be in Tabletop Simulator in a minute, but no one needs to know that. No, I pressed the wrong button. I only programmed half of this today. That's not entirely true, but half true. Look, I'm going to have a look-see inside this box as soon as I work out the way that directions work in this strange reality. Now, Clay, why don't you tell us a little bit about this game while I take some bits out of a box and generally hold it and enjoy it with my hands?
Yeah, for sure, man. I don't have that camera up, so I'm just going to kind of wing it based on how it's packed in there, I believe. Um, so it's a small box. If you're familiar with Watergate, it's the same exact box size, but this one will weigh a little bit more. And it's the same price point too. It's $35. So it plays in the same time frame, 30 to 60 minutes, 2-player game. You open it up, you're going to be presented with some player boards. These are the square sheets, and there's 6 for each player. And so there's a total of 12, or there's six boards there, but they're double-sided. So
there's a lot of these. There's a lot of these.
Yeah, so that's your setup variability with different warehouse layouts is what we call it. And then you have a shipping board, which is about half the size of one of the player boards. They're also double-sided. One side, you'll notice there's 2 colors, and the other side has 3 colors. We're just going to be focusing on the 2-color version just to get people familiar with the game and everything. And when you're feeling real confident, we'll hit the 3-color version, but we'll do that later on, not today. So
nobody's really 3 colors. 3 colors at once? Are you crazy? What are you talking
about?
Yeah,
it's tight.
No one can handle that.
Yeah. So is it punched out? Are there punch boards in there?
It's punched out. It was punched out by my wife. It's my wife is not really very interested in board games, but she really likes punching them out. So honestly, this convention so far has been a treat for her. So I got the punch board. I'm not sure if I got the right bits in the bag, but I've got all of the pipeliney bits. I remember reading about this a long time ago when it first kind of appeared on our radar and getting pretty excited because I loved Pipeline a lot, but it wasn't exactly what I thought it was going to be. I assumed it was going to be a game of building cool pipes. And it is and it isn't. It's more a game of economic savvy. But this looks like it's a game about building cool pipes, and building cool pipes is one of my favorite things.
Yeah, so that's the impetus of it. You hit the nail on the head. Most people love Pipeline. You got the economic and a little bit of that spatial tile placement aspect to it. And we found a lot of people wanted to play with the pipes. And so this was created in that regard. And that's pretty much what you're doing is you're building this complex network of pipe tiles, which in this game they're called conveyor tiles, because you have machines and you're shipping them out to your opponent. And then you're also receiving your opponent's shipped goods to give you some points. But it's a little bit more, you have a much more freedom, I guess, with placing the tiles, because in this game, you can place tiles on top of each other. So you don't have to look for that perfect tile every single time.
So you could undo some of your own mistakes.
Yeah, absolutely. Yep. And there's some scaffolding tiles to help you. If you have an overhang, you would place the scaffolding underneath so it can be on the same level. So it's really forgiving in that regard, but you're constrained to a grid, as you can see with the player boards. That is your constraint. Yeah. But yeah, it's all about the pipe tiles and pulling in shipping trucks to ship out your goods off of your player board and hopefully receive your opponents when they come by.
And there's some components. The components are really, really nice. I'm just going to see if I can get some nice footage. I'm loving these little batteries, these little tiny batteries with a little. They're great, like little factory batteries. Man. Factory batteries.
Yeah,
a game by Ryan Courtney. Sorry,
We gotta do a special version where it's just like his name without a space in the middle. I think he would get a kick out of that. He's probably watching this laughing.
He's taking notes. He's probably like, "This is a great idea. I'm going to simplify my name. Just combine them. One name, two names. Two names are for dumb people. That's. Or my name isn't Mez.
Mellies.
Mez. Yeah, this is looking neat. Well, we've got this in TTS. Should we jump into that and you can teach me how to play the game and we can kind of have a little go at it? We've only got like 45 minutes in total, but let's do that, right? Because I want to play this game.
Yeah, so let me know when it's all loaded up. I've got a little player board here that we just, Tim created, one of our developers, just to get you going with some of the mechanics and how things work.
I'm choosing.
So we've got a couple connections made on our player board. Can you come over to my side on here?
I'd be honored. I would be honored. Here we are.
Camera. Okay. We can hold hands and do this together.
Yeah, that sounds marvelous.
But yeah, so you can see here this player board. I love it.
I've just got to work out what I'm doing because my tabletop simulator is not letting me move around, which is disappointing to say the least. It's probably a thing.
I'll go on your side. I'll go on your side.
No, it's fine. I mean, literally move the camera. It doesn't matter which side we're on. I probably just have to put it on full screen, and then it'll probably work. Oh no, I know what it is. It's because my keyboard is plugged into a different computer. All right, we're laughing now. We're laughing. Okay, go for it.
All right, we'll just play. I can move some pieces around. All right, so here's your player board. This is probably like turn 4 or 5 into the game. You've got a network of, again, we're playing a 2-color version, so red and blue. And you have some machines here in your warehouse facility. And what you're doing is you're going to put these tiles down, and you want to align to connect to these loading docks. And anything with like a little conveyor on here is a loading dock that you can ship that's outside. All right.
Mm-hmm.
Connection on loading dock number 4. And so if it was my turn and I played this tile down, come out of this machine and be dumped into this truck space right there. And you're going to get points for it. You need to ship out as much stuff as you can in the game. The real core of the game there is building these network connections to both sides of your player board. The left side is your shipping side, and the right side is your receiving side. So, Matt, when you would ship this blue good over here, if I have a pipe or a conveyor tile connected to the 5th dock, like so if this was let me just show you this real quick. I'm going to put this tile here. So if that came over here, this blue is actually connected straight to my machine. So I would then receive this good and put this on my player board.
Okay.
Points for receiving goods as well. So that's kind of what you're doing in the game. Review of like how the game ends, like a general structure of the game, like how turns work and everything like that.
Sure.
Okay, so playing this game here, how the game works is it's played over an indeterminate number of rounds, and each round is broken into 2 phases. You have the construction phase and the trucking phase. And in the construction phase, you can play this simultaneously where you're going to be building your conveyor tiles on your player board. And you're going to get 3 actions to choose from. And you can draw conveyor tiles out of the bag. So I could draw it. It's I'll grab pretty text right now, but they'll load here. Each action takes one of your 3 actions. So draw a conveyor tile. So you could draw up to 3 of these, and that would be your turn. Or you could play a tile onto the player board. So I could start trying to make more connections Um, and you can also play from your storage area here. You've got a little storage spot where you have 2 bays of extra pipe tiles. Start
Oh, cool. So
going something like this.
can you put more of them into that so you can like save it for later? Or is that just an option you have
Yep,
instead of?
absolutely.
Yeah,
So,
cool.
no, that's okay. So, like, phase, you're either drawing conveyor tiles or you're placing them on the board. You have 3 actions to spend, 3 action points. Each one of those is 1 action point. So you could draw 2 tiles and play one. Your hand at the end of that phase get placed back into the storage, and you can place them in any way you want. And
So you
that's
got
more of a strategic option.
yeah, those 2 different stacks. So you can choose to kind of like keep one lean and bury stuff in the other one, or whatever you want.
Yes,
Ha, ha. Well,
got
this looks
a
quite
plan
neat.
for like I need this one, and this one. Yeah, and so you stack them in there, and you can use them in a certain order. You get some bonus tokens in the construction phase. You have these gear icons. You can discard one of these, and you can take a tile, play a tile, up to any combination you want. The splitter, which is a 4-way passage junction here, and you can if you have access to one, you can place one on your player board.
So that's something I can see that
Blue
you're gonna.
connections here on 4 and 5.
That's something I see you're going to unlock when you start to get some of these bonuses.
Yes, absolutely. So, yeah, anytime you cover up one of these spaces on your receiving side, you're going to get that bonus. If you do there's columns on here as well that give you more bonuses. So if I receive 2 blue and 2 red, I would also get a splitter. You can see that down there.
Yeah.
And it's your choice what color you want to get. Construction tokens are a nice bonus. There's other ways to get them. They're sprinkled throughout the game. You got them on the game board. There's some on the turn order track. I won't go into that too deep right now, but that's the construction phase. You're building your network. And again, that is a major portion of this game. Stack on top of each other to make connections the way you want them to be. Route you're going for a splitter right here.
So you can put stuff on top of other
Go
stuff,
ahead.
but you can't move stuff around once it's down, right? Or maybe
It's placed.
Yeah, that's what I thought. All right. Well,
Absolutely.
maybe I should just go ahead. Sorry, Clay, you're
Yeah,
breaking up a
go
little
for
bit
it, man. You want
on
to
the
play
audio.
Pebble turn?
Yeah, no, I'd be up for that. It is
Okay.
what
Yeah.
it is.
So there is a simultaneous action. I don't have to wait for you to use your 3 points. You don't have to wait for me to use mine. We can each play at the same time. There are some instances where turn order does matter, but in the beginning of the game, it really doesn't matter. So you can both play simultaneously on that first construction phase.
Great.
On your
Okay,
side,
so
and draw a tile or place a tile up to 3 times.
okay, I got a couple of questions about my side of the board. So I
Is it
can
real
see
choppy?
a
Yeah.
bit choppy, but it's fine. Like we can work it out. Like
Okay.
I
You
don't
can
know
make
what
sense
it'll
of it.
be. Yeah, I'm working it out, and I'm trying to fill in the pieces. So if something's not quite clear, I'm explaining it or saying it again. We'll be all right. Internet, what are you gonna do?
Yeah.
So I'm interested in these lorries, basically, as if I'm like a 4-year-old child at this point. But I'm very interested in the lorries and how they work. So these lorries on this side coming in, these are the ones I can fill up with my things, and then obviously we're going to get lorries appearing on this side, which are things that I can receive. I guess what I'm wondering about is
Yep.
here with this. Does this mean that because this slot is full, and there's a no box slot on this, it means I can't really put any more blue stuff through here anyway, because the blue thing has automatically gone through here because of this has been built, because this is like a mid-game setup that we've constructed. That I'd have to then move the lorry forwards somehow.
Question. Yep, that's the second phase, the trucking phase. You've got a hand of cards that are hidden right now, and you can call in trucks. You have 2 action points worth of um, calling in trucks, essentially. Each card has a number of action points to use. So you could play a card, and you discard the card, and you call in that exact truck, and it'll slide in from your receiving side or to your opponent's shipping side. Something like a size
Ah.
6 truck, if you're trying to get another blue onto it. I don't. We could pretend like you had a card like this, where this guy comes in.
Uh-huh.
Me on this one.
So would this then shove both the lorries forward? Lorries, I'm being very British now.
Show
And
you
push a lorry.
exactly.
Oh,
Let's pretend
yeah.
this happened. Yeah. So let's pretend. Yeah, this should work. Let's pretend you called in 2 trucks. Okay. You first called in this one, and you have to have the cards that match the truck, right? To actually call the truck in. Right. So this one is going to come in, and the tail end of it will be at the 1 spot. So you got to push this all the way up, and there you go. There's another connect. Now that truck is done. You've got this blue line that connects to dock 5. You got another blue that's going to be dumped into there.
Nice. Nice.
And you want to call in another truck. Let's say you call in this little small 2 truck. He's going to push this one up 2 spaces.
Mm-hmm.
This one up 2 spaces, and this one up. So you've got another blue connection. You're just killing it on the blue right now. This first truck is past the 10 spot. So that automatically goes all the way over to my side.
Wow.
Here we go.
And then you can start you'll get that straight away. Oh wow.
As I have it on the receiving end, boom, it's on my side now. That's 4 points for me because
wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is spicy. I can see immediately there's degrees of and this is because it is just a 2-player game. It is always just like boom boom. Wow, that's pretty neat. Okay, I think let's just play a couple of rounds and see what happens. And if I start cheating, then like you won't really be able to do that much because like you're already breaking up, and I'll be like, I can't hear you, Clay. I'm doing what I want. I'm living my best life with trucks. So that's gonna be great.
Do you want to start off from the beginning, or do you want to play from this state?
I do not mind.
Okay.
Maybe we should
try
start with a fresh slate and try from the beginning.
I'm gonna look.
Yeah, just so I don't get too confused.
Yep. Yeah, so it's loading. I love setup in this game because it's literally grab your player boards and put the tokens on your track, and you're ready to go.
And I'm guessing because you said there's a whole bunch of these, so you both have the same ones, or do you just choose one? Does it make a difference, or do you want it to be symmetrical? I guess.
The rules say you want it to have the same layout, but you could play a version where you have a certain player board and I have a different one.
It's probably
that's
not
really
a good
up
idea,
to
though.
the players.
It's probably a terrible idea. Probably a terrible idea.
So we'll just start off with 3 cards. I won't go into the details of draw 3 cards in your hand.
Okay, draw 3 cards in my hand. I can do that. I can press the 3 button on the keyboard because I'm a pro gamer. It took me 8 months of being indoors, but I now know how to use TTS.
All right, so let's just try it out for a couple turns. So the first thing we're going to do is we go into the construction phase. We have 3 cards in our hand, and your construction phase is, again, draw a tile from the bag or place a tile from your hand, and you have 3 actions. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm. That makes perfect sense. So, I'm just going to move my microphone.
All right, so let's do it.
Okay. Oh, I've got a big old shadow on my head now. One sec. Big old shadow. Big old shadow
So
on my
what I'm
head.
doing
Okay,
it.
right. Okay, I'm gonna do it. Right, I'm doing it. I'm fine. Just hurry up, Clay. Just take your turn. Jeez. Okay. Uh,
Go.
ah! I
I
think
I'm gonna play. Ooh, I got a sweet one.
oh no, it's take 3
Two tiles and
or
play a tile.
okay. That's what I'm gonna do as well because I've already
It's
played
a
one.
mix of the two.
So
Okay.
I'm gonna put that one back in the bag and pretend I didn't see it. And to be honest, I've got such a terrible memory at this point that I basically didn't see it. All right, that's good. That's the
Cool.
turn done.
All right.
That's your
So
turn.
you drew.
Yep.
Put
So
your
I drew 2
tile
and
in
played 1.
storage.
I put my tile in storage because that's where it belongs.
In the storage. We checked for end of game, which to end the game you have to ship 9 cargo,
Yeah.
or you get a star. There's a couple ways to get a star. You could receive
Huh.
4 goods, or you reach 10 on the connection track, which is this long board here. If you have 10 active connections, that ends the game as well.
So if
Those are the
you're
main
just
ways that the
really
game
good,
will end.
if you're just
Um,
really good at making pipes, then the game will end. Or I like that. I like the way that the game will end if the other player gives you too many things. So it's like you can ship a lot, but if you're shipping stuff in a way that isn't careful, then the other person is just going to eat it all up.
exactly.
This is neat.
Yep. You must ship. Yeah, you must ship a minimum of 2 of each color. That's what this yellow caution tape area is. Just to remind you, if you don't ship, you automatically lose. It's auto lose.
Right. Okay.
You got to diversify and make sure you have both lines. Okay, so now we go to the trucking phase, and I wouldn't really do much here. Maybe you want to discard a card for more tiles. So I'll show you here. Discard it and get 3 tiles. Thing
Yeah.
I could do, and
Yeah.
I'm gonna actually do that. I'm gonna get rid of that and draw 3. How do you do the 3 thing? Push 3?
Just 3.
Good.
Hover
That's
over. Tap
badass.
3. Boom. It is badass, right? I like. It's just. Whew. I discovered when I was playing around with Tabletopia earlier in the week, like using the little mouse wheel to just pull up, like, I want to take 20 of these. And it's just suddenly the whole thing is like, whew, it's like you're skating on butter. It's great. Okay. I'm going to get rid of. See, I should, in a sensible world, I should get rid of my dinky truck. I've got a size 2 truck. Don't be fooled by the tiny trucks that I got. But I like it too much because it's really cute and dinky. So I'm actually going to get rid of my size 4 truck card for 1 machine part.
Yeah.
Which is actually, I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe I just want the single truck. Single trucks seem fun. Yeah,
Take it all the way up
I'm
to
gonna.
space. Yeah.
But it gets me 3 machine parts. I'm sorry, Dinky Truck.
Oh,
Your
that's
time in this
money,
world.
man.
Yeah, I know. It's I can't say no to 3 parts. So did they go in my storage or did they go my hand? I guess they go in my storage, right?
Yep. That your that'll be your turn, so they'll go back into your storage. And again, you'll check for the end of the game if anybody triggered it. I'm not going to repeat doing that, but then you go back to the construction phase. Nobody has an active connection. If you make a connection, you'll advance 1 on this space.
Okay.
Tracks
Do you think it's
your active
possible?
connections. This long.
Do you think it's possible that by the end of the stream we might have made a connection, Clay?
I'm going to do one right now. Yeah. Absolutely.
Oh, what's he connecting? I'm gonna watch. Wow, it's the number 4 connection. Okay, right. I'm gonna start doing some of the stuff as well. What am I gonna do? That's bad. That's bad. That's all bad. I'm gonna leave that there. I'm gonna pull one out of the bag.
Here.
I thought about it, but I kind of don't want to mess this up. I want to have some crazy fun with
It's a tough choice.
With my terrible red stuff. I'm going to take another one. Yes, that's what I'm talking about. Is that good? No. That's not
Great, because the
good.
next turn you got a connection.
Yeah, but I want 2 connections, Clay. You got to understand.
He's getting greedy now. Okay.
Yeah, I'm a pipe lord. You
I
must
see how it's
understand.
going.
Okay,
All right.
I'll do this. And my own pipe mania will be my destruction. I was diagnosed with pipe mania years ago. I'm full of oil. Okay, so we checked to see if no one's won. No one's won.
Yeah. I'm just gonna try to get something going here. I'm absolutely atrocious at this game. All right, so I played 3 tiles. I have 1 connection, so I move my player token to the next space, signifying that I have 1 link. As you progress down this track, you're going to start unlocking bonuses, but we're good. So we go to the everybody put their tiles back in the storage. Now we proceed to the trucking phase again.
Okay, back on the trucks.
Truck.
Okay.
So this costs 2 action points, so I can't play any more cards.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I'm going to get that matching truck card with the splitter on there. The cab of the truck or the lorry, if you fill the truck up completely with goods, you're going to get that bonus token that's in the cab of the truck. So if I fill this truck up with 4 goods, I'll get a splitter tile.
That's pretty great. All right. Well, I am going to. I wonder what my little one would
but it probably won't happen.
Oh well, that's why. That's why this truck is so good. Now I'm understanding the allure and the appeal of the size 2 truck. I get 2 pluses for that if you fill it, and obviously filling it's just one. It's a tiny truck. Now I'm understanding the truck economy. Okay. Well, I'm going to go big.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Yep. Now
so size 6. So that's the row closest to you.
And this one.
Yep, you got it, man. You could either send that to my side or your side.
Oh, so I could just start it off over there.
Yeah, that's perfect.
Empty, and then
so yeah.
Oh, hang on. When I send it over to your side,
and this will probably
side...
come.
Yeah. Yeah.
Side.
Okay. So it does go. It does go on this
I'll
side.
show you what would happen.
Whoa! So I could actually nudge your stuff up.
This will go on that side.
What?
So now this is going to come to you. How it would be positioned if it came into my side. This truck, the first truck I played, is sticking out past the 10. Therefore, it automatically goes to your space.
Yeah, you know what? You know what?
Now, if you connect a red to number 4.
Yeah, you know what? I'm doing that. I'm doing that because this is awful. Look
at that. I like it.
You've
even load that there. Yeah.
Yeah, you've got a useless truck now.
What a jerk move, man.
I am a jerk. I am a jerk. That's finally somebody's been noticing this.
I don't like it.
Okay. I've been working on being a jerk for a long time, and people just aren't appreciating the effort. Okay. So, if I can now get that over there.
That's a solid move, sir. All right, so now we go back to the other phase to draw tiles or play tiles.
Yeah,
so let's go ahead and do that.
I'm straight into it. I'm causing
trouble. He's in it.
I'm doing it.
In it.
So
okay.
I'm playing one, I'm pulling one, and I've got one more action.
Don't forget to stack tiles too, because you don't want to look for the perfect tile in this game. You want to craft your own network by stacking and stuff.
Yeah, that's true.
It's really hard for me to see sometimes. Some of the I'm gonna go again. I bet Ryan's watching this and just completely being like, "Man, you guys could be doing. Oh, you got the perfect move. What are you doing?"
Yeah. I'm sure. But the thing is, we're not very smart. Well, I'm not very smart.
There we go.
I just like shapes and colors.
I played one.
That's why I got into this industry.
I did too.
Okay, so no, I played one, I pulled one, and now I can do one.
You're teeing it up right there, huh?
Yeah, I think so. I think I'm just going to do this, which is not ideal, but I can over it in a minute. That's a technical term.
Yeah, absolutely. Yep. That's a good move.
All right, truck phase. Engage the truck phase.
Now, another action you can do in the truck phase besides playing it. Let's do it. So you could either play to call in trucks. You could discard the card for the number of tiles on the card, or you could discard 2 tiles from your storage to get 1 card.
Mm.
You need some more. You got to discard 2 cards or 2 tiles. So I'm not going to do anything. I'm passing. I'm not doing anything.
Okay. Yeah, no, I think I'm going to pass as well. I want to get back to my pipes. I've got a lot of pipe business on, you know.
All right, let's do it.
Okay.
It's serious business right now.
Yeah, it is. It is. Okay, so I'm placing that bump for 1, which means that's the battery song. I've got myself a battery.
Oh, you
which means
stole it. Okay. All right.
I get a little cog. I didn't steal it. How dare you? How dare you? You gave it to me when I shunted your lorry out of your work site and into mine using chains.
He's taking my stuff, guys. It was theft.
I'm pretty sure this is how
know what I'm gonna
economic
do,
stuff
man.
works, right? Isn't this how economic stuff works? You ship stuff and then I receive it. I don't think that's theft. I think that's capitalism. Although arguably there's something in there. But that's a bigger conversation for another day.
I think you're close.
So that's 1 of my 3 fabulous moves.
2 tiles.
Okay.
Do anything. So make sure you move your player marker.
Oh yeah.
So now you'll be the first player.
I have actually got two links now.
You have 2? Oh. Matt's tearing it up right now.
Yeah, right.
That was only 1 of your 3 actions?
Yeah, the first one. Yeah, I had it teed up.
Your turn already.
And then I'm going to... Oh, this is...
You got a choice.
This is interesting. There's a lot going on.
Yeah, you can break her. Yeah,
it's like, well, I've got that. Line, I've got that now, so I guess maybe I don't need that line right now. Yeah, it's interesting. There's a lot of interesting stuff here. Well, I think we're getting up to the point of only having about 5 minutes left at this point. So it's up to you, Clay. You're a little bit on the breaking up side, but we can go back to having a look at the stuff in the box and physical bits again, or we can keep playing for a few minutes. What do you fancy?
Let's play one more round.
All right, let's do it.
Is that cool?
Let's do it. Okay. Yeah, absolutely. Okay.
I'm gonna call in a truck.
Okay. I'm gonna call in a truck as well, but it's not gonna be. Oh, actually, I might not. I might get a card. How many have I got? Well, I've only got 1 thing in storage, so that's made my mind up for me. Calling in a truck, a 4 truck, and it's gonna have a truck that gets me trucks.
Yeah, it's the trucking bonus token.
It's the infinite lorry theorem, which has been proved correct. Finally.
Due to curious cargo. That's why this game is created.
Yep. Okay. So.
Go to the. Let's go to the. Yeah, we gotta be done or.
Yep, that's it. It's disappointing because I can't nudge it further, but that's fine. So I'm gonna take one. And I'm gonna. Am I gonna take another one? Hold your horses. Hold your horses. What are you doing?
Dude, I just need 1 tile. I think I got it. Did I get it? I can't play it. I can't play it because it's extending past my wall.
That's my go, and I've got 3. Count them. 3 lines now.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
All right, so you're the first person on. You get a gear for that. You get one of these construction bonus tokens. The 3rd space. There to get there gets gear. 2. It's a catch up. Yeah. Mad
Nice.
gears. Mad gears.
And remind me again what these gears do.
So you can spend 1 to take an extra 2 turns during the construction phase, 2 actions, or and you can discard one of those tokens to play the splitter.
Of course, yeah, the 4 ways.
You got to get it though. You got to get it first. You could also 2 construction tokens for a trucking token, and if you have 2 truck tokens, you could discard both of those and get a splitter. So there's a lot of combos to play with once you get familiar with the system. But yeah, that's the game though, man.
Yeah.
It's
when a truck token and a truck token love each other very much. Yeah.
Make a splitter.
Make a splitter. Yeah, that's Curious Cargo by Capstone Games. Which again, the components of this, really lovely little things. So I've got a little dinky. Oh, I'm losing the microphone here. I've got to sort myself out. You've got little dinky things. I like the batteries. I like the little bombs. And there's obviously the purple gems as well. It goes up to 3 colors, right? 3 colors is the max.
That's the 3rd color version. On the back of these tiles, I don't know if it's if we can flip them in this one, but the back has, we don't have it in this tabletop simulator mod, but on the back is the 3 color version. It's a darker colored background, so you know that goes for the 3 color version. It's insane playing the 3 color version.
Yeah, I can imagine, especially because you've got to ship 1 of each, right?
Yeah, 2 of each. So that's 2 of each color, so
gosh.
6 goods. Yeah.
And there we are, the dinky lorry that could have been. The dinky lorry I abandoned. It's terribly sad. It's terribly sad.
Sad day.
But I've dropped my bits on the floor. It's gonna happen.
Yeah.
It's gonna happen. It's the nature of the beast. Well, thank you so much for joining us. This looks like an absolute treat. I'm looking forward to having a go at this. It's lovely to have something this crunchy and pipey in a small box. So thanks very much for the demo, and I'm looking forward to having a play of that in the next couple of weeks when I return to being a worm. We are back, and we are now in action with a big box. This is Sidereal Confluence, the Remastered edition, and I'm joined by Zev Schlazinger and Eric Meyers, and they are both gentlemen here to talk about Sidereal. So I reckon, as we've lost a bit of time, I reckon we just jump in, and I'm going to start just going through the box a bit while you talk a little bit. Does that sound good?
Sounds good. Yeah. All right. So, Sidereal Confluence, this is the remastered edition that you're going to show. It's remastered because we brought out a new version of the game with an all-new cover by Quantra Maria. If you show that, we'll see.
Yeah, but,
we'll have all right. And then also the fact that it's also graphically enhanced inside. You'll see all new graphic design for the rule book, the cards, the player boards, the race, the species descriptions. All that stuff's been redone. So pretty much an overhaul on the components, a remastering, if you wish.
Yeah. And this is something I've been wanting to see for a really long time, is we get a lot that people will remake games or bring out new editions of stuff, but it's always a case of often that will come with a complete overhaul of everything else, and there's nothing better than just having games that are just solid already and just really good but don't have great components, and then just fixing that. It's just, this is exactly what I've been wanting for a while.
And also graphics and art, of course, is in the eye of the beholder, right? I mean, we've had many people say they love the other way, and that's fine. But there's some things some sensibilities that we try to touch upon and say, we could still improve, right? There's always room for improvement, and we feel that's what we did. We went over everything. We wanted to make sure we hit the key points, especially on the cards, that you could see the information on the cards. That's also one of the reasons I've been asked many times, why isn't there individual art on the cards? And I always felt, and we always felt, that would hide the information that was needed to see across the table. Because remember, this is a 4 to 9 player game. there's a lot of cards on the table, right? With cubes and tokens and everything. You want to be able to look across the table and say, oh, yes, okay, this person has this converter. This one has this converter. And we feel that art would have marred that. So we tried to make it look as pretty as we can around the information that's important to the game, which is a lot of it on the cards, which is what does somebody need and what does it produce for them when they get it? Because that's all part of the negotiation, which is what Sidereal Confluence is. It's a 4 to 9 player game where the main focus is negotiation. You are negotiating for the various resources found in the game, mostly in the form of cubes, which you have there. We've changed that because they're plastic components.
Yeah, I'm showing them. I'm showing them on camera now, and oh gosh, these big chunky ones are delightful, and I got even the small ones, like the dusty kind of yellow gold in the. Is some really lovely use of plastics here, which is not a sentence you'll find me using terribly often, if I'm honest. Also, you probably couldn't see it on the camera, but the hyper cubes or hyper gems or whatever they're called, the best expensive chunky things that they've got a kind of delightful kind of
the Ultratech, right?
The Ultratech, yeah. They've got I just call them hypercubes, obviously, because I'm an idiot. But they've got a very, very slight touch of gold in them, so they just have a little glisten to them. They really do look like alien pieces of technology.
We tried to make it a little special for everybody, for the resource, to show that it was an important and expensive resource. If you notice also with the cubes, they're larger than the original. The original large cubes were 10 millimeter. We went to 12 millimeter, and this was in response to fans saying that they wanted to see the size differential a little easier. Now, even though there is the color differential, meaning you'll never see a small blue cube, right? Blue cubes are always the large. We felt, let's make it a little bigger so visually there's the impact and the immediate attention to saying, yes, that is a large cube. So that was one of the other tweaks that we did to the components.
Yeah. I mean, it's just neater across the board, and you're completely right about the obviously not completely right because everything's subjective. But the idea of putting art on the cards, it's already a game that ends up being tremendously busy for people who haven't played it themselves. Like, it's a game where by the end of it, you are going to just have, just a huge amount of these converters just spread out across the table, all doing different things, and being able to just visually see that at a glance and kind of get a sense of what you can and can't do is unbelievably important.
Yeah, thank you. What I wanted to touch is the fact that for the people who don't know what Sidereal Confluence is or may have heard about it, so I did mention it was 4 to 9 players, and the main focus is negotiation. And what you're negotiating are resources. Those are the cubes that you showed, but you can also trade other things. You could trade cards, you could trade ships. The only thing you can't trade directly are the victory point tokens, although there are clever ways to trade them in the game. But it's also important to note that this is a perfect information negotiation game. So people who are a little afraid of negotiation games, this is one where you can't backstab somebody, and also you know the value of everything. So there's no deal that you're knowingly going to make that's bad for you, because you know the value of what you're offering and what you're getting. So I think that makes negotiation easy, or easier, I should say. And then the fact that in this game, you have to negotiate. If you don't trade items and stuff, you're not going to do well. You have to get the cubes of colors that you don't have, the resources that you don't have in order to advance your economy. The 4 to 9 players, each one represents a race. So there are 9 races or species in the game, alien species. Each one is also asymmetric, right? They start with different things. They have different ways of playing, I'll say, in that, not everybody has the same set of cards to start with. Obviously not the same set of resources and colonies and such. Stuff like even the race, the Flatout race, they start with a deck of relic worlds that they can access. Nobody else has that. The Kalons, they have the ×2 seed tokens, so they can get double the value of certain colonies when they place that. So that just showed the asymmetricness of the game. Wanted to also point out that, yes, there is negotiation. We had mentioned converters. Converters are cards where you're going to input certain resources and output other resources. Sometimes you'll need, let's say, 3 green to output, a yellow and a white or something. So that's what we mean by converters. So after everyone negotiates, you're going to run your converter. You're going to take all the resources that you have and that you want, and you're going to put them through these cards and output new resources, which hopefully you can use later on for other cards or use them as trade bait for other rounds of the game. The game, I kind of like the fact there's also donation abilities in the output, things that they give you resources, but these resources must be donated in the next turn. So in a way, it sort of forces you, again, in another way, to negotiate, because you have to say, well, I have to get rid of these. I can't keep them. Let me see what I can get for them. And if you can't make a good deal for them, you have to give them away. So it gives you that incentive to say, all right, let me speak up. Let me talk. Let me get into the game, and negotiate. And it's a nice little way, a little icebreaker, we'll say, because you have to do that.
I remember that actually, because I think the first time I played that, there was I played against Quins, and he was playing as the Eniet, the big space whales, and I think who can have these special converters that can turn one type of cubes into other types of cubes, but only other players can use them. They can't. It's not even that you have to donate the things. It's like you have to give the whole machine to someone else so they can use it on their turn and then get it back. So you basically arrange like it's like a gym membership. You sell the rubbish ones to people, knowing that they're probably going to forget to use them, but you're going to make loads of money from it. But it was great because he was trying to sell them to people, and nobody was convinced in the interest in it. And I just kept being like, I'm not really bothered. When actually it was the one thing propping up my entire empire was the fact that he would sell them to me for cheap every round. And be like, oh, come on, I'll let you use it for that. And I was like, yeah, all right, yeah, I'll have that. And by just being ruthless. I mean, it is a game of just ruthless trading in the best possible way. And keeping your ear open for other people who are maybe about to buy into a really bad deal and being like, whoa. Like, no. I'll give you 2 of these for one of your super tech hypercubes.
Absolutely. And what you were saying about the trading, right? Even when you trade cards, remember, you can also trade resources needed to run that card. And that was the tricky way, the clever way I was saying about trading victory point tokens. You can't just give a victory point token in trade to somebody, but there are converters that make victory point tokens. So you can actually trade resources needed to run that converter and say, here, I will trade you these cubes, this converter, so that on your turn, you'll be able to get a victory point. And then you can negotiate for a like value resource or resources in return. The thing to note with trading cards, especially, cards are usually permanently traded unless they have your icon. If they have your color background. If they're your card, then you do get them back at the end of the turn. And you sort of mentioned that with the Eniet. You can't run your own converters, so the Eniet have to give up the converters, but they do get those converters back, and they can try to trade them the next turn to the same person or different people as well.
The species boards do all have pronunciation guides for the species names to help with this.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, some of them are pretty big mouthful there, and then we have shortened versions like the Kit. Instead of like the Kit Jasmine, we just call them Kit for short and stuff like that, or the K-Jazz, right? That was the other one. That's the one with the also very long name.
Well, the more relatable being I'm Drill.
Exactly. You can tell from the species card, they also tell you the level of difficulty to play the race. So this is good for new players as well. It tells you what might be easier to run. Plus, we give you advice on how to run each species as well on its species card. Plus, of course, some information on some of the more difficult, possibly more difficult cards, how to parse them as part of how you play the game. We did mention technology, research, and technology in this game because, again, it is a confluence, right? We're trying to come together. Even though we have our own goals, we're trying to come together. So when someone builds a technology, you can use it that turn, but you must share it with everybody at the end of the turn. So everybody will have any technologies that have been created by other people. And except, again, for the asymmetry, you have the Yengi, who they just like sort of license that out. So, they get to keep the technology, but their deal is, I will, for a price, we'll let you use it, but you can't keep it. But in general, when someone creates a technology, you get a research team, use a research team with resources, convert them to technologies, and then give that to others. And technologies can also be upgraded, but then that's for yourself. You can turn one technology to pay into another technology to upgrade the second technology, and it'll do more things for you as well. And then the last thing are ships. You can also, ships are used, they're also tradable, but they're used to bid for the research teams as well as colonies. Colonies are good because they're used to also produce resources, but also some converters consume different types of planets, and there are 4 different types of planets. I think ice, water, earth, fire. You can consume the different colonies in order to run certain converters. So that's another resource that's tradable as well.
Speaking of colonies and research too, one of the biggest changes in the new edition is the way that the bid tracks work. It used to be cards, but now it's these kind of punchboard pieces that you can put together, which just makes it a lot smoother and easier and harder to shake if you bump the table.
Again, everything.
I gotta find them. I found them. There's a lot. Actually, it's a bit of a TARDIS effect going on here. There's a lot of stuff in this box. It's not like a tiny box, but it's jammed. I keep finding things that I've lost and being like, it's another whole bag of stuff over here. Okay. Got a bit QVC there. No, yeah. It's funny, and actually some of the stuff you've really pared down, I can't help but notice. It's kind of fun for me doing these videos in a way because I haven't really looked in the boxes ahead of time because A, I didn't have time, and B, I love surprises. And there's some really fun stuff here. I love the fact that actually you've just massively simplified the iconography on the ship tokens rather than that just to be like, it's just a ship picture with a 1. Like, it's just because counting on the ships on the other one was kind of fun, but at the same time, how many ships are you going to send to the colony bid track, etc., was definitely one of the parts of the game that could just do with a little bit of smoothing and clarification, because it's always that phase. It's a bit like the politics phase in TI. It's great, but it's also like you get to that point and you're like, oh, what? Oh, yeah, there's a whole nother second mechanic to go through now.
The ship design is my fault in the old edition. I thought people would want each ship to be different, specified to their species.
Yeah.
I said, oh, that would be cool. Even though they all do the same thing, they're all worth the same amount. I thought it would be cool to make each ship look different. So say, oh yeah, that's a Federon ship. Oh yeah, that's an Imdril ship. Apparently, that was not a too much of a success overall. People seem to have gotten confused as to the value of the importance of the look.
I mean, I think I go both ways on this, to be honest. Like, I liked it, I did, and I'm with you. Like, I think it's a fun idea, but it's one of those things whereby, and I mean, presumably you came to a similar conclusion, but it's when I see just a little picture of a rocket and a 1 on a very clean token, I'm like, yeah, that's probably a better idea. Like, it's fun. It's fun to have lots of little pictures of spaceships on tokens, but at the same time, it's like, for all of the polish and pizzazz and extra detail, sometimes just rolling things back a bit, you go, yeah, that's probably.
See, and I thought I'd be taken, to court for saying, hey, here was a perfect opportunity to give, species specific ships. Why didn't they do it? So I tried to be proactive, and it didn't work as much. It didn't hurt, but it just didn't, like you said. It was also more information in a sea of information on the table that was really not needed. Yeah. Overall.
Yeah. No,
that's cool.
I'm with
so
you.
We went back. We were fans, and we went back. We did one ship design. That's it.
This is bringing back all sorts of memories. This is going to be like, actually, it's very similar to me to Twilight Imperium, of being a game that's sort of a bit of an event game of wanting to get 5 or 6 people around a table and having a go at it. Especially because there's nothing sweeter than that, well, more horrible than that moment with all of the synchronized betting and bidding on trading all of these things, and then realizing that you desperately need something and there's just none available anymore because you've just missed the boat. And that kind of really crunchy thing of being like, it's a fascinating strategy game in the fact that you really just have to prioritize. You can't have a perfect turn. You have to think like, what resource do I need? Like, what am I going to start bartering for straight away? And that willingness, that hungriness you see when someone so clearly needs something badly, you know that you can just absolutely ruin them. You can just offer them a deal that is a bad deal, and they'll take it. It's delightful. It's delightful. I'm saying all these terrible things now and being like, ooh.
Now, one interesting thing to note is, and again, we say all this, and people may look at all the components, and their minds are reeling and say, "Oh my God, this is so complicated." And really, the processes in the game, they're not complicated. There's only a few of them in the game, and really, once you know the game, it's usually 2 to 2.5 hours to play, even with 9 people. Because the main action, which is the negotiation, is simultaneous. So that happens, and when it's over, it's over. The bidding is simultaneous, although the choosing is turn by turn, but they're quick. Hey, I want this, I don't want that, I can't afford it. Boom, done, and then just the clean up and upkeep phases. But really, because of the very small downtime, the game really clocks in 2.5 hours, even at the high player count. So I'm hoping that comes across to people, so they're not, thrown off by everything they see on the table and in the box.
Yeah. It's not like it's definitely an event game, but it's not a long game, and I think that's just because of the nature of how as I say, you never have that scenario where one player is sitting there being like, no, I just want to try and work out something, because it's like as soon as everyone else is done trading, whoever is the slowest player is like, well, you're done. Like it's like it's just like as soon as everyone wants to be as quick as possible until everyone's filled up their machines. It is literally like, it's kind of bizarre, but the game is almost, when you boil down to it, a game of put the colored cubes on the colored spaces on the cards. It's just how you get the colored cubes and at what value you get them at is the game. But there's no like, what am I going to do with this yellow cube? It's just like, can I get one? That's it.
Right. Because if you get one, you're going to use it somewhere on the one card that you have the right one.
Yeah. Usually you know exactly what you're going to do with it as soon as you get it. But ideally you want 2 of them, but that's not going to happen. No, I'm super jazzed. This is just like, this is of all of the games, all of the new games we're looking at this year, this is such an easy thing to get excited about, just because it's a game that we've already reviewed and we already loved, and now it's just a really good game, rather than being a game of being like, it's good, but it's really, I mean, I know art is subjective, but I think I've already made my feelings about the art in the original version quite clear. Actually, it was more than just graphic design, but anyway, let's not, this exists now. I can have this. I do have this. It's physically in my house. And I don't think anyone's going to take it off of me anytime soon.
It will be in major release in November. I believe late November, Eric, right? November 20th thing?
I think about a month from now, like kind of mid to late November. Yeah. So very soon.
Yeah. So you can go and check out our review of Sidereal Confluence on YouTube. And I'd recommend you do that, because you can just basically hear us get excited about the game, explain the game, and then just completely ignore all the parts where we are slightly mean about the art. Because it doesn't matter anymore, because this is just really nice. I've got nothing bad to say about any of this. Well done. I feel like I've just become a horrible teacher. Sorry.
Definitely, we put a teaching guide in there.
Yeah, I can see. That's actually not a bad shout. This is like how to get into this mad thing with people.
Just a very quick small booklet to get to the main points of the game.
Cool.
Thank you so much for showing.
Cool. Yeah. Well, we were talking about this the other day, about whether or not I was going to be able to physically get a copy of Super Skill Pinball. Unfortunately, I was not able to get a physical copy of Super Skill Pinball, which I left at my friend's house. It's 2 hours on a bike. Weirdly, I didn't have 2 hours free today, it turned out. I was optimistic about that possibility. But I do have a small bit of B-roll of the game and a print and play sheet with me. Should we have a look at that for a minute?
You do, yes.
Let's do it.
Yeah.
I'm going to press the button that makes the text on the bottom of the screen say something different. And then I'm going to press the other button that hopefully will play.
I'm scared to go over to another screen because I can't see what you're showing. So maybe Eric, you take it. I don't want to ruin any audio or whatnot.
Yeah, no, I will. Actually, I can press a button so you can see the thing in a second. You won't be able to see me, but I'm sure you'll live with that. And if the people at home could just bear with us for one moment, I will make things happen. It's it's a rather. Now you can see it. Yeah. I've got an array of buttons in front of me, but I haven't got quite enough buttons. I need to take notes about what's changed before tomorrow. Okay, so I've done that, and now I'm just going to do the other thing. I'm going to press this, and the B-roll should appear. So now you can see some super skilled Pinball Arcade. Yes, well, actually, you folks can't see the B-roll, but you'll be able to see the game in a second when I set it out. One sec.
And you also mentioned the print and play. So that's something that the audience can download that. It's on our website as well as on BoardGameGeek.com. We have 2 tables that are available for print and play. The Carnival is the introductory table, and then we have a Cyber Hack table.
This is the Cyber Hack print and play sheets. Now, yeah, as you said, there's 2 of them. There's Carnival and Cyber Hack. I've heard nothing but good things about this. And both of these are available to print and play online with the Rolly app, right?
Yes, I believe you get it. There's a link there somewhere. I'm not sure. Is there a link there? Yeah, there should be. I think, in fact, people are linking it in the Twitch chat right now, which means you can find the stuff for that, and you can print it, you can play it, and you don't even need any special dice, etc. Obviously, it's good if you've got the actual box because you've got little silver bits in it, which are always a good laugh. And yeah, I mean, you can see what I'm showing now on the Skype. So do you want to just talk through the game a little bit and I'll point at things with my pen? Sure. Okay. Well, so so you have Cyber Hack there. This is a representation of a pinball table. The big image is the main part of the table. For those maybe not familiar with pinball, you can see there are different features. You have bumpers in pinball. You have drop targets, you have flippers, and spinners, and many other different things. And each machine does different things. In Cyber Hack, the ball starts at the sort of the top right area. There's a red arrow, and that tells you where your ball or marker or, well, obviously, if you have the game, you have the marker to do it, which is like a half-dome silver pinball. You're going to roll 2 dice, and you're going to choose one of the numbers on the dice, and you're going to hit a feature that matches the number on the dice. And you're always going to go downwards. So the first things you're going to hit are the alleys, which are those 3 red things on the top there. Correct. And now you don't have to. In fact, if you wanted to, you can skip that zone and go to the next zone. But let's say you want to hit one of those things there. Let's say you roll a 4 and a 6. So you could say, all right, I'll use the 4 or the 6. And then you mark off one of the boxes that contains a 4 or a 6. Now, the alleys contain 2 numbers, so you're actually still going to knock off the whole box. So let's say you choose the 4, you'll knock out that middle thing with a 3 and a 4, and you'll just cross it off or whatever. Obviously, in the real game, it's erasable because you are going to be doing a lot of erasing. So then you put the ball near there to show that you've that's where your ball is, and boom, that's the end of a turn. So what you're going to do is you're going to roll again and do the same thing. You're going to choose a number, and then you're going to go downwards. Because of gravity, you have to go downwards. And again, you can hit the bumper zone, or you can hit either of the drop targets, the yellow and the red there in the middle, or you can go all the way down to the flipper zone. Let's say you hit a target. Let's say you roll double ones, so you can move to the bumper zone and mark off one of the 1 boxes on the bumper. And bumpers also give you a point. So you're going to go to the right where your stars are, where you keep track, and you will mark off a point to show off that you got a point there. Now, the cool thing about the bumpers, it's one of the tables and one of the areas of a table in which you can stay in that area, and that's indicated by the purple arrows that you see there. That allows you potentially to stay in the bumper area if you get the right number. Now, since you were on the 1, which was on the top bumper there, you can only hit the bumper on the right, meaning you couldn't skip that and jump to the next bumper. It has to be the bumper to the immediate right of the arrow where it's pointing. If you can't hit that, then you do have to go downwards. So let's say we know we hit bumpers, and then let's say we go down and we hit a drop target. Drop targets, like in pinball, these are targets that you hit and they go down and they're not able to be hit again until you complete a set. And a set means when you knock down all 3 of the yellow or all 3 of the red targets, you will choose a bonus, which again you'll see in the red and yellow areas. They'll tell you what bonuses are potentially available, and then you're going to reset the drop targets. So let's say you hit all 3 red ones, you choose a red bonus, and then you'll erase all the boxes in the drop target to show that they're able to be hit again during the round or during the game. And the bonuses usually last till the end of the ball. It depends on the bonus. Some of them will last until you've used it. Like, for example, I think there's one with the spinners that you get like triple the score when you go through the spinners, but that lasts usually until you go through the spinners. What you'll notice, and let's go down one more. So let's say we roll again, and now we go to the flipper zone. So what you want to do is you want to hit one of the boxes that leads you into one of the flippers, either a red flipper or a yellow flipper. You'll mark off a box to indicate which flipper you're on. And why that's important, so let's say you knock off a yellow box, for example, to show that you're on the yellow flipper. Now, why that's important is because on the next roll, when you choose a number, because you're on the yellow flipper, you can only hit a yellow or white target. This means on the yellow flipper, you could not get back up to the alleys, which are red. You couldn't go through the spinner, which is red. Hey, nice roll there. But you can hit a yellow drop target. You can also hit the bumpers because they're white colored. And you can hit the run mini bumpers on the top left there because you see a yellow arrow leading into the area there. So that's what's important about the colors. On the way down, it doesn't matter. But on the way up through the flipper, that gives you a little restriction on what you can hit. And actually some bonuses, like there's a bonus called Flipper Pass, which allows you to hit any target with any color there. So we talked about sets. So when you complete a set, it resets. Same thing with the bumpers. When I believe if you hit all 4 boxes of a single bumper, you get a hack. And hack is represented by the blue lightning bolts on the bottom right there. So yep, when you hit one set of bumpers, and when you hit all the bumper boxes, then you clear them and they're available to be hit again. I'll get into the hacks a little right now. So you notice we have a cyber hack itself has a mini game. If you hit those 3 yellow bumpers on the top left, you have what's called the mini game, which is on the right. There's a data track and a trace track. What that means is that during the next rolls, you're not going to choose a die. You're going to take the sum of 2 dice and mark off that many boxes in the data track. You're going to take the difference between the 2 dice and mark them off in the trace track. And basically, this is a push your luck mini game. You're trying to get as many points as you can before either you get to the end of the trace track, in which case the corporations have spotted you and they got you, or you've completed all 100 points, or you decided you've done enough and you decide to escape. So again, it's push your luck. You're trying to get as many points as you can without getting caught. And the hacks are very important because if you don't like a particular roll, you can erase a hack to ignore the roll. And that's what a hack is. So there's a good thing. Let's say a 1 and a 6, for example. Well, that's 7 boxes you can mark off, but that's also 5 points on the trace track. And that could easily end your run, so to speak. When the run is over, you get your points for it, and then you're going to drop into the bumper zone as indicated by the yellow arrows coming out of the bumper. Another thing I wanted to talk about in pinball, many people, again, if you're familiar with pinball, there are people who like to jostle the pinball machine in order to manage where the ball goes, exactly, so that, you try not to lose the ball that way. So we have that mechanic called nudging over here. You're allowed to nudge 3 times in a game. And what that means is you take a die roll, you take one of the dice you choose, and you can nudge it up or down as many points as you wish in order to get the value that you want. However, the danger is on the next roll, if you roll under the value you nudged, tilted, and you've lost the ball for that turn, for that round. Sorry. So, for example, if I nudge a 3 to a 4, that's a 1-point nudge. So what's going to make me tilt next round? Doubles. If someone rolls a doubles, that means the difference is 0. It's under the one that I got. Boom, you've tilted. You've lost for that round. The other way to lose a round is when you can't hit anything in the flipper zone anymore. Either it goes down the middle or the out lanes, which is usually the 1 and the 6. At least with the out lanes, you'll still score some points. You'll get usually 2 points per flipper box that you have in that color, which is great. Then you're on to the next round. So what you have to do is you have to reset for that round, and you do that by erasing all dashed line boxes, which is usually the flipper zone boxes. I believe in CyberHack, it's actually the run mini bumpers. You get to erase those. But everything else remains as is. So the game, it's not fully reset, and it's immediately ready for you to go to the next round. And you erase any dash boxes.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, go on. Yeah.
No, I was just going to say, so if you do this print and play, don't do what I've done and use a pen, use a pencil, or put it in one of those plastic folders you get for documents, so you can just print and play, but with
exactly.
With
you can laminate and do that. Yes. So at the end of a round, you erase all dashed lines. All single line boxes and double line boxes are not erased at all until the only difference is single line boxes are erased when their set is complete, and double line boxes are not erased at all. So they're usually one-time bonuses, and that's usually the bonuses that you get for the drop targets and certain tables, and even nudging as well. You only have 3 nudges. You can't erase a nudge, for example. What's important to note is everything is happening simultaneously. So when you're playing with others, everyone is using the same dice roll. They each choose one of the dice. It could be the same one that you choose. And everyone continues the same turns, the same, they keep rolling and keep going. The thing to note also is that one person could have a good run on a table and another not so good, which means that even though you might end your round, another player could still be playing that previous round, but you're just going to continue, all the way through.
It's good. It's a hell of a teach.
That's pretty much.
I also know
that's pretty good.
I also know that in some of the tables you have multi-ball. But
yes.
That was just me wanting to pour blueberries onto a table. That's all we've got time for in that session. But thank you so much, Zev and Eric. That was fantastic. And thanks for putting up with the technical wiggles at the start. But yeah, that was Sidereal Confluence Remastered Edition, which is out in about a month and a bit, basically. Next month, really. And Super Skill Pinball is available now. And yeah, we've actually reviewed that. Tom reviewed it as part of our best new selection of print and play games, so you can definitely go and check that out on YouTube. Just watch the video and see what Tom thought about it. I know he was very excited about multi-ball. You can print and play this right now using the online rolling stuff. Remember to use a pencil. Or if you haven't got a printer, then honestly, you can have quite a lot of fun just with a sheet of A4 and some blueberries.
All right.
Aliens. Who'd have thought it? Who'd have thought? Not me. Not me. Aliens. This is Aliens Bug Hunt, right? And this is a brand new copy of it. And you can tell because it's still got the plastic on it. Oh, boy. So I'm going to get the mic nice and close for this. Why not?
Oh, yeah. A little ASMR going on.
The suspense is killing me. I wonder what this game's going to look like, Ryan. What do you think?
So
Have you enjoyed that?
I designed the game. Rob was the producer on it. He also came up with this awesome box concept. His idea was he wanted to look like an ammo can, and he just knocked it out of the park. It's a sweet box. I love this box.
Yes, and my idea was also to provide the box opening itself is sort of a inclusive, cooperative gaming experience. So the first thing you see is the mission order. And then you'll read it and it'll be the first breadcrumb in teaching you, sort of self-teaching you how to play the game. But we're going to skip most of that and get as quickly as we can into gameplay, since the idea is to hand out, the rules are divided into 4 pieces. And if you have 4 players, you hand a dossier to each player. and then they learn their piece and teach it to the others at the table. That way the burden doesn't fall all on the one poor guy who has to always.
We're kind of speed running this because we said it'll be fun because it's a cool box, and the way you get stuff out of the box for the first time, and the kind of first unboxing experience is cool. But now I got to do some speed popping. Right, I'm just gonna get some of these bits out, and then we're gonna roll. Okay.
This is a professional at the top of his game.
Oh,
the PPM, the pops on this.
You sound kind of like one of those wilderness shows there. This is a professional.
He's found some blueberries, and now he's popping some components.
It's part of his mating ritual in the hopes that a female game reviewer will emerge from the bushes.
Yeah, so right there you'll see there's the rules dossier folder, and that's where the rules are included, but they're divided into 4 pieces.
Yeah. Now, if you want to learn the game by yourself or just learn before, there is a PDF download on the site, and it's also on the BGG page. So if you just want it, all the rules are kind of combined into one rule book and a downloadable PDF. The idea here was that I've noticed, and I'm sure many of you have as well, that one person is often saddled with the responsibility of learning the game and teaching it to everyone else, while everyone else drinks beer and Cheetos and has a good time. And then during that first game, that same person has to then kind of adjudicate that first game while everyone rolls dice and eats Cheetos. So in this one, we kind of amortize that experience so that not only is the game cooperative, but how you learn the game is cooperative as well. So each person is going to be an expert on one part of the rules, and they can teach everyone else. Now, we're not going to do that for this stream, but that is the idea with the dossiers.
Yeah. Yeah, also, I guess it stops a bit of quarterbacking as well. If you've never played the game before, obviously quarterbacking being the phenomenon that you have of one person is just telling everyone what to do.
Right. We wanted to minimize that.
Ideal.
We definitely wanted to minimize that and maximize the cooperative feel of this game.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
we've been informed that you've done this a few times. You've played this over Zoom, right? And it works.
It does.
It has worked. I don't know that we're going to get enough room to have all the player boards on your screen and the game on the screen. So
maybe not. No. I mean, I'm just gonna, maybe not. I'm just gonna come out and say that. Who knows?
Well, those are the player boards right there. Every squad will get a different color player board.
Yeah,
and that's where they will put the members of their squads.
Yeah, so each player gets 3. So they're going to get 1 named character and 2 grunts for their squad, and then you'll kind of put them on your board. So there's those 3 slots there. You're going to put them on the top so that the word "ready" you can see. And then when you deplete a Marine, you just simply slide them down so that the word "depleted" is revealed. We got some cool minis, of course.
I'm almost here. Right. So
set up music.
So do they start on the point man spaces?
No, those are the cards are going to go there.
Oh, sorry.
Yes,
you have to bear with me. It's been a long day.
No, dude, it's all good, Matt. I can't believe what you've had to deal with today. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to take those player boards and just kind of move them away for now. That board we have at the bottom is called the APC board, and that kind of represents the APC kind of dropping off the Marines. And we'll go ahead and put that to the left because all the tiles are going to go to the right of that board.
Gotcha.
Yes, there we go. Now,
you were talking about this being a lot of game packed into a small box, but you weren't messing around, were you? You really weren't messing around. This is crazy. How did you do this? All right.
Gosh, I don't know.
Rob, somebody at your company must know. You can't
No, well,
there we go. As you explore the colony at LV426, you're going to lay those tiles. You can give those tiles a shuffle. We're going to play the tiles as we explore. You don't need to set them up beforehand. They just need to be in a stack kind of off to the side. Each person gets one of those player boards, and the miniature that they want, they're going to put the color ring around their miniature to show that that's their. So if I get the red player board, then I'm going to get a miniature with a red ring snapped onto it.
Right, you're going to be.
I see a lot of people commenting about this box is. Oh, go ahead. Sorry. Yep, there you go. Nice. a lot of people commenting about the box's compatibility with Kallax, and I'm rocking some Kallax right back here. Now I do mine. I do my games like up and down. I know a lot of people like to stack them. I find this easier to pull them off, but the game fits just fine on Kallax. It's actually a bigger box than it looks in the stream, so it's a pretty good sized box. So there we go.
Just so people can see.
There we go for the pair. Yep, got it.
Roughly about that big, just so people can
It's
see.
a chunky box. Like it's a pretty good sized box. It's made to be like a little of the larger ammo can size there. And we lost Tom, our first casualty.
Is he dead?
He's AWOL.
He's been brought
An
back
alien
to life.
got him.
I've replaced my
An
light
alien
with a
got him.
sickly green. To,
Oh, nice. Yes.
so that we're feeling the alien vibes.
I like that. In fact, that could be
I'm
something
feeling them.
similar. I've got the. Okay, so we're going to put the player pieces right there on the APC. See how the APC is kind of on the APC board there? Armored personnel carrier. There you go. All right, outstanding. Now, as we move into LV426, we're going to move in through Sector 3, but we'll do that during our turn. So the next thing you're going to want to do is get the phase cards, and those are the ones that are going to tell us whose turn is when. Let me darken my... that's kind of some mood. I got some I got a little thing going
At the back there.
It's a kind of a. I'm in Seattle, so it's a typical Seattle
It's a different thing, yeah.
Yeah, it's a different thing. So it's still kind of gloomy. I think there we go. All right, so
I got the face cards. I got the face cards.
Outstanding. So in the face cards, each player is going to have 3 cards of their color, and since we have a 4-player game, you don't even need to search for those. But there's also alien cards and there are xenomorph cards, and so you're going to find the face cards for the players. Then you're going to get a number of xenomorph cards equal to the number of players and shuffle all those cards together. So we have 4 players. We're going to start with 4 xenomorph cards. You're going to shuffle that whole deck together. And basically, that's how we decide whose turn it is. We're going to shuffle that deck, flip a card. Whoever card that is, they get a turn. Oh, there should also be, to the left of the APC board, there's that Lieutenant Command card. That also gets shuffled in.
It's a wild card.
Gotcha.
Yeah, it's a wild card.
It's sort of a player's choice card.
Yeah, when we flip that, we all get to decide who takes a turn. It's basically Lieutenant Gorman screaming on his radio to one of us to do something.
One at a time, while everyone else is just inanimate, waiting for... Now you move down the corridor as well! Oh,
Exactly. So I say let's just go right into it. If you want to...
Okay.
Let's see. I guess
So-
the other thing you'll need is the wound counters.
We can get to that in a minute.
Yeah, we can get to that in a minute. So just go ahead and put all the counters to the side for now. Shuffle up those tiles and the phase deck, and we can just get going. And you probably want to shuffle the tracking deck too.
All right. Okay. Dun, 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 dun. I'll do the shuffling. This is reminding me of the fact that I think we were thinking about for one of the previous real life shuxes doing like the world's. I think it was one of Quinn's idea, it's a great idea, but we didn't do it for reasons that if you start thinking about it, it's not the best idea. But the world's like setting up a game and then packing it away again, world championships, like speed runs. Which like it's such a good idea, but the logistics of doing that is just like and I feel like I'm doing that now.
I've had this idea for a game for a while. It's not actually, so the idea is that you play the game just by opening the box, and as you play it, stuff comes out of the box. But also, as you play it, stuff goes back in the box. So by the time you're done playing, it's back in the box.
That's a cool idea. That's a neat idea. It's like gaslighting yourself into thinking you've not played a board game.
Yeah, right. Wait, can we start?
What a guy, Ryan. What a guy.
All
right, these are not that shuffled, but they are a bit shuffled.
Should be fine. So each player, so you're also going to give each player one named character. So we take all the named characters, kind of shuffle them up, and give each one of the named characters and then 2 grunts. This is going to be a little tough because we can't see our characters.
Well, I could tell you about them. I can tell you like what they look like, what they like.
It's like a
All
dating
4 of us
game.
are highly trained professionals. We can do this.
We can work it out. We can work it out.
I, for one, am
All right,
not a
okay.
highly trained professional.
Are you ready? Are you ready? Tom, you are Dietrich.
Ooh.
Flamethrower. Yeah.
Bump this down.
What's my blood type?
Get a nice close up. Blood type doesn't say, but I'm going to say it's X. Because it's the future, so people have more bloods in the future. So Dietrich, maybe they don't show up on infrared. You know what? I'm just going to put these down like this, and then we can have
That's
a camera
fine.
where we can have a little close up.
Sure.
All right, it's Hicks. I know that one. I worked for him. In
Yeah, who?
Hicks.
Oh, Hicks, yeah.
It wasn't the same Hicks, but you know. Okay. All right. Who's going to be who? Who's going to be who?
I like Hicks.
All right, you can be
He's
Hicks.
my favorite.
Tom, you're going to be Dietrich.
Yeah.
I'll be Frost.
You be Frost. Yeah, I was going to say. I think you've got to give Frost a look. Drake.
Frost. Ooh, Smart Gunner.
Smart Gunner. All right.
Smart Gunner. Okay, and then each player would have 2 grunts, and we can kind of probably just stack them underneath those cards for the purposes. Normally, you'd put them on your player board, but we're doing a bit of a screen truncated version here. So, yeah. Great.
I got it. You keep telling me what to do, and I'll do it.
Roger that. So, so now that we have our characters all set up, we're good to go. Let's just start playing. So, we might want to shuffle those up too, and then when you're ready with those tiles, we're going to start playing. So you're going to flip the top card of the phase deck.
Okay.
Time out.
Oh yeah, I know what you're going to say, Rob. So before we start, oh man, we're just killing this. Before we start, there's a hive track on the left side of the APC board. There should be a counter for that somewhere. So we're going to put the counter on the 1.
Right by your thumb.
He's got 2 of them though.
It's like
right. It's the round counter.
Punch, right?
Yep,
There
that's
it
the
is.
one right there.
That's it.
And
We
that
put that
goes
on the 1. That goes on the 1, and then since there's an alien symbol there, we're going to do a quick alien phase. And all we're going to do is flip the top card of the tracking deck.
Beep, 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 beep.
And now you see it looks like a tracker. It's got 5 sectors, just like the APC board has. You're going to place 1 xenomorph in each sector that is listed on that tracking card. It looks like 3 and 4, so it looks like 3. And you're going to place them on the table next to in that sector. So you're going to put 3 of the aliens, which are the dice, in the vacuform tray on the left. You're going to place 3 in sector 3, and just kind of put them on the table there. So when we place a tile there, those 3 xenomorphs are going to be there, and it looks like 3 in sector 4 if I'm reading that card correctly.
That's a lot of aliens already.
Yeah.
It is kind of a lot of aliens already.
And that's how
I
aliens.
argue.
And that's the simple way that aliens respond. It gets a little more complex as we get in. Okay, now you can flip that card, and we'll take it from there.
Turn the top card of the phase deck.
Yeah, sorry. Top card of the phase deck.
Blue has a
USCM.
Who's the blue?
That's a great question. I think it's me. We're gonna say it's me because it's blue is Drake, and it's only Hicks that's confusing because it's yellow, blue, red, and Hicks. So you're green, Ryan, and everyone else is the same color as their card.
I love that.
So,
I love that.
So it's my go, and.
Yep. So here's what you do on your turn. You can move up to 3 spaces, or you get 3 movement points essentially. But you have to stop if you get into if you play a new tile. So in this sense, you're going to walk in. You only enter the structure from sector 3. So go ahead and grab a tile and place
I don't really want to go. Do we have to go in?
You have to go in, dude.
There's aliens in there, you know?
Yeah, I know, but you enlisted in the Colonial Marines.
Yeah,
so
you did.
It's not a draft.
I feel like they kind of tricked me into it. Okay. All right.
Now, whenever you place a tile, you're going to see that the side of the tile looks like light coming through it. That's always the way you entered from. Right. So yeah, exactly, just like that.
See, because because you've done a good job of the graphic design, so I knew that.
So it looks like we got a hive there too. So that yellow icon of an alien with a number in it, that says there's a hive. We're gonna 2 more. That's right. So you got 5 aliens right off the bat.
Everything is fine.
Why do I have to go first?
So go ahead and move your piece in there.
All right.
Your blue, your blue miniature.
Well,
it's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine.
Yeah, we got your back.
Yeah,
So
you've literally got my back. All right.
Once you move, oh, go ahead, Rob.
Was there an objective on there too?
Oh, geez.
Right.
Yeah.
No,
oh, there is. Yeah. So go ahead and place an objective counter on there. And while we're talking about objectives, let's talk about mission cards. So at the beginning of a game, we're going to deal out 3 mission cards, and our goal is to complete all 3 of those missions. So there should be a little stack of mission cards off to the side. You can shuffle those up real quick and then kind of lay 3 out at the very top. They might have gotten mixed in with another deck.
They might have done. That's my fault. Let's have a look if they're in here.
No, it's my fault. I didn't tell you to separate those out.
I found them. They were in the tracking.
Chat's saying that one person is a pretty good trade-off for 5 aliens. So,
well, actually, that's one squad, and if Matt's squad dies, we all lose.
We all lose.
Oh, well,
no man left behind.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
All right, I found some missions.
He's a squad.
Outstanding. That's fine. Just grab 3 of those and lay them up front. But our goal is to complete all those missions. And the way we complete missions is by finding these tiles that have mission tokens on them, and then using your action to complete to secure those objectives. So each mission will have the 3 spaces at the bottom. Those are where the tokens go. Mm-hmm. And then each mission will have a special ability that we can use once we start putting tokens on it. So we don't have to worry about that just yet. So whenever it's your turn, you can move. You spend up to 3 movement points, and then you choose 1 action from the list of actions on the player board. Securing an objective is one of them. Shooting at aliens is one of them. Breaching a barrier is another. And then finally reloading. So if you think of, when we saw those player boards earlier, it said depleted and ready. Think of that, since we have this like smaller space, we can just kind of turn them sideways, show that they've been used. I think we're the first game to do that. No, it's fine. It's fine. So the only way, though, to turn them back to the ready position is to spend your action to do that. You don't just get to do it like some other game. You don't get to do it every turn, only when you spend your action to do it. So in this case, Matt, you can, if you want, use your action to shoot at those aliens that might eat your face off, or you could secure the objective.
I think I might shoot an alien.
Okay, so here's how you're going to do that. You're going to deplete any number of guys in your squad. And remember, you not only have your character, but you have 2 grunts. Mm-hmm. And you're going to target as many aliens as their total firepower. And that's the number in the firepower icon, the bullet icon that's on the bottom left.
Okay, so if you want to target, if I deplete all of them, I've got a total of 7.
Yeah, so you don't need to do that. You can just deplete until you have 5 or more, right?
Okay, so I'll deplete 1 grunt and my main man, Drake.
Oh, nice. Okay, so now whenever you attack aliens, you just pick them up and roll them like dice, and you're just hoping for
real life.
Just like in real life, you pick up an alien, you roll it. If you get any icons, that means they've survived. And not only that, but you get a white icon means it survived. A red icon means not only did it survive, but it damaged your squad. So this is when your point man takes a wound. And if we were using those player boards, the point man is the card to the rightmost slot. Mm-hmm. Now the wound counters are the way they work, and we don't have to go all into this because I think we're doing kind of an off-the-cuff kind of crazy demo here. The wound counters, they're still on the board there on the right. They're actually double-sided. One side is sometimes blank and sometimes says KAA. That's the bottom part. The other side is just the wound icon. So whenever you take a wound, you take one of those wound counters without knowing whether it's what's on the other side, and you put it on the character that took the wound. So that's the bottom. You want to flip them over so that you can't see whether it's KA or not.
I'm just doing a bit of a illustration for the.
Oh, sure, I see. Yeah. So the way wounds work is that each Marine has an armor value, and that's also down there in the bottom left corner. That's how many wound counters they can hold, essentially. once they've got that many wound counters, the next time they take a wound, you flip one of their existing wounds over. And if it says KAA, they die. And if it doesn't, they live. So you don't know how much it's going to take to kill a Marine, right? So in this case, let's say that one of your grunts was the point man in this case. I'm sorry, not. You know what? Let me back up. It's not your point man in this case that takes damage. It's one of the Marines that fired, and you get to choose. So since you shot with Drake and you shot with a grunt, you can choose to put the wound on Drake or on the grunt.
It's we know it's just a guy. It's just a guy who was there. So
that's it. That's your turn, and the turns are really quick. Keep in mind that each player has 3 cards in the deck, and so you're going to get to go a couple more times before we reshuffle the deck there.
Okay.
So that's a turn, and let's flip to the next phase card and see who goes next.
So hold on a second, time out.
Oh,
there was 5 dice there, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
You only rolled 3, and 2 of them came up blank, so they're dead. So you can put them back in the tray.
Oh, but I thought I only rolled the ones that I was shooting at.
Oh, did
and
you
since you had 5, you had more than 5 firepower, right?
Oh yeah, I did have 5 firepower.
You can roll the other dice as well.
Yeah, and just hope for blanks is what you're going for.
Well, I got 1 blank, so that's
wrong.
And another one of them. It's fine. It's all right. It's my grunt here is taking 2 for the team, as they say.
Yeah.
All 3.
All fine.
Yeah. So just keep in mind for combat, you roll a total of aliens equal to how much firepower you want to use. You can even shoot into adjacent tiles if there are any. In this case, there wasn't a tile under those aliens down there, so you couldn't shoot them. But in the future, you can shoot at range too. So just keep in mind that you always pick up that many dice and throw them for your attack.
Also, my character is really good at, like, when they move into my tile, I can deplete traits, have shoot at them. But I've obviously used him already, so
yeah, it's okay.
Not a good idea.
You're a recruit. You just out of basics. You don't.
This whole mission. I mean, honestly, I'm just saying it. This whole mission was a bad idea.
Yeah, it could be. It could be.
We
could talk about the colonialism of the colonial Marines on some other stream.
Okay.
We probably will. Let's go. Right. So
next card.
All right. So it's a phase card, and I've got some good news and some bad news. I've already had a look at it. That's the good news. The bad news is alien.
Oh no.
All right. So in this case, whenever a xenomorph card comes up, you're gonna read the quote on the top because it's just fun.
Mm-hmm. Close your eyes, baby.
And then you're going to raise the hive track 1 space. And if it's through a space that doesn't have an icon next to it, we're fine. But if it has an icon next to it, bad stuff is going to happen. So that's it. And then you're going to flip the next card.
All right, next card.
I'm sure excited.
It's an alien.
No, come on, man.
All right, this one's got another. This one's
such a good job of shuffling there.
I did say I didn't. So this one says, "Game over, man. Game over."
Oh, you nailed it.
Game over, man.
Thanks.
Game over.
No, I'm pretty sure it's game over. Man, game over.
Man, game over.
Man, game
over.
Alien
man
game start.
Exactly. That's the intonation. It's the end of the man game.
End of man game.
We bump up to beginning of alien game. Okay. So we're now on 3 alien, which is 1 more alien from more alien. I've got a bad feeling about the time I'm having here.
Yeah, you're rough. We need to get in and help you, I think. All right, what's the next phase card?
Alien!
Oh my God. Come on.
This is perfect. Well, we're playing a short game. This is ideal.
That's true.
Okay.
Great.
So,
basically, we send Matt in, and if Matt gets eaten, we just leave. We're just like, you know what?
Yeah.
It's fine. It's fine. So
everyone has days like that. I got signals. I got readings in front and behind.
So now, as you can see on the Hive track, we've got a xenomorph phase icon next to that space. So we're going to run a xenomorph phase. You can see the steps of the xenomorph phase right there on the Hive or on the APC board. First thing we're going to do is attack the xenomorphs. So each squad is going to take a wound to its point man equal to how many aliens are in its space. So once again, poor Matt's squad is going to take 2 more wounds. Let's say your grunt man was on the point spot.
Yeah,
so he's going to take 2 more wounds.
I'm going to play with the push your luck mechanic and give all of my damage to 1 grunt.
Okay. And then we're going to move. And here's how xenomorphs move in this game. if the Xenomorphs can move into a space with a squad in it, that's what they do. In this case, those Xenomorphs down to the south of you are going to move into your spot.
Yeah.
And this is when, and this is when, had you not depleted Drake earlier, Drake could right now deplete to like shoot these guys because they're moving in. But Drake's a little tired.
Yeah, okay, so do I roll these now to see what happens?
No. They just move in. So you got attacked by the ones that were already there. The ones that weren't already there move in. So if they can't move into a space that contains squads, they just move one tile towards the APC board. And if they escape the APC board, if they escape to the APC board, then it's not good for us.
It's that.
So finally, we're going to spawn, and spawning is like we did at the very beginning of the game, where you flip a card from the tracking deck and add Xenomorphs accordingly.
All right, so that's not too bad.
In that sense, is the game.
Yeah. Okay. So this isn't too bad. Just so you know, facehugger attack. Each squad must deplete one character. If they don't, their point man takes a wound. So we all have to deplete a character. So I'm going to deplete my final grunt, and I'm guessing you folks want to deplete a grunt each.
Yeah.
Deplete my grunt.
Deplete my grunt.
All right, grunt.
Okay.
And there is one little blip right there, yeah.
Yeah, so you can add 1 to sector 2 there, and there you go. That's it. All right, so let's see if any of us get a turn now.
Please.
I'm pulling for Tom.
It's not an alien.
It's me.
Hey!
Okay,
Frost,
so
you're up.
All right. Well, Frost is. I'm going to take the red squad and charge into the jaws of death and be with my friend Matt.
Aw,
that is a bad idea.
Now, if I wanted to, since Matt's there to give me supporting fire, I could continue moving since he's with me. But I think I'm going to stick it out with him.
So what Rob is mentioning there is you can't normally leave a tile that has aliens in it unless you've got another squad with you, or you're moving through a hallway to another squad.
Right.
So if there's a squad adjacent, you can move to them, or if there's squad with you, you can move out. So, but he's going to, instead of moving in, seeing that Matt's in trouble and running away, he's going to move in and actually try to help Matt.
Yes, I am. I am that kind of fellow. I'm a stand-up guy. So here we go. Since one of my grunts is already depleted, now my movement's over, and I'm going to go to I'm going to do my action, and I'm going to do action number 1. Oh, wait. Yeah, I'm going to shoot. And since one of my grunts is already depleted, I'm going to deplete the other grunt and Frost, which gives me a firepower of 3. And then Matt, if you would be so kind as to pick up 3 of those dice and roll them again for me. Okay. So all of my guys are depleted.
You are fully depleted. All right, I'm going to roll 3 for you.
Come on.
Roll.
Man.
Well,
all right, so
great roll. I roll so good at dice. How do I do it? Where did I get these hands?
Oh, man. You've missed your calling,
Not
sir.
available in shops.
Okay, so one of them died.
Yeah.
Since they're just the white icons, that just means they survive. They don't do any damage. They just survive.
I missed.
Okay. But that's me and you both fully depleted now.
Right. So we're in trouble. And now that's my turn. Next phase
card.
Could have been better. I thought Frost was going to be a bit more of a. It's you again, Frost. Good luck.
Okay, so I can move still. Now, one thing we didn't talk about was on the tiles there is little barriers, which are really hard to see on the stream, but you can see them look like little debris on the edges. Yeah, I can't leave since Matt's there to support me. I can leave the tile if I want to, if I'm not crossing a barrier.
Right.
But I don't know if I can. I don't know if I can actually. I have to. Is there a barrier at the east side of that tile, Matt?
So let me have a look underneath all this stuff.
No.
East. Oh, east.
No.
Yeah, you go. There's nothing here. There's some junk here and there's some junk here, but to the east.
So I'm going to run one tile east and leave you on your own to die.
Okay. I mean that's
and then
Frost.
Yeah. And then you just put that tile down with the white highlighted area from where I came from.
Yeah.
Of course. The one rule I knew I'd forgotten already. Okay.
And then
Quite all right, dude.
in that new tile, there's no hive, so no additional dice, and there's no objective token. So I'm good. And my action of my 4 actions, since my squad is depleted, will be to reload them so that they are all back ready to fire once
Ready to
more.
fight.
All right. You got that, and that's
Come
how
on, Marine. Get
Frost got his squad back.
Right.
It's like a children's book. How Frost got his squad back.
Yeah.
Who's next? Can I finally have a turn?
There's actually probably a market for like an aliens preschooler book.
Children's-
Okay. Yeah, like that.
All right, Tom.
People would buy that. All right, Tom.
Me.
You're in.
Okay. Well, I guess there's only one place I can move, so I will move there.
How
And
do we know
then-
that Tom isn't an alien?
But what you can do, Tom, is you move in with Matt, and since you have other squads to support you, keep moving forward to me. Just as
Now, I do want to help Matt out though.
but you will. Just stick with me for a moment. I'm going to be a bit of a turn general for a second.
Okay, sure. Okay, let's try that then.
Okay, so move in with Matt. That's 1 movement point. Then move forward to me. That's a 2nd movement point, and end your movement there.
Oh, and I can shoot from an adjacent tile.
That's right.
Correct.
I thought you had to be in
How
the
do
same
we know
tile.
The
that Rob
advantage
isn't
to-
an alien?
The advantage to shooting in an adjacent tile is that any red icons you roll don't damage you.
Gotcha. Do they
So
move
it's
the aliens
safer.
towards you?
Yes, any
do.
aliens that survive will come into your tile, but at least they won't attack you. So
Gotcha.
that it's safer to fire from a distance if you can.
What's my player ability again, Matt? I should probably remember that.
The player ability.
For for Dietrich, is that his name?
Whenever
What's he got?
Dietrich shoots, target 2 additional xenomorphs in your tile.
No.
Susan.
Yeah.
Oh, in your tile though.
Yeah. So this doesn't help you for
Okay.
distance shooting, unfortunately.
And are my
but-
grunts give me 2?
Yes.
So shall I deplete both my grunts and shoot all 4 in the next room?
Oh wait,
That sounds like, did I get that one right?
shouldn't one of your? I think one of your characters is depleted because of the facehugger
Yeah,
attack
one
earlier.
of my grunts was already depleted, so I'll
Yeah.
deplete the second one to roll all those 4 dice.
All right.
This is great.
Right.
I like the fact that I don't have to touch anything and I just sort of sit here resplendent
Right.
and make Matt take my turns.
So
The
So
problem
if-
is, I forget I'm not listening to a podcast, and at any point, there's a good chance where like you'll tell me to do something, and I'll just be like, I'll just realize, and I'll have not been listening.
That's me.
So, how many dice are you rolling? All of them, or 4?
All of them. All 4.
Nope.
Go
All
for it.
right. And then any survivors are going to move to his tile.
Supreme.
you're saved, Matt.
Dietrich. She's a beauty. She's only gone and done it. All right, fab. I feel.
Well, that was
I
a
feel
good
better
turn.
right now.
All right.
Ah.
Outstanding.
Okay, next
All right,
turn.
next card.
It's an alien.
All right.
I've
So
got
move that
movement.
Fine
20
for now.
meters.
It's
All right, next
there's
card.
an alien. I think I saw an alien.
Your voice acting's gotten a lot better.
Hey! Thank you. You get a go, Ryan.
Hey, I could play now.
What a treat.
It is a treat. Thank you, guys. All right, so I'm going to go into the structure, of course. I'm going to go north, though. So whenever you cross a barrier, you can walk across them, but it costs 2 movement points to do it. So I'm going to 1, then it's cost 2 to go north there, and I'm going to have at least 1 little buddy with me. And remember, the light tells you which way to position that tile there. No, it's the way I entered it. The way I came
I like
into
this
the
was
tile.
the one rule that Matt said. He was like, "Yeah, I get this one."
Well, I think no, because Matt made
Yay!
the point that the light on the APC board kind of
Yeah.
mentioned that, and so I can see why it's a little
Yeah.
confusing.
I
So
thought it was.
I'll move into there.
But... Okay.
Yeah. So I didn't find anything. All right. Well,
But
let's see
Ryan,
here.
there's an
So
alien in there. Are you sure about
All right.
this?
I'm gonna deplete a grunt to shoot that alien.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Come on. Boom. All right.
Supreme.
Bang.
And that's my turn. Next card.
That's your turn. Okay. Next
That's
card.
it.
Next card.
We've all been so
Right.
useful, you know.
I mean, I wasn't. Yellow.
All right,
What's
Tom.
up? What's up, Yellow?
I'm not going to turn general you this time. It's all you this time.
So I've got a clear path east, haven't I? So I might go into new territory and move and just scout ahead. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to move 1 space east.
Uh-oh.
Hey, you did it!
It's
Nice.
It's 1 alien. I got it right. I know, right?
1 alien. And I have to stop my movement there because I went into a new tile, right? And I can
That's right.
Yes,
take
and there's an alien.
action. And but all my all except for my main guy depleted.
No, all of you are depleted. I think.
Really? Are they all depleted?
Yeah, because you had depleted 2 of them to shoot, and then before that, the facehugger attack made you deplete a 3rd. So I think you just got to reload here.
I just got to reload. I'm going to reload, Matt. Can you spin all my cards right around?
Yep, I can, and I will.
Thank you very much.
Right,
Now that 80s song is stuck in my head.
Yeah.
You spin
Me right, baby.
That was my mum always tells me that was the #1 song the week I was born.
Oh my god, I'm so old.
And sadly, you're not the oldest one.
But the good thing is, everybody dies when they get eaten by an alien.
Yeah.
There's one thing we've learned today.
It's what unites us. All right.
Who's up next?
It's me. I should bear in mind we've only got 2 minutes left now on the thing.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, we can stop there. I think we played enough. We want to chat.
Yeah, I mean,
want to chat a bit?
I got a sense of what it's like to be eaten by an alien.
You got a sense more than everyone else of what it was like to be eaten by an alien, right?
I know. I was hogging it all, really. Let's be real. Yeah, there's some really fun stuff here. I like the fact that the rules is literally just split into 4 manuals. So it's like you're going to handle this bit of the game, you're going to handle this bit of the game, you're going to handle this bit of the game.
And on the cover of each one, it basically says in bold what each manual contains at the bottom.
Yeah.
So if you're looking for like how to shoot, there should be a manual that says.
Yeah.
And I do want to keep mentioning that if you want to learn the game by yourself, then there is a PDF that just combines all the rules that you can just go on. It's on the website. It's also on the BGG page for the game. But one of the things I liked, one of the unexpected advantages of the dossier system was during games when somebody had a rules question, they knew who to ask, and that person, if they didn't already know the answer, they had their dossier right there and they could look it up. So it shortens that time as well. Like, oh wait, what is this rule again? And you're like, oh, and then just finding it. The indexing during game was a lot faster. So
Pandemic
aside, really neat.
Pandemic aside, it would have been nice to have been able to have your first game 4 players at the same table.
I mean, also as well, like it would be a great con game for that, in the fact that you could just sit down with a game and rather than having that classic thing of one person just sitting with the manual and having to just digest it while everyone's sitting and reading their own little book.
Yes.
Yeah.
Hey, and Matt, after AwSHUX, we're going to have a streaming schedule to fill. And here's what I'm thinking. You got that game on the table.
That's very true.
And one day we should return. Because I'm quite excited to give this one a little go.
Yeah, and
this is fun.
From just a little bit of play we did manage to get done, you can see that the game itself is very simple and it moves really, really fast. There was only a couple of actions we didn't actually cover during gameplay, and they're as equally simple as the ones we did.
Yeah, so I really wanted to go for theme. Like I really wanted to feel like you're kind of in these claustrophobic, hallways of LV-426 of Hadley's Hope. And the aliens are just this constant pressure, and I think that I've done, that we did a decent job of kind of conveying that. Yeah,
this seems pretty neat. This seems cool. A great case study in fitting a lot of things into a very small box. It's definitely
Weird
Tim Powers style. Hey, let's just jam this full.
The game does ramp up deceptively quickly. It may seem it may seem easy to begin with, but it does ramp up deceptively quickly. And though there is I've noticed when I've played, there's like a moment, like a key tipping point when you have to decide whether to keep pushing forward to find the objective tokens or whether to fall back and try to stop the xenomorphs getting away and ramping up the intensity of the game. So I can
see. Is this when you reach the end of this track, you add another alien card into the deck?
That's right.
Exactly.
That's right. Yeah, so it just gets crazy after a while. And those times when you flip like 3 or 4 in a row, like we did on this game, it gets super tense. So yeah, it
gets rough.
Yeah.
Game over. Man game over.
Game up, bad game over, alien game now.
Alien game start now.
Yes.
We are in the Night Cage, which is a pretty grim place to be. Dun, dun, dun. But don't worry, because it's just fun. We're joined by Kurt Covert from Smirk and Dagger. And I think before we go into it, I'm just going to bring up a little video which will set the scene for this spooky adventure.
You awake in the dark, your skin cold, your mind blank. You have nothing but your fear, a candle, and a question. How long will your light last? You must work with the others to find a way out before you meet what waits beyond your light.
All right, so yeah, this is the Night Cage. It is a fully cooperative horror-themed tile placement game. So it's going to trap 1 to 4 lost souls within this ever-changing labyrinth of eternal darkness. And so, as you can see, the board is kind of set up for us. One of the cool things about this game is that it's got this great candlelight mechanic. So your token lights one space away from you down each available passage. So green has these 2 areas, but then over here, orange is on a 4-way crossroads. And therefore, orange is lighting down each of those cardinal directions. When you move, your light moves with you, and therefore it's going to light these 2 passages. So there's going to be a big draw stack of tiles, and we're going to draw each one, take a look at it. We get to orient it so it connects to the passage, that connects to us. There's another one, so we'll draw another one, flip it over, take a look at it, and there we can also orient it as we wish. The only thing you can't do is you can't connect it this way because it's not actually connected to your passageway. But it's totally fine if it connects to you, that it cuts something else off and forms a dead end. That's all right. Importantly, though, you'll notice that these 3 tiles are now more than 1 tile away from my candle, and therefore they disappear in the darkness forever. Which means that if I were to retrace my steps, we'd relight these areas and they'd be all new. So this really gives us the sense that we're hopelessly lost in this labyrinth. And that's what makes the game really cool. But what are we here doing? We are trying to escape the labyrinth. And that means we are looking for keys. And once we each have a key, because each of us will need 1 key in our possession in order to escape, we're then going to try to find a gate. And this gate is going to be the means by which we actually escape. And all of us have to be on the exact same gate with our keys in hand in order to win. The biggest danger is actually the darkness itself. But of course, there are monsters here as well. So the monsters are called wax eaters. They despise the light and they lash out at anything that moves within their line of sight. We'll talk more about what happens with the monsters once we actually encounter them in the game. But for right now, we should just mention too that this board, the maze itself is unbounded. So it looks like this is an edge of a board, but the board wraps. So if you leave one side, you come in on the other side. That's true side to side, top to bottom, and even 3-dimensionally if you happen to fall through a pit. So that's enough to get us started. I'm now going to hit our reset button, and we're just going to start by placing our tokens out. This happens one at a time, so I'll start as orange. And I can now choose to put my starting tile anywhere on the board that seems right. So I'll choose it right here. I can also decide to orient it any way I wish. So there we go. Now that my tile is there, there are 2 exits from my tile, and I can now illuminate those by drawing from the draw pile. Now, there are 74 tiles here to start. So I draw one, I hit F to flip it over, and I can now put it either here or here. So let's put it there. Draw another one, flip. There we go. All right, now it's red's turn to place, and red can either connect to something I've already built or start completely on their own.
Okay, I'm going to go it alone in the night cage because that's in the spirit of the game.
I like it.
I'm going to go here. And then I get to place one there and one. Let's go like that. That's me.
Okay.
Nice. I'm going to go like a little bit close to Tom, but not too far away.
That's a good idea.
That's the wrong flip.
Yeah.
Q and E.
E and Q to rotate, yeah.
No, I've got it set up weirdly, so I always get confused.
Then you drop.
Then I reveal. Shall we join this up then?
Go for it. Say hello.
Hi.
Yeah.
Hi.
And
You're now darkness friends.
Yeah. It's good to have friends in the dark.
All right, and then it goes to blue. Now, I should mention that the benefit of being closer together is that you burn through less tiles by connecting to people. But being close together means you're more susceptible to monster attacks. However, being farther apart, you blow through a lot more tiles more quickly. And if there's a monster, it's going to be less likely to hit you. But towards the end of the game, if you're far apart, it's almost a foregone conclusion you're not going to win because you have to be together at the end.
Yeah.
Okay.
So what causes the game to end? Is it running out of the cards in the draw pile?
That's right. Yeah, that'll signal the end of the game, except that we'll still have the tiles that are left on the board.
Cool.
So, Blue, whenever you're ready.
Okay, so I am going to go here in the corner, the darkest of places.
So you want to bring
technically not a corner, obviously.
You want to bring your tile there, and then you can orient it any way you like.
I think I'm going to start getting mind bendy immediately, and I'm going to orient it like that.
Great. Okay.
Just for a laugh.
Perfect.
And then tiles are over here, and I'm going to put. I have to flip it, right?
Yeah, flip it first, and then you can decide where you want it.
I'm going to do that there, and then I'm going to flip this one, and it's going to go there.
Perfect.
Little shared crossroads.
Okay, so this then is our finished setup. Ostensibly, it's our first turn, but now we'll just keep on going in that same turn order. And so orange will go. I'm going to choose to go this way, I think. Now, you'll notice that this tile right here, all our starting tiles have cracks around them. So if you blow that up, you can see that really nicely with your Alt or Option key. That means that it's going to, the turn you step off of it, it's going to crumble immediately into a pit. Now, pits sound terrible, but they are not death sentences in this game. If you fall down one, or you leap into one, which could be in your future, it's actually going to transport you to a different area of the board. Now, meanwhile, this tile is no longer in my candle's light, so it is removed from the board forever. And now I light 2. Now, I have to be careful because I don't necessarily want to join 2 players with a monster. That is bad. So a lot of this is kind of risk mitigation. So I'll connect this since I know it's safe. And I'll draw this one here. It's time for red to go. Which way?
Okay. Well, I might move towards... Because I'll break this, and then I'll be in...
Yeah, it's still safe for a turn, but yeah.
I'll move this way. Clonk, which breaks that, which is bad.
And then this gets discarded over here.
And then I only need to light 1, don't I?
That's right. Oh, but it is a monster. Okay, so that is our first wax eater. Now, you don't have to worry right now because they're motion sensitive and you have not moved. You've just revealed one. But we'll check in next turn on you.
Okay. Well, I'm not scared, which is great. Ava, you're okay.
I am running away because I don't know what's going on. Wait, why can I only take one of those things?
There we go.
There we go. So this flips.
Yep, that's a pit. This stays because red's still lighting it.
Right. Yeah.
And now you'll light 3.
Do I decide which way I'm looking in and then draw, or do you
draw and then decide? Yeah.
Okay, you get to take a look. Boo. Do I want to join? I don't want to join people up.
Well, so if you draw and you're forced to put a monster here, that's even worse. So again, it's kind of trying to picture what could happen and making sure you take the best move.
Okay, I'm going to be I'm going to do some joining up. That's oh no.
Yep.
Right,
that's good.
Know what I'm doing.
There you are.
You're having a trackpad hell.
Yeah, I still haven't quite sorted out an actual mouse like a normal person.
My mouse has started breaking today, which is hilarious after years of service.
Is that your the Guild Wars mouse?
Oh, you found we found the first key.
Faithful. Someone's earning.
Okay.
Yeah, I could do with a new mouse now, apparently. But yeah, that's why the entire stream shifted about 2 inches to the left earlier. It just randomly started clicking on things and pulling them around, and it's like, I can't even control this. There's a ghost in the house.
Got a key.
Okay. All right.
This is good, right? This is good.
That is good, yes. So now we're waiting for Matt. Actually, Blue. I guess it's whoever Blue is.
Matt. It's me.
Okay.
So actually, I'm going to move over here to just get rid of this because this is 2 away. So
yeah, that'll just get discarded over here,
which is great because we don't want that. It's all crackly.
This turns into a pit behind you, and now you're going to light.
These things happen.
You're going to light 3. One here, one there, and one there.
So first of all, we got a crackly floor. I've got no real reason to go to that key room, so I'm going to put the crackly floor there.
Okay.
And then I'm going to flipper this one. Oh, it's another crackler. Okay. Well, I'll do that.
Okay.
And then... it's another one of these. Oh, yes, I'll put that there. And then that's it.
That's it. All right, back to me.
Go, don't wear it out.
All right. We didn't say... all right, I'm going to go here. This pit now fades into the darkness, so we'll put that out there. This is beyond my light. And I'm just going to light this one tile. Well, I'm not really doing what I want it to do. Okay. Back to you, Red. Now, so Red, here's the thing. When you move, it will trigger the monster. So let's say you moved up here. The monster will then attack, but because you're no longer within its line of sight, you're actually safe. We get into big trouble when there's more than one player connected to a...
Here, and I moved that way, Matt would get hit by the monster, but I wouldn't.
Well, actually, there's a gap not connected by a passage, so monsters will not attack across a gap or across a pit.
Right, but if there was a line here...
Oh, if there was, then yes, then your moving would cause an attack on Blue.
So you're saying there are ways that I can, if I wanted to. Just
yes.
Hey,
excellent.
Hey.
Now I know it's a co-op game.
Like
forward then, I guess, to escape. And
right.
I won't take any damage because there's no on.
Keep track of all these important things, so we know that we've seen 1 out of the 12 monsters.
Cool. And then this one would disintegrate because it's too far away, right?
That's correct. Yep. So we'll just flip that back.
And I don't put any new tiles down either. Because...
Oh no! Apparently you don't.
Not anyway.
Well.
Okay. Well, we're over to purple then.
Okay. Right. So I assume that my priority is going and grabbing this key.
Keys are very important. So yep. Go ahead and grab yourself a key tile.
Ooh.
There you go. And now you're going to light 2 passages.
Right, one up there and one.
And this is
okay. What have we got? What have we got? Let's pop that in there. And
oh, well, except that is terrible.
Oh,
you will notice that there is no one near that key, and the tile that you're on is crumbling. Therefore, if you chose to stay, and this is something I didn't mention, but if you pop up into view the player card, on your turn, you will almost always move. However, you can choose to stay. And if you do, you end up getting a nerve token, which we already started with one. And that's this little guy right there. And you end up discarding a tile as your wax burns down a little bit. But you could potentially hold something longer for someone. However, in this case, if you stayed, you'd simply drop through the pit and not be able to hold the key. So we'll have to figure out something else here. Well, one thing that we could do, since this is co-op, we can talk about this stuff. Blue is next up. And if blue comes closer to purple, once you're adjacent to another player, you can't hold more than one key, but purple could pass you their key and then go get the next one. So that is a possibility.
Sounds like a good use of a turn / plan.
I don't know if I want to do that, though, you know? I don't know if I want to...
Matt,
I feel like the spirit of this game is being lost on you, Tom.
I mean... it's Tom rubbing off on me in his terrible ways.
I apologize.
All right, I'm going to do that. I'm going to come over and say, just hand me the key. Just hand it to me, and then I'll help you. Just hand me the key.
I only just found this key.
Yeah, but there's another one down the corridor.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, that's how keys work, isn't it? You just doesn't matter. They're all interchangeable.
I'll take the key. Thank you. It's mine.
That's me. I just gave it to you, and you just gave it back. All right, Bluey.
Really.
All right. So now this pit does disappear in the darkness. As does this.
Yep. Oh, sorry. I was trying to be helpful, and it
wasn't.
wasn't.
Do it.
All right.
And this one down here as well, right?
This does as well, yeah.
Yep. So that is blue's turn. Goes back to orange. I'm going to try to actually get out of the way here. I'm going to come down this way. This will go away. Those are still lit, but I'll light two. Crossroads. And a monster.
Oh.
Okay. Well, so far, no one else is threatened, so that's pretty good.
Could be worse.
All right. It is back to red.
Okay. Well, I will move down here, I think.
Yeah.
And that means that one goes, and I get does
that
that one as well. Oh no! Didn't think about that. Okay. Oh dear. Well, this is fine.
It's a monster.
And this is also fine. We're all good.
All good so far. Yeah.
Yeah. Could be worse.
I feel like I am walking into trouble.
This is looking pretty shifty.
Yep.
I'm gonna go closer to the monsters. That makes sense.
At this point, it is worth noting a couple things. Yes, this does flip into a pit, and this will go away, and that'll go away. You are going to light three, and before you draw them, I need to tell you that if these two monsters become connected, if one attacks, it triggers the other. They chain react.
Well, thanks for telling us that now.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So priority here is to not let them see each other because they'll get overexcited and
that is correct.
And be mean. What activates them?
So
though?
don't place that one, right?
So this goes here, right? Yeah? Right. Okay. Let's see what we're doing. And this...
That's not good.
Now, clearly, this next one will be another monster.
It is hoping.
What perfect luck.
Okay.
I
Well,
tried
that's-
my hardest.
That's great.
Monster harmony, monster love and harmony.
It's like being in the middle of a giant monster waffle.
And that's a pull quote for the box. They're
That
flying off the
sounds
shelves.
good. I want to be in the middle of a giant monster waffle more than anything right now. What 2020 needs.
All right, Blue, it's to you.
That's Matt.
All right. So I don't want to go anywhere near you folks. I want to get away from you folks if I
Steer
can.
clear of this, like.
Well, yeah,
It's a
at
bad
this point,
zone.
you're
No.
either going to leap into a pit, stay and fall into a pit, or head backwards.
Yeah, I mean that's a great. It's just the eternal three-way choice of life, isn't it?
Can
Well,
we
if I
find out what
jump
happens
into
if
a
you jump into pits?
yeah, like if I jump into a pit, do I just like where do I? How does that work? Where do I
Well,
go?
good. So that's a good question. Basically, what happens is when you leap into a pit, you spend the rest of your turn falling through void. Next turn, you will reappear on the board where this intersects. So either this column or this row. So you
Okay.
just place yourself off to the side, and then any open space on your next turn you drop onto.
Okay, cool.
Mm.
And is there any other penalty for falling?
No. Well, other than you burn more tiles,
Oh,
and
of
you
course,
and you
because-
could land on a monster.
Yeah. Yeah, but you could. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm doing it.
I could literally
Well,
just
so-
see you eyeing up the side of that pit and just.
So I tell you what, if you're gonna go into a pit, rather than leaping into one, stay. If you
Yeah. Because
stay,
then yeah.
you gain an extra nerve,
Mm.
and you will end up discarding a tile, but that's all right. So yeah, this is going to turn into a pit now because you're there. That means this will drop out, and now you're going to choose either this column or this row for next turn.
Sure. Yeah. So I'm going to choose this row, and then
Okay.
I guess I put it to this side.
Sure,
And I know that I'm going to be somewhere here next time.
that's
All
right. Yep.
All right. Cool.
However,
Have fun with
you
the monsters, you idiots.
you do have to
I'm falling through
discard.
void.
You've got to discard one tile from the stack and look at it.
Okay, fine.
Let's hope it's
Well,
not
it's gonna
something
be-
good like a key. Yes.
Right.
It's not. It's just a
It's not. That's
boring.
good.
A pathetic
Tile.
T junction.
Okay. So
For
it's my
losers.
turn, and I'm either going to stay or I'm going to move. I tell you what, I'm actually going to stay. I'm going to get a nerve. I'm going to discard a tile, and I'll suck it up for someone else. So there we go. All right.
I'm looking
Red.
at. I'm thinking about spending my beautiful stuff. Charge. Move on to the
Well,
throws.
this is fine because if I move here, then
Yep.
this one's not going to be in the way, so Ava can move.
That's right.
Okay.
Only I will get hit.
That's fine.
Fine. I left it for that.
Yeah, because this one can see that one. I see.
Yeah.
I see.
But you
Well-
you could also stay, and I mean, I guess you're just going to be stuck in the same problem. Next
Yeah,
time.
no,
Yeah,
I stayed. I figured red would move, so.
yeah.
That's very kind of you. Playing on my selfish nature like that. Let's go. Okay.
All right. So,
So-
this gets discarded because it's dark. The monster sees it. It is triggered. It attacks. It triggers this one. I get hit, and therefore I go lights out. I flip my card over.
Oh no.
Now, being lights out means that I can't stay now, even if I want to, unless I spend a nerve. It also means that everything around me goes dark. Everything but my immediate position.
Whoa.
And if I move next turn, it's going to be into the blind.
That's cool.
Oh,
I also have to discard 3 tiles off of the draw stack.
It's
Ooh.
quite bad.
Hopefully it's not keys or gates, which we desperately need. Now, one of the uses of nerve is I can spend 1 nerve so that the attack is 1 tile less. So I only discard 2. Standard T. And a monster. So we got rid of 1. That's great.
nice. Monster in the bin.
Yep.
I just want to point out at this point as well that the TTS kind of demo version you put together is really, really quite cool.
Oh,
I like
thank
this
you.
a lot. Like,
Well,
I like the little hands around the edge. I like the fact you zoom out and it's like, oh, horrible black hands going to get me from everywhere. But then also I can't help but like just be distracted by Tom's inexplicable Steam avatar, which is either more keeping with this game or not. Anyway, you don't need to try to explain it, Tom. You explained it to me, and the explanation went on for ages, and it didn't really make any sense. So I think we just ignore it and carry on.
Okay.
So that ends up being Purple's turn then.
Right.
Oh, I'm sorry. And this one also disappears.
Well,
yep.
So now that all of those monsters are gone, I can just like quite happily just wander into here, right?
Sure can.
And that will cause no problems for anybody.
Until you draw a monster.
Okay. Oh. Okay. Oh.
Okay.
It would be that people in the Twitch chat all recognize your thing and like think it's great. This is you, Tom, as the resident young person. Everyone's like, it's great. It's great stuff. I know who that is. And I'm just like, time for the urn. All right. Okay.
Sorry, I'm slightly worried about what happens to Matt at this point.
Right.
Hey, don't worry about it. I just fall out of a hole.
You're just going to choose one of these spaces, draw a tile, and land on it.
Right.
Yeah, just holes. The monsters are all gone.
They are not. There are 8 left in the deck.
There's none. I can't see any. Okay, I'm gonna go here.
Okay.
Stay away from all you folks. So I'm gonna put that there for a second, and I'm gonna draw a tile. And
So
that wasn't there. It was there anyway. Yeah, it's a monster. Yeah. So I'm gonna spend one of my things to block.
Yes.
So I'm gonna discard 2 tiles instead of 3.
That is correct.
By monster. Okay.
So
I'm
go
gonna
ahead and discard those.
And do we look at them first?
You do.
Another T junction and.
Oh, and our first gate. That's not good.
But let's be positive about it. The gate looks a bit like a monster, so I feel safer knowing that that's in the bin, frankly. And then I light up 4 things.
You do not. You go
I don't,
lights out. Yep. So you're gonna flip your card over to lights out.
Monsters. Yeah.
And because you've landed on a monster, you're now going to scramble off of it. Choose a direction, draw a new tile, and land on it.
I'm going to run this way. And it better not be another monster. That would be really unlucky. It's not.
Okay.
It's a crackly bit. All right, fine.
There you go. Okay. So that is going to wrap up your turn. Now, I am lights out. The only way that my light will go back on is if I become adjacent to another lit candle. However, my route has been cut off here. So I'm actually going to stumble this way towards red. I don't know what's coming. It's safe. So this goes away. And off we go to red. Oh, red. Looks like you didn't have a chance to light your tiles last time.
Good point.
It's because he's busy talking to the Twitch chat. It's a monster.
I'm busy talking to because we're just for some context. In the Discord, we're live from the green room. And Tom Vassal you might have heard the Discord noise. Tom Vassal just joined us in the green room, and I was like, oh no.
Okay, all right. Okay, let me
it's okay.
That.
I think we'll be fine. And then
I know, but it's easy for me to fix. It's super easy for me to fix. So.
Oh, this is bad?
Well, don't put it there. Put it over here.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I forgot that it wraps.
Yeah. And one more. Which, if it's another monster, will be not good.
Yes. I hope it isn't a monster.
Okay,
cool. We're fine.
Oh, I see. With your rotation near the weightlifter, and there you go.
Oh, now I've put it. You know what? I'm gonna put it back to old faithful 15 degrees, and I'll go like that, and that'll be me. You know, I've messed it up. There we go. That's fine.
Okay. Except Red, it is now actually your turn.
And now I can move bump like that. Or no, sorry, or I can move there and get a key. But you should get the key just as well, and I can keep moving this way, right?
because your light's out, aren't you? So if you leave that key there, will it not disappear?
It would. You're right.
Oh.
Ava, you're a treasure. Okay, so these will vanish, right? This whole stack.
Candles. Well.
Yep.
Wait, except for the one that was. Yep. Oh God, I'm sorry.
That's the one. Yep.
I was thrown off by the sudden appearance of Tom Vassal. I'm gonna put those there, and then I light 2 new spaces. Oh, this is fine.
Tom,
this
stop
is fine.
Finding monsters. Just stop finding monsters.
It's fine. It's okay. Okay. And then
now, because you're adjacent to me, you light my candle and therefore draw 3 for me.
Sorry. Yep. Sorry.
Oh. Oh.
So it's your go.
It's really, really cool of you to go and light the candle for them. You know? Hey, I'm here. I got a candle. Take my candle. Oh,
so
what was that?
If it goes in any of these spaces, it's very bad, right?
It's not great.
Well, you know what? If I put it, because here it will hit one
3
of
people.
You two, right?
It'll hit 3 people.
Oh, of course, because it'll trigger that one as well.
And
if I put it
purple's
there,
here.
Yeah, I think you want to go in that one.
It's probably the best.
Yeah. Okay. And then
go ahead and draw another monster.
So I should do that probably, right?
Sure.
That seems reasonable. And then that.
Okay.
Which is also fine.
Okay. Well,
stop connecting me to you. I don't want to be a part of your cave.
Purple, it's to you.
It's to me, and I don't want to be here anymore. So I can go there, and then this will go dark.
Well, if you go here, you'll be hit by this monster. You're still in line of sight.
It sees me, so
but this is cut off by a wall, so this monster will not see there.
That'll be a fine move.
This will still trigger and
hit me.
Yeah.
But that's gonna happen.
Problem, does it? There are no
unless
drawbacks
you
right?
stay, right? But then we've got, and then it would be Kurt's turn, and I get hit regardless, right? Unless everyone stays, which seems bad.
Yeah.
I'm gonna run away into this tunnel that's falling apart because I can't see any problems with that.
Let's do it.
Although I also have suddenly lost the ability to pick things up. There we go.
This goes away. This will go away. This goes away.
Oh dear.
And this activates and
right. And right. This triggers an attack. So
Woof. Lights out.
Lights out, which means
this falls off the board as well.
It does.
The other side.
And this goes away.
Oh, I really like that little thing there.
And red, you're gonna discard tiles. So up to you whether you want to spend your nerve or not.
I will. I'll block. Why not?
Okay. So go ahead and spend that. Draw. Discard 2.
So one of them is a little pathetic T junction, and the other one is a monster.
Okay.
So you know
lucked out there.
Credit to the team.
Yeah. So we've seen 9 monsters. There are only 3 monsters left and 24 tiles. The gates are eluding us so far, and there's still 2 players that need keys.
Once the monsters are gone, we can just have a wander around, can't we?
Yeah. Oh wait, Red, you got a key, didn't you?
Yeah,
did. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
There you go.
So we need one more key, and then we need to find a gate.
Yes. I'm still missing
a
key.
It's
blue.
Ava's
Yes. Yep.
Oh no, Ava moved there. Sorry, yeah, you're right.
All right. Well, I'm lights out.
So if you come here,
If I move here, then I can get my light back.
yeah.
And chat has said,
brilliant.
do I
That
get
goes
my
away.
light back because I'm immediately
Yes,
adjacent?
you do. I'm sorry, we should have done that too. So go ahead and draw those 3.
And so I'm guessing now, because I have my light, I'm now going to light the corridor behind me again, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Should I draw the 3 before Matt places his 3? Because technically that light
Technically,
would have
yes,
Yeah.
but
Yeah,
I mean,
go
it's
for
all
it.
random
I'll,
anyway.
I'll do it real quick. Oh, I keep forgetting
Hey,
that
well,
I'm
you
on
just,
90 degrees.
you just,
Oh, yeah,
you just drew that from the bin.
Tom, we've told you. Stop rooting around in bins.
I have told you that.
Hey! Now that's a good
Hey,
thing.
that's
Let's
what I
have
call
that.
gates.
And then let's have that. Look, that's fine. We love it.
All right, okay,
I do
brilliant.
like
Now
that.
I'm gonna pull out another one.
Pull out a key.
Hey! I have to put it there because
So,
it's the only one.
right. And this means that we can do another key pass. Since I'm the only one who needs one.
Yeah, oh, because you're right. Oh, this is perfect. All right, there you go.
Oh.
Have a key.
Oh, that's
Have a
great.
key.
Give him
Yeah,
out.
treat yourself.
All right. So that was Blue's turn, right?
Uh-huh.
All right. So now I have a key. I'm going to come down here. Sadly, it will trigger this monster. Red is lights out. So only this one will go away.
Ooh. And then,
Because
but then doesn't that
everything
mean
else-
that?
No, because orange is lighting it.
Ah, yes. Okay.
Right.
So, but this. Oh yeah. No. Okay.
Yep.
Cool. Gotcha.
And
I see.
now, Red, you don't have a nerve, so you're going to end up discarding 3.
That is not good, but we have the means to finish the game. Standard monster
Nice.
Monster.
and a little old T junction.
Okay. All right. So I have to light 2. Well, turns out another key. We'll put him down here.
Rolling in him.
Oh, this is probably a mistake. It was a mistake.
Oh.
Oh dear. I see the
Uh,
problem.
Yep, that was a mistake. Okay. Well, Red, your light's out. If you move towards me, we both get hit. If you stay, you drop through a pit and are safe. Or you can go up towards Blue.
I'm thinking that I'm worried about this losing sight of the gate, right? Like
The problem is
hot
that,
ticket out.
unfortunately, no matter what happens, you're going to trigger a monster, which is going to trigger this monster, which is going to...
This monster's gone because it's not lit anymore, right?
Oh.
And in fact, because I'm lights out.
How did that...
No, yeah. Right? Because you were just in this space and you moved down here. So
Oh, right.
No,
And that's
no.
how it attacked. You're right. Yep. Okay. So that is gone.
So he should be gone. Which is,
Thank you.
I'm going to go ahead and say, pretty good.
That is pretty good. That's
right.
much better.
So, I mean, should I just stay? I feel.
Well, if
Because
you
if
stay,
I
you
move in
go through the
here-
pit.
Did you say you drop your key if you fall through a pit? Or am I
You do not. No.
No, okay, cool.
Okay.
I mean, if you came over here,
Yeah, that seems
you'd
better to me.
relight.
Yeah, let's do that. I'm going to do that because I'm still close to the thing and the gate, and I can do that, and I can relight, and we get another thing, which could be really bad.
It's another.
It's another gate.
It's another gate. And
Job's
I'm
good 'un.
really sorry. I should have been keeping a closer eye on the time. That's
Ah.
about all we've got time for. I do want
Okay.
to really briefly show you at the end. If we just bring up something, because Kurt showed us something quite neat about this little game. They've got actual keys, actual little metal keys made
Yeah.
of real skeletons, right?
Made of actual real skeletons. Yes. They're molded. They look just like the illustrations. And this was because we did such a nice job on the Kickstarter. We were able to finally do this. In fact, we ended up adding a whole nother level to the game where people wanted acrylic tokens and they wanted miniatures, and we were able to provide them. And I never thought we would. So I had to quickly quote them because I truly didn't expect they would be part of the game, but they are. In fact, this weekend is the final days for late pledges. It ends on Monday, so if people liked what they saw, they can go over to CrowdAwks and find the Night Cage, and they can still back the game.
Yeah, cool. And also, it's worth bearing in mind that you got a cool big candle. You pull all the tiles out of a big candle,
which is kind of neat. Yeah, because as you draw the
going down.
Yeah, as you draw the tiles out, it kind of like the candle slowly burns down until it ends.
Oh, that's lovely.
Yeah,
nice.
I like that.
Nice.
And of course, there's ways to adjust the difficulty. So the advanced game has new monsters that create even more craziness on the board. In fact, in the advanced game, you don't even get keys anymore, the key tiles. In fact, you have to find your keys inside of monsters.
That's right.
Yep.
That's disgusting.
So they spawn with their face towards you, and the only safe way to get a key is to approach from behind and grab the key from.
Oh, that's fun.
Yeah. Where the pit fiends, they're horrible. When they land on the board, they immediately turn everything on the diagonals into pits, or they themselves turn into a pit.
Okay.
So lots of added stuff. We added boss monsters, so it's a really rich game. And at the very end, it gets very tense because once you're out of tiles, then every round the board shrinks a little bit. You have to discard an illuminated tile, and you hope that you're still connected well enough that you can all still run and meet at one gateway, and that's the end game.
Monsters in darkness and horrible things.
And that's the name of the game.
It is very 2020.
And that's really all we've got time for now. I've got to start getting things ready for the next stream. But thanks so much, Kurt, for coming along and showing us the Night Cage.
Thank you very much.
This is a game about making gardens. Obviously, a woman designer on the project as well. It's a shame we can't talk to her, but we understand. My wife is looking after me, as I was just saying, because I've really done my back in. But I've been drinking Voltarol for hours, so I'll be fine. And I've put this box unceremoniously on top of the actual setup of the game. You wouldn't know, apart from the fact that I knocked over that wall. And yeah, I think we're going to try and do something today, which is going to be a little bit unusual in the fact that we're going to see what happens if the designer of the game tries to talk about the game and kind of teach people how it works, whilst these physical hands do the rest of it. And we'll see how good I am at it. I'm up for the challenge, personally. I think I can do it. So, yeah.
I know you can. Yeah, I'm sure you can. You're very talented with your hands.
That's what it's been said before. Anyway.
Okay.
So,
so Flourish. So this is a card drafting game, kind of with a twist. And I could just give you a little background on the idea of the design. So my wife and I play, a fair number of games, and we like drafting games. And one of the things that we were discovering with drafting games that we realized we were frustrated with was the fact that you get this hand of cards and you want to play all of them, but you can't, of course. You can only take one typically, and then you have to give all of these other great cards to somebody sitting beside you. And we found that so much of the time we just never really saw those cards again, and we didn't want to give them away. It was frustrating, but it's part of the game, it's the mechanic. So being game designers and always dissecting games, we had this crazy idea. What if there was a drafting game that was completely the opposite? So instead of I give you a huge pile of awesome cards, I only give you one card and I get to keep the rest of them, which sounds like it wouldn't work like at all. That wouldn't be, how could that be a game? But, being crazy game designers, we decided, let's try it, see if we can figure it out. Maybe there is something there. And that was kind of the beginning of what became Flourish eventually. So it's a card drafting game, but it's kind of an inverted flipped card drafting game where you get to keep most of your cards.
And that's what these little walls are all about, aren't they? And the fact that you basically, you put a card down next to a garden wall.
Mm-hmm. You do. So in yeah, in like a 3. So this plays up to 7 players. So if you're in a 2-player game, you give cards only to your one neighbor. But in 3 to 7, you will give 1 card to a neighbor on your right, 1 card to the neighbor on your left every single time. So those cool little walls, besides being cool and like representing thematically that you're throwing junk over your fence to your neighbor's yard, you place cards on both sides of them, which is important because you have to know which player did you pass to, and of course those players will also pass to you every single time.
Cool.
Yeah.
So it's as simple as that. And then there's flowers, right? And that's the crazy thing. You can make gardens. I've been getting a little bit transfixed, I must be honest, by these tiny little flower houses, as I believe they're called in the flower biz. I didn't have to assemble these, which I'm pretty happy about. Quinn's had already assembled them for me when he sent over this game, and I'm pretty happy about that because they're a lot of fun to look at, and some of them feel pretty sturdy. This one in particular, the little rose house, feels like it could really take quite a lot of weight. I think that would be my bet as the strongest flower house. This one's got a lot of hidden depth to it, though. I think that's a pretty tough flower house. And this flower house, I think, is not got the structural stability at the base to withstand a barrage.
You have to be careful with that one. So those are officially called follies, not flower houses, unfortunately.
I think they're called flower houses, but, you know.
Okay, yeah, you're probably right. I'm sure I'm
pretty
wrong.
sure about that.
I think so. Yeah, I must be wrong. You got it. Those are an expansion, and we could talk about those soon. Okay. So, I don't know. Do you want to try and maybe like play a hand?
Yeah, sure. We'll put the expansion to one side for a second. Yeah, I'm brave enough for that. I'm just gonna. It's Saturday morning. It feels like a Sunday morning. I'm just gonna just finish setting up my studio for a second. It won't take me a moment. It's very high tech, Just gonna drag this over here. Put a bit of orange behind me. It still doesn't really work. I don't think there's anything I can do about that. It's fine. Anyway, I've got a big thumb behind my head now, and I feel happier about that. So, let's try a hand. So, am I going to pretend you're one of these 3 players sitting around this table with me?
I think we could pretend that you are 3 players yourself and just change your personality. I mean, whatever you know.
All right, okay, we can do that. We can do that. So, do you think that, what do you think, nice flower person, angry flower person, bad flower person? Is that the sort of vibe we're going to go for?
Okay.
Well, I don't know. What do you think? What do you think my personality should be? You're the designer of the game.
I think that's fair. I think that's probably very fair. There's a lot of us that are frustrated with our gardens.
Nice, angry, and bad. The 3 types of gardener. All right. So
that is, yeah.
I got 5 cards for the nice gardener.
6 cards, if you please.
Certainly. Why not? I'll treat myself as it's Saturday. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 for the angry, and 6 for the bad. The good, the bad, and the angry. All right. The cards go back in the middle.
Angry.
All right. Then I've got
some cards up in front of the screen, and so I can show you what these are and what they do.
Yeah, sure. Okay. 1 second. Let me just switch to my second camera. So.
Oh, there we are. All right. A couple important things you need to know about these cards. On the top, well, let's talk about the far left side of the card. You will see symbols on almost all of them. There's a purple flower. Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Cool. So there's a purple symbol on the left side of that one. And then the next one has green symbol and 2 red symbols. Yeah?
Mm-hmm. Yep. I'm pretty good with colors.
You'll see the next... Good. Wow, this is going to go well. And then this one has... Yes, we're going to talk about that in a moment. So this one you'll see has no flower symbols on the left, but down on the bottom, in the far bottom left, it has a stone symbol, and that is a wall. That's what that one's representing. See that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, cool.
Classic flowers.
Okay, and you got a couple other cards.
Flowers. Well, this one's slightly different because it's got some iconography at the bottom, and this one.
It does. So let's talk about that. The top left of the card shows, pick up those other cards that you just dropped.
Yep.
So that first one in your hand, the wall. Yeah, or that one. So the first one in your hand with the mushroom there, 1 by a mushroom, that means at the end of the first round, or at the end of the round in which that card is played, it will score 1 point for every single mushroom that you have in your garden, mushroom symbol.
Okay.
So the top, if there's scoring on the top of the card, it's an end of round scoring. Now, if there's scoring all the way on the bottom, which that one also has, then that's at the very end of the game. So that wall at the end of the game will also be worth points for every wall. Is that clear?
Gotcha.
Yeah. That makes sense?
Yeah. So it's 3 points per wall.
Yep, including itself.
And then this up here, is this, you get points for every mushroom you have more than other players to the left and right of you?
Super close. So you get 6 points if you have the same amount or more mushrooms than either neighbor.
Okay.
On either side.
Cool.
Yep. So you're going to be looking at your cards, and obviously right now you don't have a lot of information about what your neighbors have played, but you have to make a decision. So you need to make a decision of what cards you're going to give to the neighbor on your right, what cards you give to one on your left, and then you pick one of those cards that you're going to play for yourself into your garden, and you'll put that face down. So just go ahead and do that.
Right, okay, so this is the tricky thing. So I've got to basically choose one for me, but then I have to choose, is it 2? Because one for either side? To get away?
You have to pass one to the left, one to the right, and you play one face down.
All right, okay. So I think what I'm going to do is, this is tricky, right? Because I'm supposed to be the nice gardener, but you've got to ask yourself the question of how do people end up being nice? And really, people end up being nice when they feel very content in life, and they feel very content in life when they're usually crushing everyone else, whether knowingly or otherwise, underneath their foot, and enjoying a good life at the expense of somebody else. It's just the world we live in. James.
Wait. We have to stop. This is important. Okay, so here's an awesome feature to this game. You can play this game competitively or cooperatively.
Okay.
And it's using the exact same rules.
Well, I'm going to be playing it competitively because I'm up against someone who is angry and somebody who is bad. And I mean, obviously, bad is subjective, which does call into question my motivations in this flower war. But it's the position we're in. So it's simple. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put the bad and the angry against each other by giving the bad player, the angry player, a mushroom, and then giving the bad player the card that they want to get loads of mushrooms. See, I'm going to play them off each other. I'm going to send them into a mushroom arms race. Meanwhile,
I think you have a brilliant plan.
I'm just going to stick with some roses. Keep it simple. Just a couple of roses and some ivy.
Neat. All right. I can't see what you've done, but I believe everything you said there.
It's true.
Yep. All right. So, and now just take some cards from your imaginary opponents. I guess you don't get to choose what they are, and put them on your side of the wall there. They're going to pass to you.
Okay.
We'll just simulate something happening.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Yep. I'm not going to get into the full mind state of
of
three separate players.
You can, but you can see what functions are.
I'd like to. I want you to know that, but I'd like to. So
that would be a blast to watch.
So then I'm going to get these two, right?
Yep. So once this is done, so the next thing that we do is we reveal the cards that we've played. So every player will flip over that one that they chose to play.
Okay. See, this is good because this player has played some purple flowers and some mushrooms, and then another. Well, actually, no, they've played a thing that means they're going to get points for purple flowers and mushrooms, and this player's played something so they're going to get 2 points for every one of these flowers, which I think are called Aquilasia.
Of course.
Aquilasia? Yeah. I think that's what it is.
Oh, beautiful. So those are all in Latin down there. Yeah, I'm sure you got that. I'm sure
Aquilasia? I hardly knew her. Okay.
Oh.
So already I think this is a good thing for me.
No scoring has happened yet. We're going to score after we've played 3 cards. That'll be the round. So everybody will pick up the cards that were passed to them. And then you'll all draw one additional card from the deck.
And one additional, and that becomes our hand for...
So now you have 6 cards again.
Yeah. Okay, I should have 6 cards.
So
but
one thing to note here, one thing to note that's kind of an intriguing aspect of this game is that you'll notice that you were able to keep 3 cards in your hand.
Yeah.
Right? And you get to keep 3 cards through the whole course of the game. And then on the final 4th round, you get to play 3 cards at the same time. Put them all down. So you are sort of reserving your final hand of cards that you play And of course, that will fluctuate in and out as you keep things.
Uh-huh.
But that sort of lets you have that control over not just having to give away every single card. You're going to be able to keep a core set of cards that maybe really combo off of what you've built, or that could be a card that will score off of your neighbor's garden in some sort of way. Mm-hmm.
So you
I
can
can't see your hand
basically,
of cards,
for the whole of the
yeah.
game, you can be sitting on stuff that you know at the very end you're just going to go boom, and just finish off your garden with something magical.
Exactly. All right, so can you flip the camera back so I can see your hand?
Yeah, sure.
It keeps going to that zoom up one, and I can't see much on that one for some reason.
No, that's fair enough. That's fair enough. It's because.
Do you have any hives? Did you see any of those yet?
I beg your pardon. All right. I don't know. So I've got Hosta Lankifolia. I've got Hedera. I've got Viola Tricolor. 3 coloured violas. I've had that's a delicious pizza. And Irish Germanica, Morcella, and Tulipa. Tulips.
All right.
I can do that.
Let's look at some of the other cards. I wanted to show you what a hive card looks like.
All right, let's find some.
Yeah. So pull up some cards.
All right. So. Oh.
There you go.
Is this a hive by any chance?
Yes. How perceptive you. Yes, indeed. Okay, so let's look at that up close here.
Okay.
So the hive. These are cards that can become very interesting and tricky. So you'll notice at the top, I can't quite see it. Yeah, just hold it up flat. It's not switching to the other camera now. Now I'm seeing to the top-down view. I'm not seeing the card itself.
Ah, interesting. Okay, I can press the button again and see what happens.
Wow, it worked.
There we are. Bizarre.
A hive. So at the end of the round in which this hive is played, you will score 2 points for every green ivy symbol in one of your neighbor's gardens.
Right, yeah.
Does your mind work on that one? Yeah.
Well, I did think that it was a bit strange that we'd be wanting to have like ivy in our gardens, because traditionally I've always been asked to get rid of ivy in gardens. And I thought maybe this was just a more open-minded gardening game.
Yeah, let it go. Yeah.
Just embrace it.
So these hive cards can really be an interesting part of the game because you can be passing things to your neighbor that you're secretly hoping that they will play.
Yeah.
Because you have a card that you're going to be able to score off of what they played. And so that's another aspect that starts to go into your mind, like, why do they keep passing me a bunch of green cards? Do they have a hive that are going to play off of these? Should I play these green cards or should I not play these green cards? Am I just giving them points? So there's,
and yeah,
we
I
really
can see as well that you've got elements here to tease people with the kind of like, if they're collecting purple plants, for example, then you can just be chucking them things they want, but also just has a little bit of ivy in there as well, which is a nice touch. Trying to work out if it's worth it. Hey, I'll give you a bag of roses, but it's got 18 kilograms of ivy in it as well.
So there's a lot of one thing that we were really trying to figure out how to nail was this aspect of not just playing a solo drafting game in the sense that you would mostly only be focusing on what you were doing. Mm-hmm. We really wanted this game to require you to get out of your own little cards that you were playing and look at your neighbors on your right and your left. That what they were playing was crucial and really important. And so the game is really tight, and the cards themselves are really tight in the sense that as the game progresses, the value of a card can just go up and up and up because it's dependent on everything else that you have played in your garden. So those decisions and those challenges of what to give people just get harder and harder and harder as it goes, because the cards really increase in value. And it also becomes, more important with the idea that you could be scoring off of what they're scoring off, and vice versa, they could score off of what you're doing. So I think that we accomplished that idea of really feeling like you're extremely interactive, even though essentially all you're doing is just handing them one card every time, and they're handing you one card every time. So very simple to kind of learn the rules, but that was the goal, and I think we've accomplished it. Feedback says that we've done a pretty good job, but we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, I can already see there's mechanics within this in terms of the simplicity of the rules. Yeah, it's very easy in terms of just being like, well, I want to collect this kind of flower and mushrooms, but then the interplay of trying to coax people with things and also just the reality of just, I can see the humor of having stuff that no one wants just getting passed around the table again and again and again and again until somebody ends up with it in a kind of traditional, like a bad pass the parcel. Is there a version of that game? My brain wants to go hot potato, but I don't know if that's a thing. Anyway.
It does feel that way sometimes a little bit, that you see a card like, boy, this one just keeps passing around. But the interesting thing about it is every single card that's within the game state will get played, except for at the end you get to get rid of 2 cards that every player does. So every card's going to get played except for a few of them. And that card that everyone's been like, trash, I don't want this junk, you know, at some point in the game, it could become very powerful and very important based off of what somebody has played. And so all of a sudden that card that you've just been chucking easy, you can look at it and go, wait a minute, this is now worth 10 points for you, and it's worth 2 points for me. Do I keep it and clog up my hand, or do I give it to you and just hope that you're not going to play it? And so you really kind of reach that crux of those really tricky decisions. But to flip the whole thing on its head, like quite literally, I wasn't joking. You can play the game cooperatively as well. And so, and in that instance, now what you're trying to do is figure out how to pass cards that your neighbors want to play, that is good for them. But you cannot communicate about anything that's in your hand. You can't tell them what you're passing to them or what they should do with it. You can only talk about cards that have been played. And then how you win is you add up every single player's score and you compare it against a chart in the rulebook to determine if you have won a medal, bronze, silver, or gold, or if you just got a participation award. Happy for you. And, you know, the really interesting thing that we've discovered is that in asking people, which one do you prefer? It seems to be half and half so much of the time. People say, I prefer the competitive, or I prefer the cooperative, or I kind of like a little bit of both, but they typically land on one side or the other. So we're really interested to see like if there's kind of a community consensus of they like one way or the other. But that determines to be seen.
I think you're gonna have like different types of players with that, aren't you? Really, I find myself surprised with it. I was playing a game recently called Fox in the Forest Duet, which is a kind of cooperative version of Fox in the Forest, and I wasn't expecting to get that much out of it. It has a kind of very Disney Prince sort of traditional Disney Prince style feel to it, and the idea of collaboratively working to guide a fox through a forest, I thought, I don't know, but actually I loved it. In the same way, I think there's something strange in my brain in the fact that I'm thinking, do I want to collaboratively make a garden? I don't know. But do I want to competitively make a garden? Yes. And yet, if you say to me, do you want to collaboratively try and save the world or something? I'm like, yeah. And I'm like, what is that? But that doesn't make any sense. So yeah, like maybe I do want to collaboratively make a garden, and I just don't realise it. I've got a lot to think about today.
It's so interesting to sit at the table and play the game back to back and switch modes. So the first game we play one way, and the next game we play another way. We actually just did this with some friends recently, and we played it twice. They had never played it. We played it twice cooperatively, and they loved it. And then I said, we managed to get a bronze, and then the other one we didn't get anything. We did quite horrible. Had a good time though. But so then on the third one, I said, I want to play it competitively with you just to kind of see what you think and see how you feel about it. And one of them did not like it at all competitively, whereas she loved it cooperatively. She just loved it. And then the other one, he liked both. He wasn't sure which one he liked the most. So it's just really interesting to see that. But it flips your mind completely the other way around, because when it's competitive, you're just agonizing because you know you're handing them points. What am I gonna do with it? And when it's cooperative, you're like, yes, this tree, it is for you. This is gonna be great. You're
gonna love this tree. I'm gonna give you this tree, and it's gonna be. To be fair, there is no greater feeling in a co-op game of handing another player a card which you think you're gonna like this, and seeing them go, oh yeah, and you're like, I knew you were gonna like that. It's it is a fine thing. So this game, I understand, like you wrote a kind of design diary about this that was up on Board Game Geek not long ago. Sort of walking through that. So talk me through the whole process. Like, you know, this is obviously not the first game you've made, right? You worked on. Am I right in saying you folks worked on Everdell?
Mm-hmm.
I thought, yeah. I was like 99% sure about that, but I was like, oh, maybe don't put your foot in it, Matt. Maybe you're wrong.
No, you got it. Yep.
So
So
how did you move from? Because that was obviously Everdell was very popular. How did you move on from that into this? What were you kind of wanting to achieve from the start?
I think after Everdell, which was a really long process for us of design, I think it was 7 years from the time started on it until I held it in my hand published. Just sort of had this feeling and this desire to try something that was a little bit simpler and maybe potentially a little bit more approachable to people that were a little bit more outside of the hobby. But also for years I was itching to make a game that I call a shuffle, deal, and play game. That's focused mostly just kind of around a deck of cards. You shuffle it, you deal it, you play it. You're ready to go, and that the depth comes and builds up from very, very simple rules and mechanics. And I mulled this over my mind for a long time, trying to figure out what would that be, and just trying to find it. And then that spark of that idea for the drafting came, the inverted drafting, the flip around on it, and I made a really fast and kind of ugly-ish prototype. Well, it wasn't ugly too much, but I put robots on it because that's, of course, what you do when you need to test a game concept. You go to robots because they work for everything. And so I put all these pictures of these like adorable robots on these cards, and I made up some symbols and stuff and made, I don't know, 30 cards or whatever. And I threw it on the table with my dear wife, who has playtested so many awful projects that I worked on. And I said, so I don't have a game for us to play. I just have a concept. It's just an idea. And I just need to test this concept. And she's fantastic about that. So we tested it, and I figured in turn one, it would be trash and it just wouldn't work like it usually is. But we were able to play like 10 minutes. And even though the game was not there, it wasn't a game yet, there was potential to it. And we saw just if we could make a game that had that idea and then it would actually work, it could be something. She's not credited as a co-designer on Everdell, even though she probably should have been. So I said, let's try this, let's do this, but let's be co-designers. Let's go that way as co-designer on this. And she was all for that. So the theme kind of arose out of that. I like gardening. My wife loves gardening, and she obviously knows a lot more about a lot of these flowers than I do. And we knew that going into it, but
you're more of a robot guy, right? You build robots. You've got thousands of them in your house, right? Have I got my notes wrong? Okay.
You were not supposed to. I thought we agreed that wasn't.
I know, but I felt like somebody had to out you on this. Frankly, it's embarrassing,
Let's just move on.
Yeah, sure. So, that makes a lot of sense.
Thanks. Anyways, so that was that was kind of the process, and we dove into it real quick because we were excited about it, and made up the deck and made up the rules, and we just play tested it to death because it was a quick game. We could play it in like 15-20 minutes. So we would sit down to play test our game, and we would play it like 3 times just every single day. And doing that, we were able to progress through the creation and development quickly, which was exhilarating and exciting because since Everdell took 7 years, to have something take a matter of months was just thrilling and kind of nerve-wracking. Took the game to Gen Con, showed it to my publisher of Everdell, and we got to play it the last day. We were just working our tails off there. We were showing Pearlbrook actually at that one. And so finally the last day for breakfast, we sat down and said, okay, I want to show you this. Let's play it. And publisher Dan Yarrington said, yeah, this looks great. Let's do it. And that was it. And so then when we finally came back from Gen Con and settled down, we started diving into it and just figuring out exactly what this thing could be and how big it could be and how to give it sort of that balance. Because really kind of the goal was to make something that would be like an Azul or a Splendor, something that has depth to it, but you can teach it really quick and you can teach it to anybody. And they can get into it and they can discover what a game can be and what it can be like, and discover a different twist to drafting for those that have played it a bunch. So that's the really quick and
it's a nice production as well. There's some good components. The box is lovely. This is the special edition, which I presume is why we have the expansion stuff in it. Do you want to talk a little bit about that? Because I like these little bits.
Yeah, let's do it. So this is the signature edition, which I should know we did run a Kickstarter for it. Kickstarter funded successfully and went well, and the pledge manner is still open. I think you probably have some links to that or something.
Yeah, I'm sure we do.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So if folks are interested, that would be the place to go get it right now. So this is the signature edition. It has 2 expansions in it, and these little buildings are called follies, not flower houses. I'm so sorry to say.
It's definitely.
So do you know what a
flower houses?
Flower houses. Okay, but let's just pretend for a moment that they're called follies. And if they were, do you know what a folly is?
Is it like a flower house?
You're
similar to those. Sorry, I'm trouble. Just because this is a sponsored schedule slot, it doesn't mean I stop being trouble. Unfortunately, there's just no way to switch it off. Are they things? Are they structures that you build to allow plants to grow up them?
Very close. So follies are peculiar, interesting things. They are structures that you build in a garden, and their only purpose is for visual appeal. And so much of the time, these follies look like actual things. Now, it could be a bridge that could actually function, but it may be built to look like a huge ancient bridge that's ruined, but it wasn't actually a huge ancient bridge that got ruined. But you build it to look that way. Or it may look like a tower that was positioned up on a hill and been there for ages, but you just built it 2 years ago and it's not actually ruined, you just broke it to pieces. Huh. So they're a real thing. They're very popular and very peculiar.
I bet they are. Humanity is very into kind of destruction, old school chic at the moment. It's fascinating, I've been making sourdough. Like my wife's really got into gardening as well. Everyone get back to that salt of the earth. Let's destroy some buildings. Get back to
got it.
It's classic.
You need to put a folly then in your garden.
I haven't really got. Our garden is about 3 feet by 6 feet, so it's not.
What could be a little tiny folly?
Yeah, a very small folly. Maybe I'll make it out of lolly sticks, like ice lolly sticks.
That would be a good idea.
Might be hard to make that look like ruins, but I like a challenge.
Okay, yeah, you go for it. So the folly expansion kind of does an interesting thing to the game where it is dependent on position of the cards. So at the end of each round, every player will have 5 follies. So it's one of every single color. And then at the end of each round, you can place any of those follies into your garden. So in order to place it onto a card, the card has to have the symbol that is on the folly. So the purple folly there, I could place it on that card that's in the screen there because it has 2 purples and it has a green. So I could place it on that card. And now at the end of the game, every folly is going to score 2 points for the symbols that it's on that card, plus every single card adjacent to it that has those symbols, you'll score 2 points for every single symbol. So position matters when you play with the follies expansion. And every folly that you don't place is worth -5 points, because you may want to wait to place one until you know for sure that you're going to be able to surround it with something. So, but if you wait and then you can't place it, you'll lose points for it. So it definitely adds some depth to it, and it adds another layer of thinking, because you're not just worried about capitalizing on the points or something. You're worried about position, and if I'm getting enough of the diversity of the symbols to, build off the follies. So that's what those do.
Is this one designed so you can put cards in it, or is that just a fun side effect?
Oh, of course it was designed to put cards in it. What else would it be?
Because you can keep your little hand in there. I'm always on the lookout for objects I can use to hold up cards, and in my books, it's great when you're reviewing a board game and it has some sort of thing in the box that allows you to stand up cards like this, because as you can see, they're really nice to film like that. So
I'm sure there was a discussion about when a certain review team reviews this game that they will need to be able to hold up cards. And so I remember that, that we had discussed that and built those for you. Exactly.
Sometimes board games have such good components in it, just happen to hold up cards beautifully, that I then don't put them back in the game box, and I put them in my little box of filming tools, which is very naughty. I know. It's I should go to jail for that, frankly. But I won't.
I'll be looking for that blue folly in all future reviews.
You'll never see it. You'll never see it. It's gone now. It's mine.
It's sad.
So we've got.
Let's talk about the other. There's the other expansion though, the Friends one. Do you have that there?
I think
little mini cards with
the mini
cute
cards.
animals.
Yeah. Got them here. Yeah. So we've got a little. Well, on the other side of this, I guess. So we got a little bird. That's a bird. That's worm. Worms aren't allowed, so I'm gonna have to.
Those are for you.
I'm gonna have to put that out of the way.
Ooh.
There's a green worm or a snake.
There's a snake. Are snakes allowed?
Snakes are allowed. That is a ladybug. That is a chicken. That is.
You're winning so far.
I'm pretty good at animals. Frog.
No, wait. What was that green one?
Green bug. It's a green bug. It's a praying mantis, I believe, or a grasshopper, but I think it's a praying mantis. I can do basic animals. I'm not that bad. There's a very attractive horse here, or a pony. If you like the look of that, then do not miss later tonight. Hundreds of horses. It's going to be knocking down the barn and running away with your heart. I'm genuinely very excited about that. There's a dog, a cat. We're onto the easy ones now. A bee and a butterfly.
You win the game. There you go. That's the full expansion. You're done. You succeeded.
So what do these lovely pictures of animals do in the context of the game?
These are your friends for your garden, because all of these critters can benefit a garden. Yep.
I don't know. I think if you put a horse in your garden, it's not going to benefit it that much, but it's good.
Well, so let's talk about the horse. So you'll get 2 of these friend cards, and if you are playing competitively, you will keep them secret. If you're playing cooperatively, they will be face up for everyone to see. And at the end of the game, you get to score for one of them, only one of them. So that horse will score 4 points for every path that you have played in your garden. Get it? Yeah. Horse walks on the path.
Yeah. So basically, you get a couple of these at the start of the game, and it just gives you a bit of an early strategy to start moving towards.
It does. Yep. It gives you an early strategy to go after, and if you're playing competitively, obviously it's a secret strategy, and so your neighbors will start to think, boy, they keep putting a lot of paths down. I wonder if they have a bonus card for paths. I'm not going to give them any more paths.
I like the idea of there being like on the other side of a wall, being like, have they got a horse in that garden? Do you think they've got a horse in that garden? And then you'd find out.
There's got to be a horse.
It's a peacock or a worm. Flourish. That's a game. And it's got flowers in it. You better believe. Thank you so much for joining us, James. Send our best thoughts to co-designer Clarissa, who again has kindly taken one for the team today in the form of childcare whilst you got to go and do something fun. You should tell her on behalf of me that next time there's a chance for somebody to do something fun and somebody to look after the babies, you got to do that. You got to swap.
We will do it.
Because you've had too much fun today. I could see on your face you've been rolling around. Living your best life.
I'm babysitting the whole entire rest of the day, I'm sure.
That's good. I trust that. It's all good.
Good deal.
Anyway, thank you very much. And that's all we have time for today. And again, as we said, somebody just posted a thing. If you're interested in this, then there's a link in the Twitch chat to the pledge man at the moment. Anyway.
Cool.
That's it. Thanks again, James. And
thank you, Matt.
We'll speak soon. All right. Bye.
See ya.
We are here today with Mechanica from Resonant, and I'm joined by Mary and Rachel. And hooray.
Yeah. Very excited to be here to unbox this just unwrapped version of Mechanica.
This is
freshly arrived
of robots who love hoovering and who definitely aren't evil or murderous, as you've made it quite clear.
Oh no,
not evil.
They're very
helpful. They're just here to serve. It's fine.
And I'm their,
don't worry about it.
Employee as well. That sounds optimistic.
Yeah, it's going to be totally fine. Mechanica in our headcanon world is the world's first completely AI-run company. And all the players of Mechanica are totally not replaceable human employees who are here to help out on the factory floor. So what you're holding right there, Matt, that is actually the Inventions and Overlords expansion, which is Kickstarter exclusive. So if any of y'all got Mechanica on Kickstarter, you'll recognize those. That's what that first board is. We might eventually sell it separately, but not at the moment. Special stuff for Kickstarter folks.
Okay, well, I'll put that to one side and we'll keep digging. Keep on digging.
Now you see our range of robots, our range of tidy bots on the cover of the instructions there. And you start off with these simple basic bots, and your idea is to be upgrading, building a very efficient factory and be upgrading for the robot, the cleaning.
Yes. It's called Operation Clean.
Operation Clean. Yes. You know, they do really scan your home with LiDAR.
Real vacuum robots. It's kind of terrifying.
That's right. They really do.
Some of the inspiration for this game.
Yes, it's come from the terror inspired by a vacuum robot who is monitoring your home. Possibly as we speak. It's a Saturday, right? So we are just pawns in the robot overlord world, where we are helping these robots kind of multiply, get efficient, and move forward for a new, cleaner world.
Yeah. So as Mary started to say, there's 3 different models. There's the basic bot, which is that little white one off in the corner. And then there's the plus, which is the orange one, and the deluxe, which is the purple one. And there's some fun flavor text. The kind of cover of the rule book is styled as if it was like a magazine, and you're going to buy your new vacuum robot and you can read all about the things they can do. And then other than that, that's just the rule book on the inside, with lots of fun subliminal flavor text thrown in there.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Yeah. Then under that, we've got monies, because humans like monies.
Yep. So the goal of this game is you're all going to be in charge of your own factory floor at Mechanica, and the goal is just to make money, and those are your little money tokens.
So are we playing as humans or robots in this?
We are playing as humans. So we are playing as humans who are here to help Mechanica. You've been hired by like the Mechanica factory, basically, to help out. And then right there. Those are the factory boards. So you're going to be in charge of a factory floor at Mechanica. And the goal of the game is to upgrade your factory floor to help Mechanica make the best and the most tidy bots. And you can see you've got 3 little conveyor belts there. On the left-hand side, that purple area, that is the fabrication zone, where tidy bots are kind of poofed into existence. And then in the middle, you just have like your regular conveyor belts, and that's where you're going to be doing the most of your upgrading. You're going to actually add puzzle pieces onto this board that represent different machines and upgrades that will allow, like, as your robots go down the conveyor belts, they'll get upgraded and duplicated. And then all the way on the right, that little orange zone, that is just your truck zone. That's where your tidy bots that you make will be shipped out to the masses to help create a cleaner future.
This is the second game we've looked at this weekend, which involves basically pipes and things getting shipped into things.
Yeah.
And I'm all for it, frankly. It's a big love of mine.
Who doesn't love an input-output machine?
I do. Yeah. Like OBS, it's beautiful. I can't say a bad thing about it.
Never. We would never.
Now, the interesting thing about the box is that we actually play from the box. So the pieces are stored in the box. There's a circular moving bit that we might want to go look at.
Yeah, no, honestly, I was just about to say, like, this is, I got this out so I can have a play with the puzzle pieces, because as mentioned, I am effectively 8 years old. But the box itself is a beautiful production here. We've got a lot going on.
Yeah. So actually, if you want to spin that top board, that purple board, turn it around, actually pick it up and turn it so that the, take the whole thing out and just turn it like once to the left. Yeah, or one more time. To the left. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. So that way, there you go. So now you can see the kind of hole that it has.
Of course.
So the way you buy improvements in Mechanica is you put them on this shop wheel in the middle, which is actually part of the game. You just take the whole box and put it on your table. You don't have to have like kind of an ugly mess of boxes and covers and stuff. It's all part of the game. You will put improvements on that turning wheel in the middle. And you'll see that they all have little orange numbers on the inside. And that's how much each improvement costs at any given time. Not quite.
That one.
I worked it out. I worked it out in the old-fashioned way of, this shape doesn't fit into this hole.
So it's just the kind of light yellow-orange pieces that go on there. So as the game goes on, and people decide to not buy certain improvements, you'll see the numbers rotate as you rotate that wheel. That represents like improvements getting cheaper as people don't want them. So that part with the little blue puzzle piece, that's where new improvements are brought out. So they're going to start out costing 7 monies. And then as you rotate every turn, they get cheaper. And eventually, if no one buys them, the best part, in my opinion, of this game is it drops into the recycler, which goes back into the box.
Yeah, this is actually one of the reasons I remember seeing this and thinking, ooh, there's the combination of like the cool puzzle board machine building, but actually also the concept of a game that basically kind of packs itself away as you play it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Which I'm down for.
Yeah, that was something that we were very excited to do as well.
The design of the box was probably the most time consuming actually of the whole game.
Yeah.
And Max, our collaborator, that was his brainchild to make this spinning wheel. Max, my co-designer, is of course an engineer by training, so you can kind of feel that. And I'm just kind of I'm really just into kind of sci-fi fantasy horror, so hence the terrifying nature of the robots themselves.
Well, they're pretty cute in physical form, to be fair.
Oh yeah, if you can hold one of those up to the camera, one of my favorite pieces of trivia in this game is that 1 in every 9 tidy bots, instead of having a happy face, will have a little angry face. Which was just like a little detail we threw in there.
And little vampire teeth. Some of them
and little angry teeth, yeah.
I've got to find these, because I might have a different... Oh no, the ones with the faces.
Yeah, they all have little tiny faces. They're real tiny.
But only the purple ones,
there.
because the orange ones look like they don't have anything on their face. Oh no, they do?
Yep.
No, there's
on the edges. They have little faces.
That's tiny. Right, okay, I'm going to need to do some super
Yeah, you might not be able to see it on camera, but they're there. And if you ever play it in person, you'll see them. Little tiny faces.
Almost. Oh yeah, there, I can see it.
So that is a tiny smiley robot, but now I'm going to find an angry one.
So yeah, those again, the white ones are the basic bots, and then the orange are the plus bots, and then the purple are the deluxe bots. And they sell for
an angry one. It took me a minute.
Yes. I love showing that to people at conventions.
Yeah.
He's got little angry eyebrows. That was just a random tidbit that we did to annoy our
Sometimes they
producer.
take their genuine form.
These are very high on the scale of things I want to put in my mouth in board games.
I get a lot of people telling me that the basic bots look like Mentos, and
yeah, they do.
Don't eat
they
it,
really
people.
Do.
It won't be fun.
Yeah. We encourage you not to do that.
But yeah. So you see those wells, like those white wells along the edges. That's where all those components can go. Obviously, a lot of people still choose to put their components out if they have nice component holders. But in theory, they all have their own spot in that like white insert along the edges.
They go in here.
Yep. The one thing we didn't get to yet are the blueprints, which are these cute little kind of recipes, if you will, of how you can actually kind of do some strategic upgrading in the game as well.
Yeah,
somewhere.
Yep, there they are.
This is a
so those are blueprint cards
to go through. Like I always find like the sign of a. Here we are. I always say the sign of a game when I'm really enjoying it is just enjoying the process of putting it back into the box. And I think that's something that people forget about.
It has a very tactile nature to it. Which was really important to us. Getting the components to feel right, getting the puzzle pieces to feel good when they snap together was such a challenge, but it was super, super worth it. Apparently puzzle piece manufacturing, a lot more complicated than any of us thought when we came up with this idea. But we're super happy with how it came out. They snapped together really nicely.
Okay.
Yeah, so those are the blueprint cards.
Hey.
In addition to just like selling tidy bots as you make them, you can also contribute your tidy bots to make blueprints and help Mechanica develop new types of tidy bots. And they're all different. All those blueprints have different art on them and different little flavor text about what type of robot you're making. So when your bots get to the end of your factory floor, when they go into your trucks, you can either choose to sell them at their face value, or if you have the right combination of bots, like say you have 2 white bots and 2 orange bots in your truck zone, you could contribute to that blueprint that you just had in your hand. Mm-hmm. And what happens is you actually get more money than you would get if you sold them at face value. The catch is that money goes into your vault. Your vaults don't come quite pre-assembled, but you'll see those little purple boxes. Those are your vaults. So if you were to create the Slayer model, you get 35 coins in your vault. And basically that just means it's points at the end of the game, but it's money that you can't access. So you have to hit a balance of creating money that you can actually use versus storing more points away for the end of the game. Because everything in Mechanica is about money. If all your money is going into your vault, you have no money to spend, which means you can't actually buy more improvements. So that's what those do.
Strategy.
Yep, and those have little wells that they sit in.
Yeah.
And there's always 2 available at every time. They just face up in those wells.
So you just be like this, like this.
Now you've been seeing these purple. You've been seeing these purple cardboard pieces. Those are the pieces that you make your vault with.
Yes. It's a little foldable piece of cardboard and then a little hat.
All right, I'm gonna build a vault. How's the vault?
Do it.
How do I? Right. I can work.
So
this
there
out,
should be
probably.
a longer purple
side.
piece that folds.
Okay, 1 second. A longer piece that folds.
It might be under pick up the shop wheel. It might be underneath that. It might actually, hey, they already came assembled. Yep, so basically you just take that and flip it over to where you see the little nubbies at the top and you just squeeze that top onto it.
There you go.
And then it creates a little vault, a little piggy bank.
Oh, nice. Oh, nice, yeah. So it's literally just a case of, so you put that on the table and then you just put your money into it. And then you just lift it up at the end of the game and all the coins come out.
Yeah, exactly, which is super fun. If you have a lot of money in your vault, it kind of spills out, and it's another very tactilely satisfying experience with this game is like picking up your vault and having just this wall of money fall down is very fun.
There is a lot of tactile fun in this. I'm almost slightly saddened now to the fact that we're going to have a go at it, but we're going to have a go at it in Tabletop Simulator. But that's fine.
I know.
That's fine.
It's fine. It's fine.
It's just
one of the reasons why.
You can still reach and play with the box.
I can. Nobody can stop me from doing that. And obviously, after this, after AwSHUX is finished, I am going to be going into Worm Month, which is basically a point where I will hopefully be able to play some games.
Yeah, you can just curl up as a worm and build some puzzles by yourself.
Oh, it's going to be great. Honestly, that will be at the actual Worm Month. The real Worm Month was basically a lie, so I could come and prepare all of this stuff. But afterwards, I assure you, there will be worms.
The real Worm Month. But yeah, one of the reasons I'm happy that we were able to do like a real show you the physical box is actually I've done Tabletop Simulator demos where people think like the shop wheel we made just for TTS, but like no, that's part of the actual game. Like that physical moving mechanic is a real thing in the real game. So yeah,
it is.
So let me know.
We should mention our artist.
Oh sure, yeah.
Sophie Disturb, who's a Belgian artist, and we really wanted to go for a kind of Jetsons, kind of sci-fi, kitschy sci-fi look for our futuristic mechanical world. And so I think we get a lot of compliments on the art for this game, which is also really satisfying.
Absolutely, yeah. She does a lot of really cool, like clean futuristic vector art, and it just works really well for, again, as Mary said, that kind of Jetsons vibe that we are going for with this game.
Cool. No, it's it's clean and it's colourful, but without being too
very fitting for a game about cleaning robots.
Yeah. I don't think cleaning robots have become quite as ubiquitous as all of the terrifying listening things, but I suppose they'll put it in now. Alexa, please clean this up.
Giving them ideas now. Okay, let me know when you are in TTS, Matt, when you are ready.
Sure, yeah. I'll hop over and I'll just change the camera over, and this should work.
Great.
Yeah,
and then we can get our bots going. Yeah.
We are in the land of TTS.
All right.
And
welcome.
As people are pointing out as well, there'll be demos of this on AwSHUX.show in the Resonant booth after this is over. So if you do want to have a go at this in TTS, you can do that. And,
our coworker Max is running demos of this and our latest Kickstarter, Serialist Dinner Party. Both of those have demos this weekend.
Cool.
And he's demoing and demoing nonstop.
I believe it.
All right.
And now I has the camera switched over?
It has, yeah. So we're over in... the camera hasn't switched over. That's the thing. That's the thing I need to make a button for. 1 second.
Buttons. We love buttons. Armando.
I am basically a robot, man. How can you see me now?
Yes, we can see you now.
Brill. I'm just going to... Right. Feel free to start. I'm just going to write down a note for myself so I can remember to make a button for this.
Okay, so as I mentioned, for anyone who's new joining, quickly, the goal of this game is to help Mechanica, the first all AI run company, create the best and the most tidy bots, which are these little models that you see in the game here. There's 3 different models. The basic, which sells for 2 money, the Plus, which sells for 4 money, and the Deluxe, which sells for 6 money.
These deluxe ones are very shiny. I've got a lot of time for that.
Aren't they beautiful? And as I described earlier, we all have a factory board in front of us. I have kind of created sort of a mid-level factory board for both Matt and myself. As with any engine builder game, in case we didn't mention this, Mechanica is an engine builder game for 1 to 4 players, 45 to 60 minutes. As with any engine builder game, the beginning is always kind of slow as you're laying that groundwork. So what I have in front of us is boards, like what your board might look like after you've played 2 or 3 rounds of the game. And I'll just kind of walk us through a couple rounds so people get a sense of how it all comes together. And I've already explained the board, but just in case anyone forgot, on the left-hand side, we have the fabrication zone where you create bots. In the middle is the conveyor belts where you can upgrade and duplicate them. And then on the right is the trucks, which you can also upgrade to make them bigger, but that's basically just where you can go and sell your bots. So the hardest thing for people to grasp about this game when they first learn it is the tiny bit is like how the turn order works. There's a tiny bit of simultaneous play at the start of every round. In Mechanica, we call rounds work days. And a work day starts when we press Armando's imaginary button. He's our robot overlord here. This card right here represents him. We're going to press his button. He'll say a little quippy thing down in the bottom left of TTS. We actually have an app where he'll talk to you as well.
That's fun.
So he'll say a little fun fact. And then what happens in the regular game is we would all run our factory simultaneously because it does take a little bit of time. So we have everyone do that at once. Obviously, you don't know how to play, so I'll walk you through how to run your current factory. And then after everyone's run their factories, we go around and take individual upkeep turns. And that's where you can buy new improvements, sell your bots, etc. And then we come back to Armando and we run our factories again. So that's kind of the trickiest things for people to remember. A lot of people like to try to run their factories on their turn, but it actually all happens at the start of the workday, and then we go around and take our turns. So we can do that right now. So I have this board set up here. Can you all see my board?
Yeah, so I'm looking at your board. If you want to run us through how your stuff's going to work, then I can try and work out mine, and we'll see how we get on.
Sounds good. So we would have pressed Armando's button, and when you run your factory, you basically take all the bots in your shop and move them along the conveyor belt however they can, as long as they're following an arrow. That's a legal move. Until they hit a hole. So typically a hole is going to either be a truck at the end of the line. So it's kind of hard to tell in TTS. They're just black circles. In the real game, they are holes in the puzzle piece, so it's very obvious. Or they are holes in an upgrade, I guess. And whenever you hit a hole, the puzzle or the bot stops moving. That's the end of its movement. If it ends in an improvement, it activates that improvement, so it'll upgrade or whatever, and then it'll stop moving. So we've got a couple of bots here in our duplicator right here and here, and you'll see is that they're going out different directions. So this one here is going to hop up to this conveyor belt here and go along. There's nothing to stop it until it reaches a truck, and that's the end of its movement. We have one here that's going to go into our duplicator. The duplicator does exactly what it sounds like it does. It takes a bot of any color and turns it into the color above it. So that white one is going to immediately turn into an orange bot and then get put back. So that's the end of its movement.
I like this. I like this already.
I'm so glad. It's really satisfying to get it going. And this is one of the reasons why I want to show after a couple rounds, because you can start to see how it builds together. And the art flows together really nicely. You can actually picture what this weird, wacky factory looks like, which was really important to us as well, was to get that art to line up really nicely and make it so you could actually imagine it. So then we have a white bot over here in our fabricator, which I must have made at the end of my last turn. It's going to go down the line into our duplicator and immediately turn into 2. So the duplicator takes whatever bot you put into it and makes 2 of them. One's going to go either up or down. You can flip this piece over if you want that one to go down. And then the other one's going to continue on down your line. The last thing that I have is this orange bot down here. I don't have a fabricator, so I'll explain how I got that later. But it's in my factory, so it's mine. And I'm going to just move it all the way down my factory line into my truck.
Great.
And that's my factory. We can hop on over to Matt's factory and show you how his would work.
All right.
Let's go.
All right.
So
okay,
Matt, you can see Matt has a little bit of a different situation going on. He has actually upgraded his fabricator. I just had a basic fabricator that makes a white bot every turn. You have upgraded your fabricator into the overactive fabricator. So
my favorite.
Yeah, it's real. I love the art too. It looks all like stressed out. So on your upkeep turn, you are going to make new bots. And you clearly, your last turn, chose to make a purple bot. With the overactive fabricator, you can choose to either make an orange or a purple bot. The catch is that depending on which color you make, your opponents all get the color below it. So that's how I got an orange bot in my factory. You made a purple bot, which gave me an orange bot, which I put wherever I had space in my fabrication zone. Okay, so you just have one bot to move. He's going to go down the line here, and he's going to go into the downgrader. The downgrader takes one bot of any color and turns it into 3 of the color below it. So he's going to immediately disappear and turn into 3 orange bots. Yep.
Nice.
Yep.
Yay.
And they're going to stop there, and that is your factory. So as you can see, the more like improvements that you add, the slower your factory it is, but the more cool things you can do with it. So that is us running both of our factories. That's how a couple basic pieces work. We're now going to take individual upkeep turns, and I'll just explain how that works. So we all have reminder cards.
It's very
over here
important to
on our right.
understand your. Oh yeah, it's very important to understand the truck.
The trucks, yes. One of the things that's really important in this game
with the truck, so it's. I feel like we have an understanding.
One of the things about this game that I love, but it's also hard for people, is you do have to kind of spatially see where things are going to go in the future. Because if 2 bots would ever compete for the same hole, one of them gets destroyed. And the way, as Mary was saying, one of the ways that comes into play is if you don't have enough space in your trucks, and you have all these bots going down the line, but no space for them, they get destroyed. So on your turn, when you're going to buy improvements, you can always buy truck improvements. You can go from your basic truck that just holds 1 all the way up to a truck that holds 3. Anyways, so reminder cards tell you what you do on your individual turns. So you can zoom into the one next to you. You'll see that the first thing you're going to do is sell any bots that are in your truck, and it tells you the prices for them. So I'll do that right now. I just have this orange one and this white one, which is going to be a total of 6 monies.
Okay.
Grab that from here.
This is nothing is going this turn because it's just been converted, but next turn,
correct,
things are going to kick off.
Exactly. And then the next thing you're going to do is buy improvements. So we're going to come over to the shop wheel and see what's available. So right now we just have the, I don't need any trucks right now, I don't think, is the upgrader and the duplicator.
Sorry, I can't help myself.
So the upgrade and the duplicator are available for 4 and 5. We've already seen what those do. And the other thing that's available is the advanced fabricator. That's just another type of fabricator. It makes 1 white bot on your turn, but it would allow you to activate one of your top or bottom lines where you don't have a fabricator yet.
Gotcha.
All right. So I think what makes sense for me right now, maybe. And the other thing to keep in mind when you're choosing what improvements you want to buy is the blueprints. So if I had had the right color of bots in my trucks, I could have created a blueprint. So one of the things you have to keep in mind is that these blueprints, as people fill them, they're going to be new ones, right? It's not always going to be 2 oranges and 1 white, orange, and a purple. So it's important to keep your factory flexible. If you have a really crunchy, long factory that just pumps out purples and nothing but purples, that is fine, but you're not going to be as flexible to be able to make the blueprints that come up. So that's something to keep in mind.
Yeah.
And it is one of the reasons why you might not want to sell bots from your truck if you're trying to hold them up to save for a blueprint. So right now, I don't think, I have no real way of making purple bots. So I think
I like the copy for the fridge organizer. That's lovely.
The copy was really fun to write for this game.
I'm thinking about it. I'm like, yeah, that's probably true. Yeah. Okay.
I'm going to put put this one over here. So you have the advanced fabricator or the overactive fabricator, which means you're going to be giving me a bot every turn.
Yeah.
So I'm going to put this down here. Actually, I'm going to put it down here. And that's all I'm going to buy. So that was worth 4.
Sounds great.
Toss this back in here.
Okay, interesting. So because my thing is making so many, it's just making excess robots which are going elsewhere.
Right.
Sure.
Well,
and then that's
overactive imagination, overactive fabricator.
Yeah, they're just popping out into other people's factories.
I like that on this weekend of all weekends, you've given me the overactive fabricator. It is very much, it feels on brand.
Absolutely.
Making machines and having new machines popping up and breaking every minute.
Absolutely.
Cool.
So then the next part of my turn is I'm going to make new bots. My fabrication zone is pretty boring. I just make a white bot and put it there for next turn, and then I turn the wheel. So I'm going to come over here, rotate the shop in the middle here. The script freaked out.
Well,
that's
I mean,
fun.
it's still, you know, this is a pretty neat script nonetheless. Like, if it's able to.
I mean, this should rotate fine, but I don't know. Well, anyways, that's the first time I've seen that rotation not work. There's a little animation that moves everything, but it's fine. We can move it manually.
Fine.
It's not a big deal.
You have to do things manually most of the time in Tabletop Simulator, so it's fine.
I know, we've gotten spoiled.
There we go.
There we go.
Yeah. There we go.
Now it's working. Fantastic.
Okay, now I just want to talk a little bit about the strategy of waiting for your items, right? Because every turn, the price decreases for these puzzle pieces, for these factory improvements, but everyone else is kind of strategically waiting to see, well, some people are willing to pay 7 for that fabricator, for example, because they really want that fabricator before anyone else does. But somebody else may be waiting now. Look, there's something there for 3. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
That's a very good
price. And that actually brings up another good thing to mention. If you zoom in on one of these puzzle pieces, Matt, you can see in the bottom right-hand corner, they all have a little recycle symbol. So there's 2 ways to recycle puzzle pieces. As Mary was saying, if you don't want someone to get, if you can tell someone just has no fabricators and you want it to stay that way, but you don't have space for any more and you don't want it, you can always take a piece and recycle it and just drop it back into the box here in that hole.
And then you get a robot for it.
Yeah, you get the recycle cost. And that always, whenever you gain a robot, either from an opponent or from recycling, it always has to start in your fabrication zone. That's something that a lot of people get confused by. Every robot has to go through your whole factory for the most part.
Yeah.
One exception.
But it means it can just start from a slot where you don't have a fabricator, right?
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. And that is actually one of the reasons why the advanced fabricator over here is nice. You'll notice it has an extra kind of hole at the top right. That allows you to hold an extra bot either from recycling or from an opponent. The one that you start with doesn't have that. So that is a little bit of an upgrade over the one that you start with.
Okay.
And then the last thing about recycling is if you were to turn the wheel on your turn and a piece falls into the recycler, you automatically get that recycle cost, or that recycle value, I guess. And then on your turn, I didn't do this, but just Matt, for your turn, so you know, you can always buy forks and truck upgrades for the values that are listed there.
Okay.
Truck. Matt.
You know,
let's talk, Matt.
as a child, I didn't care about trucks at all. It turns out something's happened to me as a 35-year-old man, where suddenly I'm like, trucks. Weirdly, I'm not really interested in the driving aspect. It's like filling them full of things. Just being like, imagine how much stuff I could fit in this big cupboard on wheels.
We should make a spatial reasoning game that's about packing a truck like perfectly, like the bed of a truck.
I think, it's
we actually
anyway.
did a photo shoot like this. Just we're really geeky people, so we wore our lab coats and it was.
You did a truck photo shoot. Anyways,
you've got to be like everybody.
You see why I'm bringing up this truck. You see this because, of course, you've got 3 robots on their way, right?
Yeah.
Where are they going to go, Matt?
I know.
Are they
right now, you have space for all of them because this one's going to come up here. Right now, it's okay. But if you're going to add anything more that duplicates them, you are going to need a truck. So keep that in mind.
So we've got about 10 minutes. Should we just jump in and play it? Because I just want to play it. Because this looks like
Let's do it.
Go for it. So it's going to be the next round, and I'm going to be making a robot. It would be silly for me not to make another purple robot. Get my money's worth.
Sure. Did you want to buy anything on this turn?
How much money have I got? I've got 8. Yes.
You've got 8.
So I will probably
you have
buy
options.
something. Especially because I've cheated by pressing the rotate button a few times to get it working.
Especially since you cheated.
There's some bargains here, so I might as well enjoy myself. I think I'm gonna. Can I only buy one thing, or can I buy multiple things?
You can buy as much as you can afford, and if you want me to explain what any pieces do, let me know.
All right, I'm gonna buy this duplicator for 2, so I've still got 6 coins left, and I'm gonna buy. I'm gonna buy a huge truck, which might not be a great idea, but but that's what I'm gonna do. Okay. I'm gonna make it a little bit harder for myself and try and work out what to do with this stuff. So. I'm going to duplicate, I think, here, which, because I know that this gift wrapping thing is going to do something, but I think that just basically gets me some money in the bank, right?
Yes. So the gift wrapper doesn't have a hole. Bots don't stop when they go through it. It just, every time you pass a bot through it, you get $1 in your vaults.
Okay.
It's really great if you can route a lot of bots to it early on, but it is something you have to kind of work with to make its value because it only gives you $1.
I've just seen the drawing for this truck. I've just clocked it. That is fun. So then this is going to run through, which means
so you actually don't run it yet. Okay, you want to we all run our factories at the same time. So finish your turn. If there's anything else you want to buy, then once you've done that, make new bots and turn the factory wheel.
That's all my money. I'm gonna just.
Yep, it's the hardest thing for people to get. They just, once they put new pieces in, they want to run their factory immediately. But once you get it in your head, it's not hard to remember.
Okay.
So you've bought everything you want to buy. You are going to make a new bot. I'm assuming you're making a purple one. So I'm going to take an orange one and pop it down here. And then you want to do the honors and rotate the wheel?
Yes. Will it work?
We'll find out.
We'll find out.
Hey,
Yes, it
huzzah.
worked.
All
It
right,
worked. Great stuff.
fantastic. So now we're back to Armando. We're going to press his imaginary button, says another quippy line, and we run our factories
there are
again.
43,736 ways to crush a human, but who's counting?
Not
And, yeah. Okay. So.
Okay,
Yes.
so feel free to run your factory, and if you want any
Right.
help with how things work, let me know, and I'll do mine over here.
So I'm going to move this over here, which is going to get duplicated. So I'm going to go bump, and then this would usually be where I'd be cheeky and Control-C and Control-V, but I won't. I'll be good and take it from the box like a human. And then
like a civilized human.
No, not that one. This is going to go bump, 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 bump into my huge truck. And then this is going to go boom, 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 boom into the small truck. And then this is going to go here and get downgraded straight away into 3 orange.
So this is kind of a cool opportunity to say this might be a situation where you might want to get a fork if you ever don't want to downgrade that purple bot, because right now you don't have a way of actually keeping that purple because it's automatically getting downgraded. So on your turn, something you might want, unless you just want to be the orange factory, you might want to consider putting a fork here so that it has the option of circumventing that improvement if ever you need. The other improvement, the other puzzle piece that might actually be helpful for that is the flight tester, which actually just came out. It's currently at 7. The flight tester can go anywhere in your factory, but I typically recommend you put it at the front. And basically, whenever a bot enters it, you can choose to throw that bot as far down your factory line as you want. And if you skip at least one improvement, you get $1 for funsies.
Nice.
So that's very helpful if your factory is getting super clogged and you need a certain type of bot soon. That's a way to circumvent that.
Cool.
And I also like the idea of the flight tester just in my mind, just chucking things across a factory to see if it'll go.
Well, it's a fun riff on the old, moving a thing from one thing to another, being like, just chuck it. Just chuck it. There seems to be a lack of care in this factory that is quite delightful. And then
there's a whole like set, it's like a real logic or problem solving puzzle aspect to this, and not just in the puzzle pieces and the design, but like we really wanted to make a kind of an engine-y game, but also have a little bit of kind of problem solving, because a lot of kids like to kind of create these kids and adults, all of us like to, basically me, like to create these like really wild little patterns, and so it's really approachable as a game concept too.
No, absolutely.
All right,
what does this static charger do?
So the static charger, bots don't stop when they go through it because it has no hole in the middle. But every time you route a bot through it, it basically is going to create a residual white bot in one of these holes here. So you can make up to 2. And then the next time you run your factories, those will move down as well.
Okay.
So it's a way to make bots from bots.
Oh, so of course, there'd be nothing stopping you having 2 different robots running through that space during the round.
Correct.
Popping up 2 things.
Yeah. You just can't do it more than twice. If you route 3 bots through it, you can only make 2.
I could buy that for 3 and then put that like here. And then this is going to just basically have... No, this is your board. Sorry. Apologies.
That's my board. I mean, you could, if you want to buy it for me, Matt, I would appreciate it.
I just think I want it, is the thing. So it's mine.
Yeah, you would have so much happening.
I'd have too much.
You would have too much. Because you're going to have 2 from here, and then in theory, you're going to have 4. So yikes.
Yeah, no, that would be too much.
And you'll notice the static charger is one of the few pieces that actually doesn't have what we call innies on the top and bottom. So that one you can only enter bots into it from like the middle. So there is a lot of planning ahead. There's a lot of really cool puzzle pieces, but you have to kind of build your factory around them. The 2 pieces that really do that are the static charger, because you can only enter from the middle, and the downgrader. The downgrader really has to go in that middle line because it has something that shoots up, down, and across. And so you really do have to plan out. If anything's in your way ever, you can always demolish a puzzle piece, but you don't get any money back for it or anything. So you really do have to it's such a fun brain puzzle to picture where things are going to go and make sure there's no collisions. And
I'm already kind of crunching this out and being like, well, the biggest truck I can get from standard things is 3. There's probably maybe a special truck in here that can hold more, I guess, maybe. But then it's like, well, that's going to get me if on a good turn, that's going to get me 4. So it's like, this has to go somewhere near the start and then split off.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. And then if you want to get really crazy, the expansion that you have actually adds these giant double puzzle pieces that are these big pieces that do special things and they're all unique.
I will be looking into this. I will be looking into this.
They're very fun.
This has been a delight. This is an incredibly neat thing. I'm just gonna pop back so people can have another look at the actual physical thing. Obviously, you're running demos of this.
I completely forgot about a thing real quick. You're not in TTS anymore, but we made a secret.
I can come back.
Gotta go back for the secret.
Okay.
If you would like to move this reminder card for me, this one over here, yonder.
1 second. Okay.
Oh yes.
If you want to move it and press the button. In case we didn't get the physical copy, we did program in a little 3D reference pair that I believe is roughly the size of an actual pair compared to the box.
That is
and
excellent.
that's in the official tabletop simulator version. So if you download it, you get your very own 3D reference pair.
That is pretty accurate because I have in the physical realm here. I do have. It's not a real pair, but it is effectively a reference pair in the fact that this is a little on the smaller side. I've got 2 of them that have been made for me at different times. This one is a little bit of a chunkier pair, but a real pair is about in between 2 of these, and I think that's about the same as.
We put too much time into that.
Well,
is that too big for a pair? No pairs are that big. Like,
as somebody who also puts too much time into doing things, I appreciate it, and also it does show. Like, the production of what you've got here is a lovely game. So I think it's obviously
thank you
the
so
sorts
much.
of people who would put too much time into making a fictional pair are also the sorts of people who put a lot of detail into making the things that they're actually supposed to make as part of their job. So
absolutely.
Let's talk about the AR for a minute.
Do we have a minute?
We've got
really
a minute.
Quick minute.
I'll give you a couple of minutes. So what I'll do is I'm just going to go and make it so that it's a full screen on you, Rachel, so that you can basically show the AR thing, because that is again pretty neat, right?
Yeah. So just like the couple of little wrap up things, we just want to mention the AR app. I know a lot of people hate phones at their table. That's totally fine. This is completely optional. It's basically like an additional learning tool for folks who are more visual learners and don't like to read long rule books to learn what every individual piece in the game does. So yeah, Matt, let me know when the camera's on.
Hey, you got it.
It's on me.
I'm on it? Okay, cool. Let's see if I can get it to work. So Aria is a free AR app that you just download, and it's paired with the pieces in our game. I have one taped to a piece of paper to see if this works. And basically, you just hold your phone up to the puzzle piece, and it'll play a little animation of what that puzzle piece does. So we'll see if we can. Let's see if we can do this. So this is let's see, this is the upgrader. You see a white box goes in and an orange box comes out. And this works for every piece in the game. So it's for some of those weirder ones. If you're someone who just reading a paragraph of text doesn't explain to you what it does, this is just a quick way you hold your phone up to it and explains what it does. And it's also it was just fun, especially for a game about kind of creepy futuristic stuff. We couldn't not do some weird augmented reality with it. So that was that implementation that we did as well.
That is slick as hell.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, I've got to say this is a really impressive production in every regard. Thanks so much for taking the time today to talk me through it, and I am looking forward to
thanks for playing.
And also I've got to say finally,
check out a demo.
Yeah, check out a demo. AwSHUX.show. Resident are going to be doing some demos on TTS, so definitely go and sign up and get a demo of this. But also this game so far, I think, is the winner of my unofficial aesthetic choice of the fact that it blends in so nicely with the stream. All of the colours we've got for AwSHUX when it's on the camera here.
We made this game just for you.
Combined with your hair, Rachel, everything just looks like it's supposed to be here in a way which is wonderful. No, this looks cool. I'm excited to check it out.
I'm glad you liked it.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes. Thanks so much for playing.
Yeah. No, it's great because I don't like reading manuals either, and now I know how to play the game, so I can just check the rules and go, which is great.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Excellent.
That's all we have time for. So thanks so much for joining us, and
thanks, Matt. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you so much. It was really fun. Bye, everyone.
Bye, everybody.
I am now here with Cascadia from Flatout Games, and I've got a bunch of people from Flatout Games here. We have Molly Johnson, Sean Stankiewicz, and Randy Flynn. Thanks so much for joining us. And
hey, everybody.
Yeah, I'm gonna just immediately just pan over to what I'm increasingly thinking I'm just gonna start calling the sexy cam, because it's the cam that looks better than the other one at the moment, and just start opening up this box and having a look inside. whilst you folks maybe talk a little bit about what's inside of it. But actually, off the bat, I will say, it's got some absolutely lovely art from Beth Sabel here.
Yes, we're very lucky to have Beth come back to do a second game with us. So you may remember us from our most recent Kickstarter. Our very first Kickstarter was Calico, and Beth did the art for that. So we got Beth to come back and do Cascadia with us, which is great because she also lives in Cascadia, which is a region of the Pacific Northwest. And Cascadia is live on Kickstarter now. Wouldn't want to miss that. We have a few more days. It ends Wednesday, the 21st at 9 p.m. Pacific. And Cascadia is a game all about the wildlife and habitat of the Pacific Northwest. It is a puzzly tile-laying game. It's great for 1 to 4 players, so there is a solo mode. And the game plays about 30 to 45 minutes. The game features 5 land types and 5 animal types. And the purpose of this game is to score the most in your land areas while also meeting objectives of the animals. So you're going to be drafting a land tile and an animal token at the same time. So you have to draft them in pairs, and they are going to be placed in your own personal tableau. And then you're going to score at the end the biggest land you've got, the number of points for land tiles and for the different animal scoring. And the animals, there's lots of variety in the animal scoring. So, you know, you're mixing and matching game to game, the different ways that you can score. And at the end, you're going to count up whether you met the objectives or the different kinds of points from the animal cards. And that's the game. We do also have a family variant in there, so you can simplify the game a little bit for your first time out, with new gamers, with just, you know, if you want a slightly easier puzzle.
Fab. And I can see actually this is a so this is like a prototype. Yes.
This, yeah.
That's a key thing to point in mind. To bear in mind, to point out and bear in mind, because a lot of the art and stuff on this is really nice, but the component quality is not. But that's because it's not real. It's a made up game before the real game. So if anyone's watching this and going, "Hey, I sure like the look of this, but those cards look like they're kind of flimsy," it's because they're probably made by hand, and maybe we should appreciate that. And there's some lovely stuff going on here with the hexes as well. So yeah, a game of building hexes in the hope of collecting shapes to make an elk. What more could anyone possibly want?
One of the things that that we really tried to focus on, and one of the things that I think as our first game, Calico, has kind of reached retail now and more people are starting to play it, is that there's our focus at Flatout Games is always like super rules light, really simple, easy to play games that have all of these layers of hidden depth. And so when we were working on Calico, Randy approached us and said, "Hey, I have this game, and it's sort of inspired by Calico in a way, that real like the simplicity of that, and this kind of hex-based tile puzzle, but also it was really inspired by Tiny Towns, which was a new game at the time by actually our good friend Pete McPherson. And he said, you know, the scoring cards in that game are so cool because you can mix and match different puzzles every time you play the game. So I was like, great, I'm, you know, super interested in seeing what this is like. And yeah, I mean, the first iterations of the game have obviously like evolved a lot, but for Flatout Games, it was a real like in our wheelhouse, we thought, because it's a thing that you could play with like literally just about anyone. We love when we hear people say, I brought this out with my friends who don't know much about board games or who weren't really into board games, but I can teach it to them in like 2 or 3 minutes, and then we can be off and running. And and then you start to see the gears turning in people's heads as they're starting to say, oh, this is really neat. There's a lot of different things, different options I have here. So.
And tell me a bit more about Flatout Games. I understand you guys are a co-op, right? A cooperative.
We're working that way. We're working that way. Yeah. So the original group of Flatout Games was Sean and our good friend Rob, who's just manning the Discord channel right now, and me. And we had started designing games together. You may know us from Point Salad or the recently released Truffle Shuffle. And I know that Sean has always thought, hey, you know, it would be really fun to do a Kickstarter. And we didn't think we should do one of our own games, we thought we should branch out and try working through the development with someone else's game. And when Kevin Russ's design for Calico came our way kind of accidentally at BGG Con, I think, we fell in love with it and knew that it would be a great concept. And we really think it's always better to do things with other people and work collaboratively. I think we certainly try in our own lives to really focus on different economic models and supporting different ways that you can engage people and their labor. And so when we started the development of Calico, we wanted to do it as what we've now called the collab. So the time spent on the project really builds you equity in the Kickstarter, and we're all paid the same. We split the profits from the Kickstarter based on the time spent, and it worked quite well with Calico. We're evolving all the time, and we're out in our second outing here through that model with Cascadia.
That's neat. Well, yeah, apologies there for me getting the term collab and co-op mixed up. But
no, I think Sean would say we'd really love to figure out how we can do that. We really are quite interested in the cooperative model, and so it's the inspiration for the collab.
Yeah, well, no, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, one of the things that I think is really exciting about it is that, for both Kevin and Randy, and I want to give Randy a segue in here to chat and say, like, Randy came on board with Cascadia. He had designed the game, but then also being able to go into, he was really interested in continuing development and continue to working with the game. And so we get to give designers that opportunity to kind of take on whatever capacity they want in the development of the game.
Yeah, that was a big deal with me when I talked to them. I knew Sean and Molly and Rob, and we had spent a lot of time working on playtesting and designing together. And when the opportunity came up to do this, that was one of the first things I told them. I said, I want to do this, and I want to be heavily involved in the development, because that's very different from what I'm doing, in the other games that I have signed. And honestly, that process has just been fantastic. It's a lot of work to take a game from, hey, this works, it playtests well, and it's kind of fun, to, oh, we've got all the edge cases worked out. We've got it working so that it pops nicely to the player. All of that. It's definitely a lot of work, but it's also been a lot of fun to do it.
Cool. Well, I've got a lot of time for that, and especially got a lot of time for when people are making games about nature, etc., and things. It's always good to see people actually kind of thinking about the process of human beings as creatures and how we fit into our own cultures and natures. Very neat. So yeah, this looks pretty cool. Are you up for popping into TTS and having a bit of a play? All right.
Sounds perfect.
I'm going to press the button and hopefully things are going to work. Hey, it looks like they're actually going to work. I'm being blessed today. Oh, I'm in back. See, I can't work out if I'm 8 years old or 40 at this point, but it's somewhere between that, I think. So, this is a kind of nice starting position by the looks of it. We've all got our own little tiny arenas, a little club of foxes and bears over here, and yeah. I guess you want to just walk me through it? I'm keen to just start playing a game. I like playing games. I've been reminded of that this weekend.
Sure. We can go ahead and start right away. What you're seeing in front of you in the middle there is the market, where you have a bunch of habitat tiles, 4 of them, as well as 4 wildlife tokens. And turn is actually pretty simple. You simply take one of those pairs and play it into your environment. So you can see we each have our own little environment set up here that starts with a tri-hex. And so I could start and take one of these pairs, and I might say, you know what, I'm going to take this pair here, over to my little environment over here. I can place that hex next to my environment. That's the only rule, is that it has to touch something that's in your environment already. I could also rotate it however I want to. And then I need to play the wildlife token somewhere. Now, the wildlife token needs to be played on a tile that says it will accept that wildlife. So in my now 4-tile world, I only have one that allows an elk. So I will place that elk there. And I will only ever place one wildlife on a tile, and it will never move. So that elk is there for good. And then we just replace the items in the market from the bags here, and the next player goes, which I guess is Sean in this.
Yeah. So I was going to say the goal that you're trying to achieve in the game really is just it's a dual layered puzzle. So as you're playing, what you're trying to do is the habitats that you're growing, you're trying to create contiguous habitat corridors. So you want to create one big large area of wetland, or one big large stream if you can, because you're going to score 1 point for every tile in your largest area. And then on top of that, what you're doing with the wildlife scoring, as we talked about the different cards and the different options that you have, you'll have a set of 5 cards, one for each wildlife type, each game that you play, and you'll shuffle these up and do them randomly, or we have a bunch of different recommended setups for that as well. And you'll see that they all score in a slightly different way for different spatial patterns. Like, for instance, the bears in this game, we want to get groups of 2 bears, and we'll get an ascending number of points for everyone we can get. The elk want to be in specific lines. The salmon want to be in runs, which are kind of like lines, but that can't double back on themselves, but they can twist around. And then the hawks just want to be on their own. They don't want to touch any other hawk. And the foxes are really cool. They score for how many different other types of animals are surrounding each fox. So there's a whole bunch of, you're basically playing 5 different spatial puzzles at once on top of another spatial puzzle.
Well, yeah, I was thinking this reminds me of a game actually, but then I was thinking that game is Calico, so that makes sense. Which I enjoyed a lot actually. I enjoyed the puzzle of Calico a lot, but already the theme of this is speaking to me a little bit more strongly as someone who, I like cats, but I can take them or leave them. Whereas salmon, oh yeah. Yeah, fascinating. So we're going to score points at the end based on these cards, but also again based on having large contiguous areas of terrain, correct?
Yeah, that is right. Basically, about 2/3 of your score is going to be based on the wildlife scoring, and about 1/3 based on the habitat corridor scoring.
I'm glad. I'm glad you're going to get some points for that, because even just now with these 4 tiles here, the way these clip together is very pleasing. And
you can, and you can see from that one, I could have talked about it when I did it there. When I laid that tile with the salmon and the hawk, I rotated it specifically so that the river touched the river and the mountain touched the mountain. So that was a play that helped 2 of my habitat corridors grow at the same time. Now, the problem is...
More importantly, it looks really nice. So...
Yeah, that's. I think that's a great example of where the rules of the game actually support you ending up with a beautiful environment. And one of the things I've really enjoyed about watching people play this game is they love to take pictures of where they ended up of their little environment.
Yeah. No, I can see that.
Yeah, the other thing that's interesting about the habitat scoring is in a multiplayer game like we're playing, the player who has the largest in each habitat is also going to score a bonus. So there's a little bit of competition there. Obviously, the game is fairly low player interaction. It's similar to Calico in that way that everyone's kind of doing making their own beautiful thing in front of them. There's not a lot of take that or anything like that, but there is this kind of comparative scoring to try to outdo your opponents as you're making these things, which influences how you might draft and that sort of thing.
I can see in the chat we've got someone saying it's a bit like nature Carcassonne, and I like to think of it more as Carcassonne with a fish in it. So that's me. I honestly, I'm not. I am very fond of the scoring system for the salmon. It's this in particular. I mean, all of them. Bears going around in pairs, getting lots of elk together, having a hawk on its own. But there's something about the nature of the movement of this which I find incredibly pleasing. Can we jump in another play? Can we play a few rounds?
Yeah, for sure. I think you're up. You're all set to take a selection. I'll mention, Matt, there's one more thing. You'll notice some tiles only have one environment and one animal on them. Those are obviously a lot tougher to fulfill, but what those are called are keystone tiles. If you manage to place place an animal that is required on that keystone tile, you'll automatically receive a nature token. In TTS, we just have these simple cubes to represent them. But what the nature tokens do is they'll be worth 1 point at the end of the game. But they're also a way to manipulate the draft. So say you really wanted this this river tile that takes a single hawk, and you wanted this single hawk to put on it, you could spend a nature token to take any combination. So you could take this tile and this token instead of having to be beholden to these pairs. So that so you can always spend one to do that. In addition, you can spend one to wipe all of the wildlife token, any number of wildlife tokens, if you don't like what you see. So there's some market manipulation mechanics in there as well that you can get those bonus nature tokens to help with the draft.
Neat. All right. Well, I am going to take these two, I think, and I'm going to pop my hawk down on there, and then I'm going to take this. And I've still got 90 degrees. 1 second. Not 40. Oh, what do I want? I probably want
30. 30.
Yeah.
30 is probably best, yeah.
Okay, and I'm going to do this, which is going to be the beginnings. Actually, you know what? I think I'm going to do it like this, because I might expand into mountains over here. We'll see. We'll see.
All right, I will go ahead and take this Keystone Bear tile, and I have a spot for that salmon.
That's
right now.
fine. Well, you didn't take my. Oh, you're all taking my fish.
I think I don't have a spot for an elk right now, which is tricky. So that means I'm probably not going to want any of those central ones. But I like foxes. Everyone on the team gives me as it is widely known that I love the fox strategy. So I'm going to go for a fox right about here.
Yeah, okay. Well, I'm thinking I have to be adaptive here, and as much as I want to go for a hot salmon strat, I think I'm going to have to mix it up a little bit, and I'm going to do this and be the hawk boy. Actually, I think I'm just going to tilt that. That's nice.
All right, well, I don't have a spot for that elk yet. I haven't earned anything. Where are the bears? They are not.
Oh, having a hard time getting bears, Randy? Oh, that's a tragedy.
Oh. I am never going to live that down.
In this climate?
No.
Forget about it.
I played right after. There's a game we probably played at PAX Unplugged last year that I played right after Randy, and I was trying to go heavy on bears, and Randy took every single bear before me. I don't know. I didn't wise up. I just grumbled.
One is taking on these elk, but you know what? I'm going to go ahead and get myself yet another keystone, which means if I can't get a hawk next turn, it's going to be probably pretty sad for me.
Okay.
One of the things that, so we had a backer of Calico named Gavin McGruddy, and he made an online kind of solo mode for Calico, and it's a really cool implementation. We've got links to all this in our Discord, in our AwSHUX Discord, if folks are interested in checking it out. And so it was such a cool implementation that we reached out to him and said, hey, we've got this other game, Cascadia, coming up. It's kind of similar. Would you be interested in making us like a solo online browser-based demo of this so folks can try it out? And he was like, that'd be super cool. I'd be totally into that. So he's built us an amazing solo demo, which has the same scoring conditions that we're playing here right now. And people can go online and play it and try it out for themselves right now.
Neat. So all of this is openly available right now.
Yes. Yeah.
Cool.
Tabletop Simulator isn't, but we are doing demos for the next 2 days.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, absolutely. I didn't really want to do that. I'm not happy about that, but never mind. I think I really want to keep my eagles, giving them some space. I mean, for this, do I need to have... Yes, it's just not adjacent to any other hawk. So this is still going to get me points, even though there's nothing around it, right? It's just...
Yep,
I don't have to fill out the landscape. Okay, grand.
Okay, I need to take a hawk. Does this tile work for me? Yeah, I'm okay with this one. That'll fit right in here. Take a hawk,
Take a hawk, buddy. Okay. All right. I'm getting myself into... This My full hawk strat is really not going to work out for me, I don't think. Is it me? Have I got to do a thing?
You're up.
I find I'll forget what it was that I was really aiming to do, and I'll see an available space, like, oh, that one has a hawk or an elk or a salmon, and then I accidentally fill it with a elk or something, and then, oh, wait, oh.
That's a good idea. Moving us a bit closer is a good idea, so we can see what's going. Oh. Okay. I'm just gonna have to do something I don't want to do, which is heartbreaking, but that's fine. Okay. Oh. So I'm gonna do this.
I think your fox tile got doubled up there accidentally.
It did. So hang on. Oh. It's fine. It's my wonky nature reserve. What am I gonna do here? I don't think I can do that because I can't place the bear, so I shouldn't have taken that, should I?
Oh.
I made an illegal mistake. I apologize.
That's okay.
Don't
worry about
I'm
it.
going to put that back, and then in an incredibly messy fashion, and I'll take this.
If you do end up in a situation where you really want a tile, but you can't place the wildlife token, you can just place the wildlife token back in the bag. But that's just sad. No one wants that.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know.
The one thing it does is allows you a little...
I've misread my hawk card. They score for every hawk that's not adjacent to any other hawk. I was trying to keep them not adjacent to anything. And now everything is absolutely fine. Okay.
I glazed over the rules pretty quick, so sorry about that.
It's fine. That's my fault. I can see the cards.
So Matt, just noticed that right now you could place that elk on your keystone tile instead, because you're going to want to put one there, and then you'll get a nature token.
Yeah, let's do it.
Which will give you some flexibility.
Let's do it.
I'm going to move over here and hopefully get this salmon stuff started. Let's go this way, and then I finally get a bear, which is going to get me a nature token. All right.
Oh, Randy's got the Bear Mountain range over there.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever had a bear pair on 2 Keystone Mountain tiles. I'm kind of excited about that, which is maybe irrational, but...
Okay.
That's what this game's all about, irrational excitement, right?
Okay, I'm going to take these two.
Okay.
I'm getting overexcited about the possibilities again, because I'm like, well, hang on a minute. I thought I couldn't do a salmon thing, but now I can, so...
The advantage of having to put one back in the bag, if that happens, is that you then are probably going to have a little bit more flexibility on your land tiles because you will have 4 spaces rather than 3 spaces.
Yeah.
Oh, there's your bear, Randy. It'd be a shame if someone took it. No, you know what? I'm going to maybe lean heavily into this... strategy of all these hawks.
That was
so
a pretty peachy pick there.
I was like, how do you not take that one?
Yeah. Okay.
Gotta connect. I do need to connect this river if I can by getting another river tile in there because it's
I need some salmon.
Not connected.
Who's been eating all the salmon? Not eating. Sorry, homing.
That's Randy. Randy's already got 3 salmon over there.
The bears. Yeah, that's a good answer.
The bears. Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna take. It's my go, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm going to say it is. It's 2 days into a fictional con, and I'm losing my mind. Okay. So I'm going to do this, I think, and I'm going to put the eagle on it. Actually, I'm going to put it over here. Fly like an eagle.
Ooh, look at that prairie salmon. The elusive prairie salmon.
Oh, ha. Just wait, if you join us for trivia at noon, there will be a prairie salmon inspired question.
Is that a thing then? Like, is it when they accidentally jump too far out of a river and end up in a field?
It's where sometimes they will. No, it is kind of funny because it should be on the water, but it's when they do swim quite far inland. They spawn quite far inland. So the landscape changes.
Of course, yeah, of course, that'll do it. We had a thing.
But I don't want to give too much about the question.
No, yeah,
Matt.
you can, yeah. Check out that. You said that's at noon your time, presumably not noon my time.
Noon Pacific.
It's not happening. It's done.
Yeah, missed it. Noon Pacific. We're just gonna do a quick couple of rounds of Cascadia-inspired trivia. Not the game, the actual place. And we hope to have some special guests who can talk about their Kickstarters, or we'll talk about them for them. Other Cascadia designers working now, and some who've got Kickstarters on the go right now.
Oh, cool. Bit of location focus. Yeah. Is it my go?
Yeah,
it is your go.
That's the only thing in TTS I can never get my head around. It's missing the physicality of seeing somebody sitting next to you, looking at you as if to say, you gonna do anything? Are you gonna do anything now?
Yeah.
Well, I could just flick cubes your way when it's your turn or
do it.
something.
Yeah,
Why
just shout at me, frankly.
That is my favorite part about tabletop simulators. The flick action is a lot of fun.
Okay, I think, yeah, let's have a nice little river here. And I got my
There's
first
another
salmon.
Bear. Do I need that bear to finish? Sure, why not? Let's for that. And another nature token.
All right.
I'm now thinking about a time when I went for a walk about, I don't know, 7 or 8 months ago, and it was like you're walking down the road and I saw these little bugs hopping around. I realized they were tiny frogs. They were about a centimeter, and I felt really bad because I didn't notice it for like about 10 seconds. So unfortunately, we definitely had, walking along in big walking boots, we definitely had squished a bunch of them before we noticed. But there were so many. There must be thousands of them. We realised there was a river on the other side of the hedge, and they must have just popped out for a little hop around. But it was incredible. There were tons of them. Yeah.
Yeah, it's all around you. If you're walking at the right pace, looking around.
Frogs are
all the flora and fauna. I'm very sad. There's some great fauna in the Pacific Northwest that didn't quite make it into this edition of the game, or this space version of the game.
Well,
like orcas and sea wolves. No.
Marmots
and sea wolves. Those are the two that I would really like to see.
I'm gonna be on Team Pika. I wish there were pikas.
Right, so we're back to me, right?
Marmots are pretty good. Yeah, you're up, Randy.
All right, let's see here. I don't.
So we're gonna play. So the game plays out, and you play out 20 turns. So you'll just use the number of tiles, the number of habitat tiles equal to the number of players, and that'll trigger the end of the game. You'll be able to see kind of how many tiles are left, and that's how long it goes.
And I mean, it's a very quick one as well, isn't it? You know, this is clearly a speedy thing.
Yeah.
It's one of the things that we always look for is like really snappy turns. There's obviously going to be some times where you're kind of deliberating and thinking about, the challenge of the puzzle, but the action itself is really fast. And the nice thing about this is that once you make your selection, you can have a couple seconds to think about exactly where you're going to place stuff, and people can go, oh, one thing I'll mention is if we ever have 3 wildlife like we have right here, I know you probably want to wipe these, Matt, because you're going heavy salmon strategy here, but if you'd like to, if there are 3 the same, the player can choose to wipe those, take 3 new ones out, and then put the other 3 back in the bag.
Put the salmon back in the sea. Well, I mean, actually, I might wipe them just to be cruel, because I know that other people want salmon as well. And putting them all back in again means that,
Yeah.
Okay.
Oops, that's the wrong one. Here, I'll put 3 new
that's
ones.
a tile. I'm just throwing things around for fun.
There you go. I gave you 3 new ones, and we'll put them in and
see, the problem
remember
is,
to
I don't
shuffle.
really want this stuff, but that's fine. I can work it out. I am going to take... what do I want? What do I want? I'm going to take this. I'll take the bear and the fox. Well, I'll put the fox there, get myself a little special nature cube, and pop over this forest over here, I think.
Oh, that's not bad. No.
That's a mountain, isn't it? You know, actually, I think I'm
And
going to
that
there.
and one of our many places for a hawk, right there.
I'm gonna go ahead and just take this one and put a bear on it.
If you like it, then you should have put a bear on it. Okay. Oh, is it my go?
You're up.
I'm
And
gonna
you
take
have
this. This is what they call in the
a
industry
juicy-
perfect bear synergy. Just 100%. Oh, that's nice. That's gonna go there. That's gonna pop on there, and I'm gonna take another nature cube.
What is this? That is madness.
Oh, it's double
combination
perfect
just
bear
came out.
synergy. What the? I haven't seen that in years. This is wild.
It's a double rain bear.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh,
What are the chances?
do I want elk? I do not want elk. Well, could take elk. Do I have any? Oh, I actually like this tile.
See
quite a
Morrigan in the
bit. I'm
chat
gonna
saying
go ahead.
peak bear performance. You might not like it, but this is what peak bear performance looks like.
Someone also wants space lions.
Yeah.
Not sure that's the Cascadian thing.
Molly feels very passionate about sea wolves. I will give some insider information that there is a sea wolves expansion-y ideas are happening in the background of the
What are
Cascadia
sea
right
wolves?
now.
I don't think I know what sea wolves are.
So on the coast, there are wolves, regular old wolves, that have adapted over generations to live right on the outside, especially on the edge of Vancouver Island, the west side of Vancouver Island. They spend a lot of time in the ocean, swimming around in a way that wolves generally don't.
Yeah.
And yeah, eating shellfish and fish and hunting there. And yeah, so quite rare and super mysterious seeming.
They've
animals.
retrained as water wolves.
Exactly.
That's cool.
Randy.
Yeah.
Took
What
my
did I take
fox.
that you wanted?
Oh, well, you took my fox, but the fox came right back, so I will take that tile because I get Keystone Fox. I have a lot of nature tokens, and I'm thinking if I want to use one.
Keystone Fox.
I do want to use one. I'm gonna go ahead and use one so that I can take this tile instead and put it right over here. I'm gonna have the largest river.
Yeah, you've got a pretty wild river going on here.
Yeah, gotta go for that. It does not have many fish at this point. It's mostly a hawk bear river.
I am going to spend one of my precious nature cubes to take this this Keystone Eagle Mountain, which is the name of my band, and I'm also going to take this bear and put the bear here.
Excellent. In the final game, the nature tokens are actually they're pine cones. They're from the Douglas fir tree, which is kind of the big signature tree of Cascadia. It's on the Cascadia flag, if you've ever seen the Cascadia flag. But
the unofficial Cascadia.
I can actually just I can just pop back to the camera very briefly, and I've got some of the prototype pine cone tokens in my hand, which are attractive. What's your plan for the wooden pieces in this, in terms of what are you going to do with the
So the pine cones are actually going to be part of the punch boards for the tiles. So they're going to be kind of thick cardboard tokens with a custom, like with a shape, a cutout shape, and then the actual animals themselves are going to be thick wood tokens. And we got a bunch of upgrades on the Kickstarter so far, so they're going to be fully painted, and then they'll have like a screen printed top with the artwork on the top. So they'll be really nice.
You love to hear it.
I believe it is Matt's turn.
Yeah.
Yeah, Matt's up.
Distracted with me cameras. I'm always messing around with my cameras, that lad. All right. Is it time to give up on my salmon dreams? That's the question.
Yeah, that is the question.
No,
I'm not
spend
playing,
the
but that's
nature
my, I often
spend the
have that
nature
question.
token and just wipe all the animals. You can get salmon.
That does not seem in the spirit of this game,
luck.
if I'm honest.
Push your luck.
Kill 'em
You're just returning them to
all.
nature. You're just returning them to nature.
That's the sort of thing that villains say in films. Like, this is just the natural order of things. They will all die anyway. Oh, what do I want? What do I want? You know, I think I am going to take these two, and I'm going to start to abandon my my salmon strats, and I'm going to lean heavily into fox / bear / eagle monetization programs.
These are not the tiles I am looking for.
So we just got a couple of minutes left now, and I just want to ask, like, I mean, how far are we? So we got 57 things. Is this set up to be a game? So is this the correct amount? So how far through the game are we roughly?
I think we have about 6 or 7 more turns. I just did a count. I didn't take the rest of the tiles out of the bag.
Sure. So we'd end up adding about
game.
6 more tiles to this little tableau, which is it's a decent amount of space there. That's about the amount of space you can do on a table before you start to get into a pickle.
Exactly.
Okay, so we've got a few more minutes left. Yeah, anything else? I just
people
want
to play,
go ahead.
If people want to play, please do pop into our AwSHUX Discord, the Flatout Games Discord. Just the general hangout will give you information about when we might do some demos, playthroughs, even with Randy this afternoon on using Discord and Tabletop Simulator. And that we've got the Myatama that Gavin McCruddy set up. There's a channel if you play and you want to post your high score and brag about it. We'll take your screen caps and your high score points there. And also that the Kickstarter is live and just wrapping up this coming Wednesday. So if you're interested in backing the game, please visit the website. It's got lots of description. You can see the Myatama from there, as well as all the information and fun nature facts too on the website.
Oh, I can see. Unfortunately, Molly's video has frozen, but it's fine. It didn't freeze.
No.
It froze in quite a nice smile, so it could be worse. Like, you know, it usually decides to freeze when you've got your eyes closed and you're looking at
mouth open. Yeah,
it
I know
could
it's
be worse. It just looks like you're calling into a radio. I'm just going to quickly point out as well that obviously we talked about this briefly earlier, but much like with Tiny Towns, obviously the game we were playing there had all those cards, but then there are a whole bunch of different types of things that can happen with all the different animals. So there is the same kind of variability as if you don't know about Tiny Town and played that, it's a game where obviously you have the same components, but then using different scoring cards to basically have a lot of variety and ways to mix it up using the same components, which was a touch about Tiny Town that I really loved. So I'm glad to see more games delving in and basically stretching out a game in a way that doesn't rely on a bucket load more components, because I think that is cool and neat. Well, thank you very much for popping along and showing me this lovely little thing. That's with Cascadia. Again, there's a whole bunch of links in the chat about where you can find out more about the game and all of that. And thanks so much to you three for joining me.
Awesome. Thanks, Matt.
For having us.
Thanks for having us. This was
nice to
a lot
chat.
of fun.
Hello and welcome back. We are now here with 1001 Odysseys. A little bit later than scheduled because everything on the computers and the internet is going all funny. But we're here. Sadly, we're here with 3 instead of 4 people, but that's fine. You can still make a space omelette with just 3 people. And we've already, as you can see, got fancy little windows on the Twitch stream to show us what roles we're going to be doing throughout this game. And I'm going to come back and explain a little bit more about that, because that's the one thing I know about. After these fine folks, Julia and Sarah, introduce themselves and talk a little bit about the game.
Hi everyone, I'm Julie Urquhart. I'm the creator of 1001 Odysseys, and I'm here with Sarah today, who is our narrative architect, and we are going to play 1001 Odysseys. So 1001 Odysseys is a story game full of adventure. And what we're going to do is we each have a different role today, and we are each playing as one of the human officers aboard the spaceship the Odyssey. And our goal for the game is to sort of explore the different weirdnesses of the universe. And you can see here today, we're playing on this beautiful watercolor map. And this is the planet of Avalanus. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go right into the story. So basically what 1001 Odysseys is all about is that you're playing through the game, you're playing through the story, and you make choices about what to do next as the story progresses. So what I'm going to do, let's see. We have the 4 roles. We have Commander, and we're all going to share the role of Commander today. And then Sarah is playing as the Operations Officer. I'm playing as Information Officer. And then Matt has Navigator here on the right. So let's see.
I'm excited about this because basically as Navigator, it's going to be my job to just look at the pretty pictures, which I think is great that people have finally nailed my kind of ability level in terms of a demo session today, because I've been asked and expected to do a whole variety of things. And I think looking at pretty pictures, I got this.
You're going to be looking at pretty pictures. You were going to be moving discs. You were going to be placing cards.
Whoa. All right, we'll see how we go, okay?
So the rules for 1001 Odysseys are pretty easy to explain, and like I said, I'm gonna go through them as we play the game. But firstly, I'm gonna start with the intro. Now you'll see here under Commander we have what's called the storybook, and the demo that we're playing today is called The Admiral's Request. So what this is going to do is we're going to start with the intro paragraphs, and then we're going to have what are called updates, which are going to be instructions for each of the different officer roles. So I can start that.
Great stuff.
Right now. Okay. Popping it out to screen. Okay. Putting on my best narrator voice. Okay. Humanity has finally reached out to space, traveling far outside our solar system. You are all crew members of the Odyssey, the first human ship to arrive in the distant sector of space called Insula. Right now, you're on the planet of Avalanus, the government capital of the Federation. The Federation is a multicultural hodgepodge, and you are its newest and oddest visitors. You're assigned Lacquer Dude Guide Amel. So here's where I would stop. And I would put on my information officer hat. It's invisible, you can't see it. But what I would do is I would look at, we have here is the almanac.
And Matt, if you click the left-hand corner of that, it will embiggen it.
Embiggening.
So that you can see nice
almanac.
pictures.
Okay, so pop out the screen. Ah, nice. Okay. Oh, interesting. I didn't know you could do that in TTS. That's very neat.
So you can see it has each of the different. Yes.
So you can't really see this. I'm gonna just very shonkily now pop into OBS and jiggle something around, as I like to call it. That made it, let's not. Anyway, just so I can show you what this looks like, because actually this is quite neat for a tabletop mod. So we've got the ability here to go through this thing, and it sits at the edge of my screen, and I've got a wonderful little book. Let's have a close-up of this book. And yeah, okay. I've forgotten the icon for Tabletop Simulator. It's got to that point in the day. All right, I'm back. So.
All right. So information officer, what are lacquer dudes? Because I've never played this game before, and I don't remember.
I'm going to tell you. Lacquer dudes are calm and relaxed, preferring to spend time surfing the waves of the single ocean on their desert moon Urvelian, gifted with an advanced proclivity for translating foreign languages. Ooh. These blue-skinned mammals are relative newcomers to the Federation government. Though they don't often mention it, the lacquer dudes' cheerful outlook is sometimes overshadowed by the tragic loss of their previous homeworld, a warm haven called Catalan. So you can see that's a picture of Amel right there on her surfboard with a little translator device.
I'm just enjoying the line. Far from being serious busybodies like the Neebelwoobers.
It's true.
There's flippin' Neebelwoobers. Okay.
All right, back to previously. Okay, your assigned Lacquer-Dude guide Amel has ensured your comfortable journey with her technical know-how and language expertise while you travel around Federation space. I'm so glad I got the translation emitters working, she says to you. Now you can understand everything everyone is saying, except for the tentacle sign language jokes from the Neebelwoobers. I could never get the hang of those idioms. Da-da-da. What are Neebelwoobers?
Hey, info, what are Neebelwoobers?
These are Neebelwoobers. Look at this illustration.
All right, let's check out these Neebelwoobers. Okay, the Neebelwoobers then, obviously. They are large cephalopods who consider themselves superior to all other sentients of the Federation. The Neebelwoobers are superior creatures. Yeah, clearly. I like them.
That's exactly what they sound like.
Yeah. Well, some of my best friends are Neebelwoobers, so I get, you know.
But of course.
Right.
All right. So now, let's see. Sarah, do you want to read the now paragraph?
Sure. Now, your cruise directed on the planet Avalonus is to experience the customs and cultures of other sentient species firsthand. As you stroll with Amel down a tree-lined street from the spaceport to the embassy district, you watch alien passersby mingle together and pop in and out of shops up and down the boulevard. You feel a little weird just hanging out looking at aliens, but in a way it's your duty. It's what you came to outer space to do. But you also came to update your ship's license and registration since you somehow accidentally registered the exploration vessel as a commercial bakery. It could be worse, Amel giggles. We just need a sworn statement that you're not actually exporting pastry. It's not like you have to redo the exoviral inoculations. You are loudly interrupted by a Timtillowink shouting at you from across the street. Information! What is a Timtillowink?
What's a Timtillowink? Let's find out.
What is a Timtillowink when it's at home?
That's a Timtillowink.
All right.
Fearsome looking creature.
Gonna check out a Timtillowink. Yeah, it's basically a pirate, but...
It's a pirate.
It's a pirate. Let's be real.
It's a space pirate.
Spacey pirate. So this Timtillowink shouts, "Ahoy there! I say ahoy! You don't look like you're doing anything important." She had jagged rips on her jacket as if she has had an unfortunate meeting with an angry beast. "Me pets have gone missing! Search the street! If you see any critters with blue tags, call out to me, Admiral Shripley. Those pets belong in Shripley's Ship-Shape Pet Shop, and a Shripley never lets our shops be anything less than ship-shape."
Ship.
True.
So update. Info. Add Mission 1, recover pets to your passport.
Oh,
so now Julia's going to take this moment to add recover pets next to the Mission 1 block in the passport. So we can always remember that Mission 1 is recover pets.
So in the full game, this is going to be sort of like a miniature folder, and that you can actually write in with the pen and everything. Legacy component.
So you basically actually fill in your little logbook as you go through your missions. Mission 1, recover pets. Mission 2.
Seems simple enough.
We are not a bakery. I mean, honestly, I'd just lean into it. I'd just be a bakery. Right. Okay. So that's next job.
Okay, updates. Navigator.
It's my job.
That's
now,
you, Matt.
Yeah.
Add
location
card.
card.
Add location
101.
card 101 to the map.
Okay, so
you're gonna just grab that
101,
first card.
And then do I flip it?
Yes.
Flip it over. I have to work out where this goes.
Where does it go?
Oh, it does tell me L6 and L5. So I thought I was going to have to do a puzzle, but actually, I can just do this like so.
We added those on there to make it a little bit easier.
Yeah, fair enough.
Otherwise, tabletop simulator.
Nightmare. Hey, cool.
All right, there it is.
So it's a pet shop.
And Julia, can you read the rest of these out for me while I do ops?
Yeah, totally. All right, so now ops. Add mission card 1 to your mission control board.
Aye, it's there, Commander.
All right, and now place mission 1's cubes into slots 1 through 4, set to the off position.
Aye, that's also done.
Excellent. All right, now set mission 1, slots 2, 3, and 4 to standby.
Okay, so I'm going to move these cubes up here. In real life, they conveniently slide when you put these cards in. So it just automatically pops into the on position when you drop a card in there. It's really fun and like toggling a real switch. But aye, that's done.
Excellent.
Oh,
Okay,
how does that work
finally...
then? So when you put cards into it, how does what?
So the cubes, this white box in real life is a little cutout. So the cube lives in the cutout, and when you push a card up from the bottom,
it will go
the cube with it. Yeah.
Neat.
Yeah. Fun times.
I was like, wait, is it a computer? I got really confused.
It's a cardboard computer. This is our brain where we keep track of our choices that we've made.
Exactly.
Fun times. Okay. What else for operations? Anything else?
Add card 301, focus A, any, to mission 1.
Okay, so this is going to be flipped over. And I'm going to drop it in here. All right. Aye, all done.
All right, so now we've kind of played through the intro, we can begin the game proper. So we haven't really had to make any choices yet. But now is where we can make choices. So we just put down a single location card where there are 2 locations. We have the Shipshape Pet Shop and Tech Sector Street. So we can visit any of these places. And in order to find the correct paragraph in the storybook, we have to combine certain letters and numbers to form the mission report code. Very fancy. Yeah. So operate has the first 2 parts.
Well, first we got to decide where we want to go, the street or
this is true.
Pet shop. And I strongly encourage that we go to the street because that's where this Tim Tiddlywink was with like, help me search for pets. So that seems like a good idea to start with. It's my 2 cents weighing in. Anyone else?
I mean, if you want to get pets, why don't we just go to a pet shop?
But they're missing from the pet shop, right?
I mean, that's true, but maybe they haven't looked. I mean, yeah, we should probably not. Yeah, I think that's a good plan. I think it's best I just stick to looking at the pretty pictures, frankly.
But the choices.
No, it's true. I mean, the problem is I'm the wrong person to ask for this. Like, the first time I played Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective, we didn't go to the scene of the crime for about an hour and a half. So, yeah, I think when it comes to solving crimes, I'm bad. So I think let's go with your gut on this and say let's go to the street outside the pet shop rather than looking in the pet shop for the stolen pets.
Okay,
although
so
it could be insurance fraud. That's all I'm going to say.
Oh, I hope not.
Yeah, that's gritty crime there. So for my part, from operations, we're going to say, Commander, the first part of this is A1. And the navigator is then going to give the grid coordinates, and that's going to make the second half of this sandwich that we're going to squish together and pass off to Commander. So,
okay. So
what are those coordinates for the...
So I just give you the coordinates for the location. Okay, it's L6.
And when you do that, anytime we go somewhere, navigation gets to go ahead and drop one of these discs on the hexagon there, so we know that we've already done it this time.
Okay, cool.
It's done.
All right, Commander.
All right, are we ready?
Yeah.
All right, so we're going to find the correct paragraph, which is A1L6. Oh, it's right here. Okay. Matt, would you like to read? I can read.
Sure.
Also.
I'll read. What am I reading? Does this L6?
A1L6, yes.
I can do that. Tech Sector Street is bustling with pedestrians. Locals lounge in the grassy median and vehicles glide along the travel lanes. You walk up and down the street searching for the ground for little creatures with blue tags, dodging suction cup tentacles, padded paws, and scaly tails. Finally, you spot a blue charm. I just gotta get this up on the screen properly. There we are. Oh. Finally, you spot a blue charm dangling from a green leafy sprout. You pounce A startled Plumpkin shrieks, dropping her shopping basket. "That's my head, you oily-skinned monster!" she wails. "Oh, I've just got my leaves washed and beaded. Go away!" You apologise profusely and vow to be more careful. After searching for a few more minutes, the Admiral returns. "No luck. We need to cover more ground." She pulls a device from her pocket and smacks it. "A would-be thief knocked the copper songbird perchers into the aardvark heat lamps and scrambled our pet trackers this morning." She smacks the device again. An array of dots pulse on its screen before turning black again. "Aha!" she mutters. "We've got pings from the north and west, but they're just out of range for this piece of junk to get an exact pinpoint. We should split up and go after them. Do you want to go north or west?" In the north, you see skyscrapers and an enormous tree plunging high into the clouds. You could get a good vantage of the city from up there. In the west, you see shorter buildings, but a stream of locals is heading in that direction. You could ask them for help locating the pets. So now we get to choose one. We can volunteer to track in the north or volunteer to track in the west. Either X100 or X200.
Oh, first things first, we should find out what a plumplum is. What is a plumplum?
Oh yeah, info. What's a plumplum?
Ooh, that's my job. A plumplum. Here it is. This is a plumplum. Sentient root vegetables.
Of course. From the planet of Brummigum.
Yes. So basically everything they are plants, and everything they make is made of plants. It's just
that's pretty messed up, isn't it? You know? Make you think.
It's convenient.
They look cute, but I don't know, you know? Sorry, it's too real. Too real. I like their faces. That's my official navigation art looker opinion on the matter.
As navigation, do you have strong feelings about west or north?
I think go west. Always go west.
Okay.
All right, so we're going to go to the X paragraphs, which are at the back of the book. This is X200.
Okay.
Here we go.
Very well. If you'll take the west, I'll go north, says the Admiral, whose voice keeps changing, and I think is a lady as well. Let's stop inside the shop for a minute to get you a tracker and see if Junior has any news about the blasted break-in. So, Nav, add location card 102 to the map. I can do that. Flippy. Okay. I'm actually going to try and not look at the numbers now and see if I can just do it.
Oh, yeah. That's it.
Is that it?
Awesome.
Oh,
yes.
sweet.
Yeah, that's it.
I got that pretty fast. All right. It's probably not that difficult. Okay. And Ops. Oh, no. Commander. Commander in Second Chief, Julia.
Yes.
No,
it is Ops.
I don't know.
Is it Ops? Is it Red? Red Ops?
Oh, it is. Sorry. I feel because surely it's the commander's job to be telling people what to do. And there is
that's
no
what
commander.
you're doing as you read them out. You're just relaying the orders to the people who fulfill the task.
Okay, well, Ops, can you remove focus A from mission 1?
It's gone.
So what just happened there? Just so we're...
So we looked around for some stuff. We made a decision to go to the west, and now we're going to get some more cool things to look for.
Gotcha. So now we add card 303.
303, okay.
And then we do focus C, check with locals to mission 1.
Okay, so here it is. Check with locals. We're going to drop it in here on mission 1.
Gotcha. And then set M1, slot 1 to observation.
All right, going up. Observation.
All right. Oh, something happened.
And that's the last command, right? So,
yes.
Commander, we have a mission code that's complete.
Ooh.
Check it out. All these things are up in the on position. So
mission
now
control board. Yes.
Ops gets to interrupt the commander and say, Commander, we got to turn to M1. OSSS. Got to turn. Got to look. Something happened.
Now we have this column right here of all these
Okay.
different code configurations. Which
Oh,
one
I
is
see.
ours?
So if you end up with, you basically, every time you filled something out, you will look at it to see what it says.
Exactly.
Okay. Okay, so then we go to X142.
Nope, we go to, our code is M10SSS.
I got mixed up between the 3 O's and the 3 S's. Okay, so 101. Oh, it's just here. Okay, it's just here.
It's that one.
Shall I do the honors, or do you want to do some reading?
I can do this one.
Go for it.
Alrighty then. All right. Bouncing hamster balls, broken cages, and metallic feathers cover the floor of the ship-shaped pet shop. A young Tintiloink paces back and forth, watching something on a handheld screen. Ahoy there, Junior! The Admiral greets him. I've conscripted us a crew. Oop. Junior raises his head. He looks just like the Admiral, but is tense with anxiety and has fewer visible scars. He says, "Thank you all for coming to help." He gestures wearily at the screen. It looks like security footage. Look at them, the poor dears. A Gelitort, a Wyvern, and a Quadribite. That burglar scared off my entire Humania Improved line. The Admiral chimes in, Earth pets, but better. That's his catchphrase. Junior explains, the Gelitort rolls around in a ball and looks like your jellyfish with a hard protective shell. The Quadribite is a bulked up version of your Trilobite. And the Wyvern flies like your own great winged lizards, but she's small enough to snuggle on your shoulder. He wrings his hands. The pet's microchips were damaged in the destruction, so our tracking devices show the direction in which they've gone, but not which pet is which. We can't tell who's hungry, who's nervous, or who needs a good tummy rub. Not only that, but the shop is a complete mess. Oh, this is a disaster, Mother. My poor pets. The Admiral grips Junior's shoulders. Stay the course, Junior. We'll bring them all back, safe as ever. She turns to you. Help us find the missing pets, humans, and I'll reward you handsomely. Very handsomely. She hands you a tracking device and leans in conspiratorially. The pets are unique and very expensive, and it just won't do to have them captured by the competition. I turn the page. The Tip Top Pet Shop would love a chance to acquire our new Humania creatures, those scallywags. Ooh. Okay, so updates. Ops. Add card 304 Focus D. Get help at shops to mission 1. And we actually don't take out mission. We don't take out Focus C. We now have 2 focuses available to us. And then ops set M1 slots 2 and 3 to off, which means we remove those cards and those slots are now free again. And then nav, return all mission 1 discs from the map to the navigation board. So now the map is going to be cleared of any and all discs that might be on there.
Oh, sorry. I'm in another world.
Navigator!
Oh, where are we? Okay. Return all mission 1 discs from the map. I could do that. I could do that. I can do that. There we are. There we are.
Okay. The board is free once again. So a lot of things have changed now. We know what kind of pets we're looking for. We're looking for a Gelitort, we're looking for a Quadribite, and we're looking for a Wyvern.
But we don't know what a Gelitort is, do we?
Well, a Gelitort, he said, was like a jellyfish, but with a hard protective shell like a tortoise. It's a Jellytort.
Oh, okay. You know, when you put it like that, it's incredibly obvious, isn't it? Yeah. Okay. Okay, so keep your eyes out for a jelly tortoise.
Yes, essentially.
Now, where would I go if I was a jelly tortoise?
Again, that is the question. So we have 2 focuses now. Focus D, get help at shops, or Focus C, check with the locals. You'll also notice that unlike Focus A, these 2 focus cards have their own unique symbols. The shop card has a little shopping bag, and the locals card has what looks like kind of like a little GPS.
Like a pin thing.
Yeah,
pin.
like a pin thing. Exactly. So now when we're choosing locations to visit, we must find one that has a matching icon with a particular focus that we would like to use. We can only use one or the other in making the choice of where to go next. We also now have 2 new locations we can visit and the original 2 locations are now also available for exploration, and we will
So we
get
can go back
repaired.
to the streets again if we so
Exactly.
choose.
Exactly. Choices.
Okay. Okay.
So many choices, so many places to go, and deciding if we want to like bother the shopkeepers there and ask for help, or bother the locals there and ask for help in our mission of recovering these pets.
Yeah, so this one is get help at a shop. Okay. Just gonna put that under. How do I do that again? Is it you?
Yeah, those are never going to go back. Don't worry about it.
Oh, no, hang on. I think if you press U, it goes underneath. There we are.
Oh, shiny.
Yeah, I'm still learning.
So Founder's Place is kind of like a big plaza, kind of like a big gathering place, kind of all kinds of people. The Maker's Cavern is sort of an underground business, and let's see, it's supported by the Braxicon Embassy of the Zibzab people. And it's located 5 floors below ground and open all day and all night. A bot-supported workshop space for developing new mechanical technology.
Okay. 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 Maybe we should. I feel like we should go there. I don't know why. My heart
The
says
Maker's Cavern?
we should go to the Maker's Cavern, and I've got
You
no
could
idea
totally
why.
go to the Maker's
It's
Cavern.
probably not where we're going to find any pets, but you never know. I just can't resist the 24/7, 24-hour cavern.
It's true. So you can see in the almanac, there's a picture of a Zibzab. That's what they look like.
Let's check it out. Ah, of course, the Zibzab. It's a rock, but with arms and legs. Okay, so these things are. I mean, this is, this does raise all sorts of questions. Like if rocks are sentient and plants are sentient, then like, is there any form of ethical consumption or ethical construction? This is
These are philosophical questions.
There's a lot to delve into here. I don't know, like it's like when you play Mario Odyssey for the first time and you realize you're like, well, what is sentience? I don't know. Anyway, okay, let's go to the Maker's Cavern. So
Maker's Cavern.
So that's going to be D1 from
I'm going to put
operation.
a disc on it.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And the coordinates from Navigator.
Okay.
Right as you take a drink.
It's H6, I believe.
So it's D for the focus, 1 for the mission, and then H6 for the location coordinates. Okay.
So just for those following along at home, the D is coming from this mission card here. One is from, or sorry, this focus card, D. Mission card 1, and then the coordinates come from up here.
Yeah, so you'll see on the map, there's letters running along the horizontal and then numbers running along the vertical to give the map coordinates for each individual location.
D1, G6, yeah, the Maker's Cavern. All right, let's have a look.
There we go. Go ahead.
Okay. I'll bring this up. You take the stairs down to the 5th basement level below the Braxicon Embassy and arrive at the workshop in a giant underground cave. You see Zibzab busy at workbenches with computer terminals, but they barely look up at your arrival. To your left, an intelligent maker machine turns on at your approach. I detect visitors. Welcome. My name is Ham. And that's a good reference. I like that. It chirps. Short for Handy Automated Manufacturer. Can I make something for you? I can make anything you describe. Or would you like to make something yourselves? Be sure to wear the appropriate safety attire. You see an open closet full of shiny safety equipment to your right. So, we can either describe a pet grabber to this robot helper, describe a sandwich, or look at the safety outfits. So,
So something that could catch a pet.
Yeah.
A sandwich, food. Who doesn't like a sandwich? And then safety outfits.
But do we want
shiny
a sandwich? Do we want a robotic sandwich? Is the question. Especially people are pointing out it's a ham sandwich. I think we have to have a sandwich. That's the vibe I'm getting from Twitch chat anyway. And I don't usually, it's very dangerous, as David Bowie said, to play to the gallery. But I think in this regard, we must. It's a ham sandwich. All right.
Describe a sandwich. You have to tell him.
Oh, we have to describe a sandwich. So I have to describe. Do I have to describe a sandwich?
No. You just turn the X, and the story will continue for you.
Because I can do that. I have the capability. All right. So X232. How do we get? Do we just? Okay, I've got it.
Keep going till you find the.
Oh yeah.
I
forgot how numbers worked here. Okay.
Everyone does.
It appears you're asking me to create a food device, says the maker machine. I'm not a chef. I do not have access to bread. I recommend visiting someplace else that can give you food. The foreshore is a place outside of the cavern, and it is a reoccurring topic in surface communications. You may find food accommodations in that general area and in other places within walking distance. Goodbye. It turns off. So now nav, add location 104 to the map. So we're making some pretty good progress on the mystery of the sandwich, which was maybe not part of the original brief, but I feel like does provide value to the mission. There we are.
All right.
For sure.
I mean, maybe they're putting the pets into sandwiches. All bets are off at this point, All bets are off.
So we were worried about radishes, and now we're pets in.
I'm just asking questions. That's all I'm going to say. Look, we've only got a couple of minutes left, so I might switch over to a little presentation we've got here, so we can show you some of the other stuff that are not on the board, right? Because we've got some other boards here.
Sure.
So I've switched over now. So I'm currently showing what looks to be a lovely beach city.
Yes. So that is our map of Irvelion that's just been completed, and we're super excited about. It's the homeworld of the lacquer dudes who we met earlier, Amel, our guide.
Mm-hmm.
We have a bunch of fun new adventures there. We're going to visit there in some of our, I think 2 of our storybooks that we're going to ship with the game. It's exciting and great, and I love it. And I'm sorry if Julie had anything to say about it, but I just...
Oh, no, that's fantastic. I love the work that all of our artists have done. All of our maps are these sort of full color, places of exploration, and they're really a delight for the eyes. And we're going to have several of these of various different sizes. So you're going to be able to explore all these different worlds with the stories that we have created.
Yeah, I think you have another picture of a map.
I do. I have a bunch. So I've got this here, which is a shot of a kind of long, thin underwater map, and a shot of a spaceship as well.
Yes. So I've got underwater map.
Yeah, I've got a close up of the underwater map because it's got some lovely, lovely watercolor work on it.
Yeah. So that is Flimwait, one of our underwater worlds. Again, it's place that we get to explore in great depth, and you get to this same kind of mechanic where you're flipping over cards. The choices that you make are determining which cards you're going to flip, where you're going to go, what you're going to discover, what you're going to look at when you get there, and then how that all directs the story that you're experiencing. So making different choices here on the demo is very small, so it has small repercussions, but in like the full game, when you're exploring Flimway, a choice to go and talk to a scientist or a choice to go and talk to a musician could bring you to totally different chapters later in the story and totally different end games. Really a fun way to branch out and explore a world and have it have real consequences.
Yeah. And then a lovely spaceship as well.
That's our spaceship. That is the Odyssey.
That's the Odyssey.
That is the Odyssey.
Home.
Yeah, humans have gotten really good with spaceship design. It has like collapsible wings, and it can go faster than light, and it has all the comforts of home, everything that we could want.
The 3 things that you want out of a ship.
It will
Lovely.
also actually make you a sandwich.
Yes.
Well, I mean, in the
You
future,
can actually get a sandwich made there.
that's all anyone can hope for, really. in the dark horrors and future of space. Make me a sandwich, please, spaceship, please. like we used to have in the before times.
With lettuce and tomatoes.
Yeah, oh yes, oh yes, oh yes. Speaking of which, I think it's almost time for me to have some sort of sandwich. Right, that's all we've got time for with 1,000 More Odysseys. Thank you very much for coming along and putting up with me as I am able to do very little at this point in the day other than look at pretty pictures.
Can we do one quick plug? Just
of course you can.
You would like to play this demo, it's on our website. It's on Tabletop Simulator, and this whole thing is available print and play if you go to www.plumplim.com. That's PLUMPLIM.
Plumplim.com, and we'll have that posted in the Twitch chat now. So if you want to click on that, you can just do that using a mouse, your finger, or whatever device you choose to take advantage of. All right. Thank you very much again.
2021.
Thank you.
Both of you
Thanks.
for joining us. And I'll see you soon. All right.
See you
Bye.
later. Bye.
Hello there, and welcome to day 3 of AwSHUX, the final in the 3-day trilogy called Big Weekend. Sorry, we're a little late to start today. I had to do some stuff to make things work, to stop things from being broken, and I still haven't finished my lunch. It's getting a bit chastised very nicely by my wife for not having been eating my lunch while I sit tapping away at computers going, but there isn't time. But I've got myself 3 different beverages, one of which is coffee, and we've got a game here.
A trio
and we've
of
got, more
bets.
importantly, like me and 2 of the 2... We got 3 out of 4 of the Shut Up and Sit Down editorial team here, which I'm excited about, because it's always a chill time with these folks.
Always is. We aim to
Chill. It's a Sunday. There's
Ava,
someone's
are
eating
your-
lunch.
are your-
Everything's okay.
Are your
What?
earrings ears?
My earrings are ears.
That's-
some
that's
kind of
great.
like sadistic ritual.
earrings.
It's because it's a game about clues and listening and poems. So ears. I don't know.
love the level of thought you put into your earrings for the streams. Like, I really appreciate that. I'm not sure if anybody else does, but I do.
I don't know
so-
if anyone spotted. Like, I did run out of space earrings after about like 3 weeks of streaming Mothership, but like, yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, after 3 weeks, you ran out of space earrings. Like, that's
I
not
also,
bad.
I wore the kind of like 2001 obelisk ones for a while, but like they actually have like spikes that go into my head when I'm wearing earphones, which makes them like genuinely painful after about 15 minutes. And I was like, oh, I've committed to the bit, but here I am, and there's something stabbing in the side of my face. But I care about my art.
Yes.
Wow, yeah. Suffer for your passions.
Yeah.
All right, well, on that bombshell, we're going to be looking at Haiclue. Now, this is a game. It comes in a box, and it is a game about words and clues. I must say, I do like the box an awful lot. Let's have a look.
I think we can actually use the box in the game, actually. I think it might be quite good to have it set up on top of that, the cover.
Well, I have got some a variety of different technologies going on now. One of the technologies I have is the capability to show you on the webcam either the box or my face. So at the moment you've got the box, but if I press this button, then I think you can see my face.
You've got a button that can alternate between face and box. That's amazing.
Yeah. And that's just for you folks. That's not for the people at home. People at home can always see face and box. They're living in the future. They're living their best life.
So lucky.
But Tom and Ava...
Get one or the other.
You just, at any point, if you want to see the box, just say, box. If you want to see the face, just say, face.
Box face, box face, box face, box face.
I would love it if the stream broke then.
Sorry,
there
sorry,
were
Matt. I got a
odds
bit
on,
too
frankly.
into shouting at you to do things during 100 of Horses last night.
It's like Alexa. Like, you can just... Yeah, hundreds of horses. Oh, it's so intense. Like, it was funny, right? Because I mean, it sounds really silly, this, but like over the past few years, we've been very lucky to be quite successful at Shut Up and Sit Down and Broadly, and a lot of the work I've done has seen success. But then, obviously, back years ago, I used to just spend a lot of effort, a lot of energy. The projects I always cared about the most would be the things that people, generally speaking, didn't really care about as much. And it was actually really nice last night to see like Hundreds of Horses, this magnum opus thing I'd heard to plan, and then having lots of people going, I don't really want to watch that. And it's like, fine, fools.
They don't understand.
This is our art. Get out. But I thought it was brilliant, and you were great, Ava. I love the way that you were secretly sending me messages. You can watch this on Twitch, and it'll be on YouTube as well. But when they were voting for the horses, Ava was basically sending me... Now, everyone else was just saying, like, Discord, 1, 2, 4, like, just voting. But Ava was always adding me a little bit of like, context to the decision. Doing, like
I mean,
a little bit of extra.
That was as much to make sure that you didn't, like, get distracted by a long list of numbers and could know what I was talking about. But I did enjoy doing it. I leaned into it.
Yeah, it was great. It was great. So...
Cool.
Which one of you fine folks is going to explain the game whilst I do nice things with my hands?
I am going to explain it. Let's have a look at your hands. So what I think... So, right, look at this. It's basically a box full of words and some cards with symbols on and some tiles with symbols on and some little tiles with numbers on. It's your classic word guessing game with fridge magnet poetry, essentially. So, what we need to do, if you get the top of the box out and put that in the middle of the screen. No,
this?
Upside, yeah, upside
I was going to say,
yeah.
I was like, what? It's a unique idea where you play in the box and it's just this. I was like,
yeah, that's it. You can sit in it, you can wear it on your hat. Okay, so now grab from the big pile of words, like a little stack, 1 or 2 words, and put a little stack beside each symbol with a couple of words in each, like that.
Okay, just a little stack like this, just a couple of words.
Yeah.
Like that.
Yep.
White side up.
Yeah, white side up for now.
Okay.
Great. And then each of us. So I don't think there's a way of doing this remotely to make sure that we all pick different words. So we might just have to like skip through the words a little bit quicker. But
well, you could play. I don't know. Because, like, if you can see on the webcam, I can zoom it in a bit for you if you want to be able to see the words more clearly. Can you play it using the webcam?
Yeah, no, that's what I was thinking. I can see the webcam. The problem that I have is that I think we'd normally be drawing from a set of cards, so that each of us would have a different one of those words to be describing and making a poem out of. But I don't know how to do that remotely. I don't know how to.
I know how to do that. We'll just take it in turns to. So, do I need one of each of these, like a blue?
Yeah. We each need like a tile each of the matching things because we're going to be doing some guessing to see whether we've understood what other people say.
Okay. Am I right in thinking that I just need like these 4 cards and then we each get one of those? No.
Yes, but it's got to be secret from each other who gets them.
Well, that's fine.
Okay.
I could do that.
Oh wait, is it? So we don't all just. Oh, okay, I see. So we're all going to have a different one of those when we draw.
Yeah. Yeah, gotcha. That's the idea. Because then we can all be making a poem at the same time, and that's how it works. We also each need to grab 15 of our own words to be our like word pool for the term.
Okay. Okay. Well, what I'm going to do is I'm going to do this old school style. I'm just going to hold up to the webcam a card, and then we're going to take it in turns to close our eyes. So Ava,
I think we
go
can
ahead, Tom.
Sorry, so because the way that the round works, we all draw. So the concept of the game is that we all draw a card from. If we were all sitting around a table, we'd draw a card from the big deck of these coloured things, and then we'd have to, with our 15 words, make a little tiny miniature poem that will get the rest of the players to guess the card we have. So like,
so there's a chance we might get the same one.
Yeah. There is anyway. So if we all have our own...
okay.
Gosh.
So we can just draw.
We can just draw from this deck of cards.
I'm making it more complicated than it needs to be.
The tricky
you just
thing
wanted
is
me to
making
close
sure.
my eyes so you could come in here and steal everything.
So
You're using green screen. I know you, Ava. You're just out there, aren't you, somewhere? Playing the long game. All right. Sorry. I've got one of the words is upside down. Well done,
So then-
eagle-eyed viewer.
And then both of us take 15 words, and then that's
Yeah.
And then we're
Grab
set up,
15
right?
words, and then then we're set up. So Matt, can we have box instead of face?
1, 2, 3, 4,
I would
5,
love
6.
box. Box.
Yeah, sorry.
box.
Yeah, you might have to chance it sometimes. Sorry.
To be fair, I think I'm happy with box.
Right. Okay. Okay. So I've drawn a card. I'm going to make a poem. We're each making a poem for the card that matches the thing, and then we're going to take it in turns to have a guess of which one we're talking about.
All right. Okay. So, do you reckon people at home, people who are watching, would you like to know which ones we're trying to make things, or are you going to try and guess along as well? I think they should try and guess along as well, right?
Guessing along sounds good, yeah.
All right, well, I might get ready with the old, what's it called? The old heat map.
Oh, God.
I'm a bit behind on this because I'm doing some stuff on Twitch.
Okay.
I'm just
That's all right. You
won't
can
belong.
kind of keep on faffing for a while. This is
on faffing.
hard.
What are the regular? There's no.
So I think the only rule is that you would you normally be using the same set of words for everything. So obviously, if you have one of the words in the thing, replace it with something else.
Yes.
Because you can't just put the words. But that should be fairly obvious.
I could see somebody in the chat called Tayrun01 saying, Matt, your brother taught me how to play Two Hats. Can you play it on stream? Now, I don't know who you are, Tayrun, but obviously you do know my brother because Two Hats is a game that I invented with my brother in an airport once. And not gonna lie, it is one of the best games in the world. Unfortunately, we can't play Two Hats live on the stream now because you require two hats and two people physically in the same space. But I'll come back to Two Hats in a little bit after I've set this up. And you are mates in the UK board game club. That makes sense. I like it. Well, I'm glad that he's been spreading the joy of Two Hats into the world.
I'm excited to learn about Two Hats.
Honestly, Tom, I think it's going to be right up your street.
Excellent.
Okay. Time for me to get my bottom into gear.
Okay. I'm ready. I've got my poem and it's excellent.
And this could be as many words as we want, up to 15?
As many words as you want out of
It has to be more.
words
It has to be
card.
2 or more, and up to 15. From your selection of 15, you can't just go rooting through the box and choose the words you want.
Either side,
Matthew.
or do I what?
Have to use
No,
the
I'm not
white
doing that.
side.
No, I have to use the white side.
Okay, that's fine.
Oh my God! What?
Oh, this is tricky. I might actually just show people a little bit of my my working for a second.
Oh yes. Word jumble. Construed in chat asking what the black side is for. Basically, once we play a white side round, we then flip the words that are on the box, and we flip the words that we have in our supply, and we play a different round with the black words instead on the other side, and then we do the same thing over and over again. I love that you've got a little word display tray.
I found myself a little word display tray.
I'm excited. I like this. It's very sweet. Maybe I should try and
All
find
right.
myself one.
Okay. All right. I've got myself. my
Okay.
word. So I'll move the things back. Can I also just say, just a little shout out to me? I spent a lot of time making the cameras look nicer this morning, and I think they look real nice. I think I went and redid it, and I think the stream stuff looks like chef kiss. So I'm happy with that. Shout out. That's just a brief shout out to me.
Shout out to Matt Lees.
And let's carry on. All right. So, who wants to go first then with their poem?
I'm happy to go first, seeing as I think I finished mine first. You ready?
Yes.
For my poem. Oh, everything went very quiet.
Yes.
Okay, excellent.
Sorry, I just realised that I'd like somehow misinterpreted my word and just.
Okay, mine is teach, library, impress warm brains.
Wow. Okay. Well, I'm going to let people vote now. If you're watching along, you can vote by clicking on the screen in the one you think it is. But to be honest, it's pretty flipping obvious.
You got good words for what needed to be done.
Good
man.
words.
Hey, Tom. I'm going to close the vote there. Is it reading? Is yours reading? Okay,
It's actually
cool.
Reading.
Where you? Okay.
Where I live. So I get points. I get
you do.
all the points.
Oh yeah, you do.
don't I?
Yep.
Each player who guessed correctly takes a point. The author of the clue takes a point for every correct guess. So
All right. So you get 3. Basically,
3 points if we're counting chat.
I think we all got that.
Yeah, we're counting chat, which means chat.
Excellent.
You've got a point. I'm not going to do counters for it. You can just remember. Everyone remember in chat. You've got a point.
There is a point to chat. Right.
Please bless us with your poetry.
I have cancel tune, search rolling disaster lifetime.
Can we have that
Cancel
again, please?
tune, search rolling disaster lifetime.
Can we have that again?
Cancel tune, search rolling disaster lifetime.
All right, well, I'm definitely switching the voting on for this one. Cancel tune, search rolling
disaster
lifetime.
Okay.
I had less useful words than Tom did.
All right, I'm gonna get my little voting.
And then we should
see
hold up
Morrigan.
our...
Morrigan in the chat saying "Disaster Lifetime" is my autobiography. All right, I'm ready to do my vote and hold up the camera. Okay, 3, 2, 1. I think it's blue. I think it's star.
I think it's blue as well.
That's what. The audience thinks it's ballet, though. The audience thinks it's
The
ballet.
audience thinks it's ballet. No, because you cancel a tune and there's a tune to ballet.
What is it then?
It's reading. Because a book is like you said, it's someone's autobiography. It's a disaster lifetime. Like that's what a book is, right? It's a disaster lifetime, and reading is the act of searching through it in a rolling manner.
Wow.
With no music.
Rolling over a book.
That's false. That doesn't.
It's 100% legit.
Ava, we've only been streaming for half an hour, and you've already made me need a lie down. You can't do this to me. All right.
Honestly, like that was so much the best I could do.
I believe it. All right, I am going to now put my beautiful poem up on the screen. It's a very short poem, and it is so no one got any points for that. I don't think.
No one gets any points.
Okay.
No one gets any points.
Mine is simply Coach Royal Flesh. Coach Royal Flesh.
That sounds like the name of a character in Paradise Killer or something. Like that's fantastic. Okay.
So I'm going to start the voting machine.
Okay, I'm ready. I really like the heat map.
The heat map is great. It's a fantastic tool. I love it. Okay.
Chat's convinced by the looks.
Okay. Yeah. Chat has made their mind up. So what about you two?
I am ready.
Yeah.
Ta-da!
Yes, that's right.
Yes.
So that's 3 points for me, and everyone else gets a point, including Chat. Chat, you've got 2 points.
It's unfair because Chat can't. No, we should let Chat have a round where they can just use like the first 10 words that come up. It's like...
in chat. Oh no,
they get an.
We can give them a list of words. We can draw them 15 words.
Oh yeah, we can. Hang on, I can just draw them. I can just draw them a bunch. There you are. 1 second.
Yeah.
It's Chat's turn.
Oh yeah, and this is easy because we can easily show them something without showing it to us, can't we? So yeah, we can give them. This is great.
And we could say that like the top, like maybe it's like we do like heat map, and like the top like 5 words of what their poem is or something. I don't know.
No, I think. Oh,
I think
yeah,
they've got the ability to write text.
You're quite right. They're not just children that can point at things.
But then, how do they decide? How do they
decide between their own ones?
I think we need to. No, we'll do it one word at a time. This is gonna take up the rest of the stream, but I'm absolutely fine with that. Okay, so first of all, they are going to get a card.
Yes, so I'm not
to decide
looking.
which one they're going to do. So I'm not going to look as well. Everyone's going to close their eyes. Okay. And I'm holding it up to the camera now. You've had a good long time. I'm putting it down now. I'm putting it on the table. If you need to see it again, then did I do that okay? Did you get that? I need to check that people saw it. Yep. Okay. People saw it. Brilliant. So next up, I'm going to move this back onto the table here, and you can look and remind yourself of what your clue is. Okay, you've got it. Everyone's got it. Fantastic. So now, this is where things are going to get tricky. I'm going to give you 5 words in total. Your poem is going to be 5 words long. And you are collectively now going to vote on the first word. Okay? And you remember, you just click on the screen to vote.
I like that they can just pick the same word 5 times, but they cannot. Bad.
Oh, okay. Right off the bat, we have an unbelievable quantity on beauty. I think that is unanimous. So word number 1 is beauty. I'm going to take that to put it on one side. I'm going to close that. Now you're going to pick number 2.
Oh boy.
This is great. People are still voting for the empty space where beauty was. No, okay.
They do have to pick at least 2 words. Like they are.
We've got to say
It's a little bit close between model and effort.
Well, we could say they probably want both of those, right?
I mean, possibly, yeah. Let's see. Okay, well, effort won it. Next word. This is actually pretty quick.
It's like a Ouija board. A Ouija board. Wait, is it a Ouija board? Well, how do you
It's called a Luigi board, I believe.
Right. Luigi board.
Okay, model is the next one.
Ouija? I don't know.
Actually, I think I could leave it. No, just stop and restart it again. And okay, so you've got 2 more words.
Use them wisely. Shit. Or bound.
Is that bound or ship?
It's kind of both. Oh, it's gone to bound.
It's bound. Okay.
Huh.
And then the final word. What are they going for?
I'm going to click on
Loving?
the screen so that
Or
they
chase. Is that chase?
Oh wow.
It's chase. It's chase. Okay. So that is the poem. Beauty, effort, model bound, chase. Now, I don't know if I'm reading it aloud properly. Unfortunately, there's no way we can get them to read things using heat maps. It's not that powerful. Yet.
Chat's just like, It's so divided.
Okay,
Can I
so
have a
this
look
is
at the,
beauty, effort, model, bound, chase.
What were the words
Beauty,
again?
effort, model, bound, chase. Now, this is tricky. Because honestly, initially, I was thinking ballet made a lot of sense. Because ballet is beautiful, but it takes a lot of effort.
It's a lot of effort.
And lots of the people
It's
who do
so
it look
much
like
effort.
models. And also their feet are often bound to make them all like tight. So you don't hurt your toes. So when you're doing things. But I don't understand chase. However,
I think chase is a thing
yeah.
you do with your feet, and bound feet is, yeah.
Well, that's a good point, actually. I hadn't thought about that. All right, well, anyway, we shouldn't be talking about it, really.
We shouldn't.
We are in competition.
All right.
I'm ready.
We're ready to vote? Ready to vote? 3,
Yeah.
2, 1.
Blallet.
Was it ballet?
Was it ballet?
Yes! Yes, it was. So that's another
Chat
3
gets
points
3
for
points.
chat. 3 points for chat, and then we all get a point. So I think chat's winning now. Chat's got like 5 points. All right, next round.
Next round. So now we flip all of the every single tile in the game that we're using. We flip over to the black side.
Okay.
So the ones on the box and the ones in your little poetry tray. If you've got a little poetry tray, I might be the only one with a little poetry tray. I'll be honest.
Take the poetry tray.
Your poetry tray is delightful.
Oh, I've got some very good words.
Right.
Okay, and then we can all draw a card, right?
Yeah.
Well.
Yes, we can.
Oh, wow.
And there's no rules in this that you have to use, like, because it's Haiclue. Oh, it's like, is there a variant?
So there's an
do
optional
a haiku?
variant for actually doing it as haiku, or like the kind of translated version of haiku. So like 5, 7, or 5 syllables.
Fun.
You do get more words to do it with, so you get an extra 5 words.
Because sometimes I feel with this, it's a bit too easy to just use a couple of words rather than like doing a long thing.
I mean, there's no way that I'm ever just going to use a couple of words when like several words can do. You should know. You edit me regularly.
Yes, yeah, this is true. Okay, okay. But it's like I could just use one here, and it would be so clear.
You are
But I
not
feel like
allowed to use one. You're explicitly not allowed to use one. You have to use 2.
Okay.
You have to use 2.
I mean, we can start going to full haiku mode. It's going to be very difficult for chat.
This is so hard.
Having just said that, I'm not going to overcomplicate this too much.
All right, I've got mine. I'm ready.
I've got mine.
I'm ready. Shall I go first?
Yeah, go for it if you're ready.
Okay. So I'm gonna put this down, but I'm also gonna read it aloud as it is, as the poem is spoken. Build pork holiday. So it's build pork holiday. Let's activate the.
Just
Okay.
Pork holiday.
All right. Okay, you ready?
Holiday's good. Yep.
Okay. 3, 2, 1. No.
What?
No.
What was it?
It was. I can see the chat as well. Like 100% of people in the chat voted for ranch, which is kind of crazy. It was broad. Because it was like my build is pork holiday. Like it was like it's like my build is defined by the fact that I've been having a holiday consisting of pork. I wasn't building as in a structure, it was build as in like my build is pork holiday. I've spec'd for pork holiday. The thing is, right, one of the words I had, right, was just accent. And I was like, well, I could just put that down. Because you have a broad accent, but you don't have anything. But I thought that wouldn't be. Anyway, let's just move on. Move on from that mistake. I'm not going to spec for pork holiday again.
I just don't know what pork holiday means if it isn't going to a ranch.
Yeah. Listen, if you're not
on a pork holiday.
Well, it's not a pig holiday. It's a pork holiday. Like. You don't go like you don't walk to a farm and look at the fields full of beef, do you? Like that's. Listen, I've been min-maxing for pork holidays. If you haven't, that's your problem. All right, Tom.
Okay. Mine is very simple. Build pattern, knife. That's build pattern, knife.
Knife.
Ooh. Has everyone gone very quiet, or is that just me?
I'm thinking.
Oh, well, that was honestly the most quiet I've heard stream in a while.
Oh, God, that's.
Tarok wants me to say it again, so I'm going to say it again. That's build pattern, knife. Can we pass?
All right. I'm going to stop the vote, and we're going to reveal on.
See, it's not cut and dry like pork holiday.
Look,
Okay.
if you still don't understand pork holiday, the sort of person who would go on a pork holiday would be Brian Butterfield. Okay, that is what we're going for here. All right, 3, 2, 1.
Oh, I can't see.
Okay, we've got a mixture. Mine is ranch. Everyone else has gone for health.
I've gone for health in the end.
It was broad. I thought because the problem with grow and broad are so similar, and I was thinking build pattern, like a broad pattern, and then knife, because you could have a broad knife. I don't know, a broad sword.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, that was
Broad's
hard.
hard.
I mean,
Broad is hard. Both of you getting broad, I think, is.
So it's no pork holiday. All right, Ava, you're up.
Right. Okay. Simple one this time. Decent system, round temple.
Decent system, round temple.
I don't think this display case for poetry is working very well.
Decent system, round
temple.
So silly.
I mean, I'll give it a go. We'll close voting pretty shortly. I've got my vote in my hand. All right. 3, 2, 1. I've gone for health.
It's health.
Hey.
What's round temple about?
Round temple, your body's a temple, and if it's round, you're good and healthy.
I mean, I'm amazed we got that when the logic of that is basically on par with Pork Holiday. Like, well, I think, to be honest,
since you started saying Pork Holiday, I started getting worried that people would think Round Temple was broad. But, yeah, no, it worked. It worked. Decent system, I think, saved me.
Okay, well, I think us playing this specifically with both me and you in the game, Ava, made it a lot harder for everybody else. Because I suspect that our brains work in mysterious ways. So,
Matt, I've just realised that we're live from the green room again, so I might want to just hop back over.
Okay, perfect. 1 second. Do 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 do. Okay, now we're not.
We're out of the green
just so you know, Tom, as well, you can drag people in. You just click and drag.
Yes, yeah, I didn't want to do it and interrupt any trains of thought that might be occurring.
Oh, no, I got nothing, mate. It's Pork Holiday, always on the brain, nothing else.
Always on the brain.
One more day, my last day before retirement, and then I'm on a big pork holiday.
Pork holiday.
All right, that is all we have time for. I'm very sorry. I would like to have given chat another go, but this actually was a lot of fun. This was Haiclue. We may actually revisit this again on a stream because I think it has legs.
It's silly.
I know.
Deeply
I am sorry.
silly.
I'm sorry. This was a short slot. Tiger Board Game is one of our sponsors for the show. Checking out the game, but it is a good game. It's pretty simple, but I'm actually pretty excited to try the full Haiclue version because I think that's going to get... That's the sort of thing where the rounds would be a lot slower, but I'd like to see people really pensively in thought about odd and cryptic Haiclues.
Yeah. I think it definitely will make more people be forced to have a mind like mine, which is all I want in the world. That's not all I want in the world. I'm not some kind of
But it would be useful, wouldn't it? It would be useful.
Yeah, it would be useful.
I do often think if people thought a little bit more like me, my life would be a lot easier, generally speaking. Oh, I didn't mention Two Hats. I'm so sorry. All right, we'll wrap this off with Two Hats. So Two Hats is a very simple game where you need two hats, two players, and you sit. It doesn't matter how far away from each other you sit, but to begin with, maybe just 4 or 5 feet. And it doesn't matter what kind of hat you have either. You can use any kind of hat you want. And the way you do it is you take the hat and you have to just throw it anywhere you like. And you have to get it to land on the other person's head. Now, you have to keep your head completely still. You're not allowed to try and avoid the hat. You just have to let it land on your head. And then when it lands on your head, nothing happens initially. It's just that then the other player, will throw the hat at you. So you both have a hat. You both throw your hats at each other to try and get them to land on the head. However, if you miss and it doesn't go on the head, then the other player then has that hat and they get to throw it back at you. If you don't have a hat in hand and you need to throw a hat, you have to take the hat off your head and throw it. But basically, the way it works is you keep doing it. It says, you can see in chat Tehran saying, Matt, your brother put it really well. When you've got one hat on them, great, you're nearly there. Because you are. When you've got one hat on them, that's fab. Because then you're just throwing the other hat back and forth until you get into a scenario where you have two hats on their head at the same time. And when you've done it, so you've thrown it and they have two hats balanced on their head, you go, 2 hats! And then that's the game. But the thing is, this game is a lot better than you suspect, right? Because when you start doing this, and when the other person is like game and allowing any hat to be stuck on their head without trying to stop it, the number of ways you can get a hat to land and balance on someone's head are incredible. If you have some of the soft big hats with the big rims, you can sort of spin them horizontally or vertically in a way that means they actually lodge onto the front of someone's face like this. and are just like snugly on. If you can do that, fantastic, because their next throw, they can barely see because they're looking at the tiny holes in the hat. Honestly, 2 hats. Absolutely incredible game. Don't sleep on it. Also, Haiclue. I'm sorry, I've 2 hats myself over the schedule. We're going to have to wrap this up really quickly. Please come back later on where there's going to be more shows with the delightful Ava and Tom. Yeah, see you soon. Bye. Hello and welcome back. we are now here joined by Adrian from Wizama, and also an invisible secret second person who is very kindly screen sharing footage of this device from France. And that person is... Would you like to introduce yourself? Even though, unfortunately, you're not currently on the screen, we've replaced you with an image of...
Of course, I'm the man in the behind, like I say. So I'm Alexandre from another channel named AwSHUX chez toi in English that we can translate by In Socks with You at Home. It's just it's a show about pop culture and geek culture, and I have met Wizama and all the company and the SquareOne for 2.5 years ago, and I was so maybe 3 years ago now, and I was totally in love in the concept. I'm a lover of board games, of video games, and for me, that's a new technology, a new incomer on the video game or on the board games market. And I was totally excited about showing you with my tests this SquareOne.
Excellent. So I'm just going to clear up a couple of quick things first. First of all, yes, your eyes do not deceive you. This is a digital technological device that does board game things. And Adrian from Wizama is going to be explaining a little bit more about what it is and what it does before we go into a demo. But I want to make two things clear, just for the start of the thing. First of all, I have been kindly asked, and we'll come back to this in a second. Firstly, I've kindly been asked to speak slowly, because these two gentlemen, as you may have noticed, are French. So if at any point they ask me to repeat myself, that's my fault, not theirs. And secondly, because this is still in the early stages and they don't have a huge number of these devices around, hence why I'm not here playing with one on this table, it means unfortunately they're also having some slight issues with the power cable for this device because they only have one of them with this device at the moment, and it does mean it's playing up very slightly, as you can see. So hopefully it's not going to be a big problem and we'll be able to get a proper demo. But if it doesn't work, it's not that the device is dodgy, it's just that the power cable needs replacing, and we've all been there. Anyway, without further ado, Adrian, would you like to give us a little intro to what this all is?
Hi everyone, hi Matt. It's a pleasure to be here tonight to show you the SquareOne. The SquareOne is our board game console. We are working on since 3 years of R&D, and now the product is almost ready to be in every home you want to have it. It will be available mid-November on Kickstarter for 5 weeks. And so the idea tonight with you, Matt, is to have a little chat about the game, about the console, about the concept. A concept which combines board games and video games in the same place, as we can see on the screen.
So as you mentioned, in the meantime, we will explain you everything about the game, and I just start a game, and Adrien will speak about it and all the rules and everything what's going on screen.
Thanks a lot, Alexandre. Alexandre is our invisible asset during all the weekend. He's in charge for us to organize our live on Twitch. A few words about Wizama. Wizama is a French startup founded 3 years ago by a group of fans of board games and video games. And all of them have sometimes difficulties to play with friends. But now, on our new console, we can't play anymore with our friends on our own in the same place. I used to play when I was kid to some games with, you remember maybe Matt, Speed Screen. I don't know if you remember the game.
I remember.
James Bond. Yeah. I mean, I was on my little TV screen. We were students and we were 4 in the room. But today it's not possible anymore with the new console for video games. So the founders was why it's not possible to play together video games with friends, and also because we are around 35 and 45, so all of them have kids. Some kids become teenagers, and teenagers are much more interesting by their own smartphone or tablet than their father or mother. So they don't play all together to board games as they used to play. That's the origin of that project. The idea is to gather around the console people we love to be with, friends and families. That's the idea. That's why we are trying to combine video games and board games to be attractive for all the people who are in love of that kind of the two universes. So we want to merge that. We develop things that are based on board games culture. We have figurines, we have dice, we have a board, we have cards. All the objects are connected and they interact with the console. So we respect the fundamentals of board game culture, but we add to that everything, incredible things from video games, sound effects, visual effects, we don't have on board games. That's why we try to merge the two culture on the console. That's the idea. And with the games we want to offer on the console, the idea is also to offer a large range of sort of games. It's to play with teens, to play with friends, between adults, whatever. That's the main idea. And now, as I already mentioned, after 3 years of R&D, we are quite ready to launch the console. During the 3 years, we faced a lot of challenges, and hopefully we succeed, and we won some great awards important for us. For instance, we won the CES Innovation Award in Gaming in 2019. So great moment for us because it was a way to recognize the challenges we succeed to face on. So on the screen, you can see one of the game which will be in the console. There will be around 10 games with the console. This one is named Chromacy. It's a sort of conquest game. You have a territory to conquer, as you can see easily with the two colors on the board. You play with cards. As you can see, you put cards all around the console. The card is detected and it offers a possibility to play. So the idea is to fight your opponent, to win the battle, and to have more and more little color slots on the screen. It's very easy, but very interesting to play because it's quite strategic. Very fun. You can play with 2 or 3 or 4 friends, but you can also play, as I have done last week, with your young kids. For me, it was my nephews and my nieces. All of them are between 8 and 10, and they love that. So that's an example of what we want to do. Game, nice, with sounds, visual effects. We can play with friends, but we can also play with kids. That's the idea.
It's neat.
Unfortunately, Matt, I'm very sorry for that. You are not able to test it. I hope you will be able to test it in the future. We will do that. For now, we have 5 prototypes. The same model will be industrialized next year. But all of them are around the world, may I say. This one you can see is in Strasbourg, Est of France, in Alexandre, a friend of ours. 2 of the consoles are in the US, They are managed by our PR agency we are working with to prepare the Kickstarter, for instance. So, but for sure, I want you to have the console in your hand and to play with it. So we will do our best to send you a console during the next week.
Wow. Well, it's a fun little thing. Can you talk a bit about the bowl, the dice bowl? I think myself and the chat are a little fixated by that.
So there is a dice track with multiple patented technologies which offer the opportunity to recognize basically the dice. So is with one dice, but we have a patented technology for multiple dices, especially for RPG, because we want to offer many sort of games. I can't tell you the name of one of the next game, but it's very famous environment of RPG, and you will be able to play with multiple dice, 10 for 20 faces of the dice. Yeah, it will be possible with the dice track.
Cool. And I mean, wow. And it looks like the outside of the bowl is a kind of like a clip-on kind of plastic thing, so it can be flat, right?
You're right. So the idea was to because we love to have dice and to succeed to make a 6, for instance. So we wanted to do that with the console. So it has been a great challenge because we can play dice with a card. We have a dice card if you want. We can use on the console. But we wanted to have something real and concrete as we used to play with game boards. And it's a great achievement for us and all the players who had the opportunity to use the console on that. So great. So as you can see on the screen, effects, we have a lot. We have the sound. We are working with people,
I'm trying to
especially
put my mic near
sound,
to the
with
board
music.
to make the sound on.
So when we are working on a game, for sure, we are working on sound effects, but also on music, create a real experience, immersive experience with the different kind of effects we can produce. So this game has been developed by our own studio. So we will develop games on our own. We are also working to acquire licenses, and we want to have licenses both from video games and board games. And we will have some announcements to do in the next weeks. But yeah, that's the idea. Our own games with studio and editors, but also we want to work with independent game developers. It's very important to us. We want to offer to indie games developers a real platform for them to have fun, to create games, create new content, and to have opportunities to present their game and the creation through our own store, because there will be a store. You will be able to buy games directly on the console with your store account.
So what kind of, because I can see the two characters on the board, the little blue thing and the little red thing. What kind of standardized components do you have? Because I'm assuming it is going to be a case of having some standardized components that will work with a whole bunch of games, right?
There will be in the console the basic packaging. The console, 4 figurines like those one. Dice. There will be 4 dice. And there will be a set of cards, the one you can see on the screen. And lots of games will be already implemented on the console, about 10 games. Some basic like chess, for instance, but also that kind of games we have already developed. That's the main components of the console. After that, you will be able to buy specific games, like this one. Alexandre is going to show you. This is a game which has been created by Roberto Fraga, a French game designer. The name is Crystal Bay. And this one is a specific game, a specific box with specific figurines, with specific board all around the console. You see, you can have different environments which will, and you will interact with that environment with cards or with figurines. So that's an example of the game we will propose on the Kickstarter as add-ons. We'll be able to buy it on its own. There will be between 7 and 10 games available on the Kickstarter as add-ons. As you can see, you have the box, everything inside, the different figurines, the specific cards if you need some. Like a board game, we wanted to maintain the pleasure to open a box. We all love that. Buy a box of a new board game, open it, and discovering after that the figurines and the cards. That's the same idea. So this game takes place in a bay where you will play fishermen, fishermen. All of them are trying to collect gems which are all around the bay, and you will have to discover gems and to use cards to move the boat. To find where the gems are located. As you can see, Alexandre will place the boats on the console.
Interesting. So I guess with this, you've got obviously a lot of capacity here to be using kind of true randomization, or randomization in a way which would be unwieldy for most game designs, to have to keep shuffling things and keep moving things around, etc.
For instance, this game, Roberto Fraga, the author, had this idea for a couple of years, but was not able to create that with a traditional board game. And finally, when he discovered the SquareOne, he decided to develop the game with us, because it was the adequate support for his game. So for creation, it's great, but also for already known games, the console will offer new opportunities to reinvent the games we already know. That's the idea.
This is interesting stuff.
You move the boat and you try to find gems in the sea. That's the idea. You have here another figurines which can help you in your quest. You use it all around the board.
So it's sort of a memory game, really? Yeah?
It's a memory game. As you can see, the lighthouse offers you the opportunity to see a little part of the sea and where the gems are located. So you have to remember it, but sometimes you have specific cards who can change everything under the sea, and you start over. You have different sort of cards, power cards, attacking cards, to try to steal the gems of your opponent, and each card gets a dedicated effect. And you can combine cards. Which offers you more power.
Stealing stuff, yeah?
You see the combo. The combo offers you a dedicated power to help you in your quest.
It's lovely. I'm just enjoying looking at it right now. Frankly, the sweeping lighthouse around the board is a lovely touch, and having ripples of water underneath pieces. It's definitely something much more evocative than things I've seen in this space before.
Can I say something?
Sure.
Please, Alexandre.
Just one thing, I have approximately 5-6 persons coming at home testing the SquareOne. One of my friends who came is a specific board gamer. I was explaining him the concept, and he was saying me, I'm afraid there is too much video games in the board games. And yesterday evening he was testing it in live, and he says, all my fears are away. So that's the only thing that I want to say.
I'll be back in just one moment. Sorry, I've just got to disappear for 1 second.
Okay, so to continue, so Crystal Bay can be played up to 2 to 4 players, and as he says, it needs to be concentrated a little bit to see where are the diamonds and to continue to go away. Every card has its own specific things, and you can make combo to, for example, do teleportation, super speed, activate a shield, or activate the super grappler. So, for example, what I have done just before, if the boat here had a diamond, I was able to capture his diamond in his boat, because the thing is that the first who has reached 10 points, so 10 diamonds, so it's not 10 diamonds exactly, then finish the game. What you can know is if you combo the same color, you will have combo more. So it means that if you want to have 2 greens, maybe it makes you 4 points. Let's try. If you have others, yeah, I need to restart it. Sorry. So
the sea has turned black. There's no hope. Turn back now, sailors.
Yes, as I explained you. So I restarted. It takes 30 seconds.
We can mention that games will be available in different languages, 5 and 10 languages, for sure, English, French, German, Spanish. So for the beginning, around 5 language, and we want to do that in languages. And another thing is we want to offer an easy way to understand rules. That's the idea. And also to help people to adjust the level of the game depending on who is playing. That's another thing we want to offer in the different games in the country.
In the meantime, I can show you some examples of others box that I have received for the test. I'm just searching. For example, the Crystal Bay. When you open the box, you see at first this on the top of the box. So it's very interesting, like the how to play guide video, for example.
Oh.
And I'm just opening the box. In the meantime, Adrien, if you can say something, just that I can finish open the box.
Maybe
I don't know
the lost
what box you are trying to open.
I'm opening Element Fight. We have spoken about it yesterday.
Yeah,
So when you
yesterday
open
we were live with the studio who created that game.
Okay, I have just one. The one that is missing is on my desk. So here you
Yeah.
have all the
Football
different
games
here.
with wizard and magicians. All of them have specific powers based on elements, fire, water, etc. The studio will create that is a French one. It is the first set, and there will be another boxes with different teams with specific powers in the future. It's the beginning of an interesting collaboration with that studio. As I am speaking, I try to read at the same time comments or questions. I'm not sure there are questions.
I can see something. There's something people are talking around in the stream that I think is an interesting kind of an interesting point or a question. Is people talking about saying, you know, if you were the sort of person who had the money to have like a big gaming table, having something like this built into a table or being a centerpiece on a table could be quite cool. Have you put any thought into the idea of this being something that actually, in addition to having games that you play on it, could have functionality in it that would just generally be something that people could use easily to kind of augment other games? I mean, for example, like, you know, I play a lot of Gloomhaven, and having a device that can track things or do things as a means of cutting down on admin for games more generally. Have you been thinking about stuff like that? Tools within it that you could use more broadly?
I'm not sure to have well understood the question.
Yeah, it's a weird question. I'm sorry, but go ahead, see if you think
Can you repeat the question or try to explain me?
Have you thought about ways this could be used not to run unique games, but also to provide tools and systems that could provide an assistance to people playing traditional physical games?
Okay. I see what you mean. I don't know.
That's fair.
I think that it's my own and personal feeling. It's because I have tested a lot of different possibilities. I guess that everything is possible. The moment that you have the right to do it, you know, licenses, etc. So yes, if one wants to make the SquareOne make a game, my answer would be yes, of course, everything is possible with this console, because I don't know if I don't hear correctly, but for the cards, for example, each card is equipped with an NFC sensor that you cannot see it right now. But I can imagine, for example, that because you have a specific code and because it's programmed like that, so because the box is prepared for that, I think that you will be maybe able to do it or to have it on the screen differently maybe, but as usual. So like the normal game that you actually play, for example, Monopoly, for example.
Yeah. I was thinking more, for example, in the same way that you might use a program on your computer to roll dice, you know? Have you thought about general apps within this to have things like that? So a program that would just have tools that would use this to make RPGs generally, like RPGs, more slick. Do you understand what I mean?
Yeah, I understand. I understand what you're saying. Saying that the console could be something we use as a complementary tool of the board game or the RPG game we are playing, yeah, why not? Why not? And it will be in the hands of indie game developer and editors, whatever. So yeah, everything, as Alexandre said, is possible. For the beginning, we started with traditional board games, if I may say that. But yeah, everything is possible for sure, especially for RPG, because for RPG, it offers so many opportunities to help to be more immersive and visual in the environment we like to play. So yeah, everything is possible with that. That's why it's quite incredible. I read some things about licensing. Yeah, licensing will be key to success. They are right. All right, for sure. We are working on that. Trust me, we are working on that. I'm not able now tonight, unfortunately, to give you names, but if you follow us on our social network, or if you want to have more information regarding our Kickstarter, do not hesitate to go to our website, www.wizama.com, and you will be able to receive any news. Did we launch the Kickstarter, and especially IPs we are working on.
Because I guess that's the you know, to be as somebody who for a very long time was a video game journalist and has a lot of experience with platforms. It's I guess the support is the big question with these sorts of things. And so there's going to be 4 games with. Is it 4 games, or how many games are you hoping to have on the? No, because some of these are separate. Sorry, how many games are you hoping to have on the machine at kind of Kickstarter?
On the machine, there will be around 10 games.
Okay, cool.
And there will be between 5 and 10 games available as add-ons, and we will be able to buy them in addition to the console.
Cool.
I read some stuff about the technology. Some of you guys are mentioning RFID, NFC. You are you are correct. You are correct. That's part of the technology I work on with for the console. And one important thing, it's not working tonight for sure. There will be a 3 hours battery on the console. And it's really, really interesting if you want to go to your friends and to play with it without the needed plug-in. If you want to play in your backyard, if you want to play outside, if you want to play on the beach, whatever.
I'm not sure I'd trust myself to have something like this on the beach, but you know,
I agree with you.
But if people want to do it, live your life. I would ask. I mean, that's 3 hours battery life is a phenomenal length of time for something of this screen and touchscreen of this size. Sorry, I'm jambling my words here. How heavy is the device?
Around 3 kilos, 7 pounds.
Okay, that makes that makes sense. So it's chunky, but yeah. Interesting, very interesting. Yeah. Okay, cool. Yeah, and if you're tuning in now and you're seeing someone saying, "Is he struggling to start the system?" It just seems to be restarting over and over. As we mentioned at the start of the stream, it's actually nothing to do with the device. It's unfortunate that because this is still in prototype stage, there's not many actual devices, and there appears to be an issue with the standardized power cable they're using. The person who's demoing it, who jumped in at very last minute, doesn't have exactly the right power cable, and that's causing an issue. But it's not necessarily, strictly speaking, a hardware issue with the device. It's more just like, this power cable fits, I guess we'll use it, which we all know that doesn't always work that well. But obviously, as with the rest of AwSHUX, it's all been a little bit last minute and thrown together by a small handful of people.
Thank you for your understanding.
Yeah. And so when you say you have a Kickstarter for this coming up in the next couple of... Is it pretty soon, right? Did you say next week?
Pretty
next
soon, yeah. Mid-November.
Mid-November. Okay. Well, this is a thing to keep an eye on. It's an interesting thing. Very cool. Well, we got a couple of minutes. Have you got anything finally you want to say before we wrap up?
It's a great adventure. You know, it's a new gaming category. We are not the only one to do that. Some of the guys connected maybe know that maybe Infinity Game Table was the last game board. So sure, it's a new era to play games. We want to be part of it. We have our own specificities and qualities. As always, there will be different console on the market, as we have the PS5 and the Xbox One, and so we will be 2-3 actors on that market, and it's cool because we need that. We need that because it's a new way of thinking games, of playing games. So we hope you won't be disappointed if you trust us and you buy the console. Be sure it's great. You will be able to play with your friends, with your kids, with your father or grandfather, for instance. Everyone can play easily to the different games we will offer. It's the main objective we have, to gather around the console all the people you love.
It's an interesting thing. A very interesting thing. Well, thank you very much for coming along and showing us that. That's and thank you very much again to the invisible man behind the camera who's been doing some excellent handwork, and that's comes from somebody who knows a thing or two about handwork. Yeah, thank you so much. That's all we have time for, and yeah, we'll see you soon for another show. So, we got given 2 copies of this game. Spoiled.
Yeah.
Spoiled with riches. And what you've done here is very clever in the fact that you've created one version of the game, which is the game, and then another version of the game, which is the same game, but with basically no spoilers in it.
Yeah, so we same weight of stuff in the box. So you get a concept for how much comes in there, but yeah, no spoilers because there is a campaign mode, there's a comic book in it, comic pages, so you can play through a story, which is all in the main game that we gave you. But the demo copy, we can open it up on stream and
we're
show.
You can't stop me. I mean, you probably could if you begged me, but I'm not.
I'm very loud.
Oh, I've turned you down a little bit, but yeah, if you want to turn yourself a little bit down locally as well, because you're clipping a bit, and that you've got a nice mic, so let's hear the best you can be. So this is basically designed so that people like myself, if they're filming, can film it freely without having to worry about spoiling any elements of the game. Which is
and I'm excited.
System.
That's
a better system
the first
than the one...
time.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, this is the first time I've seen it too. I'm getting my copy on Monday, so this is my first look at it also.
Cool. Have you got the window on Skype so you can see the game? Yes, you do. Brilliant.
Yeah.
If at any point you want to see my face, you just have to chant the word face, and vice versa with game. It's a system I've got. All right. So this basically, because the system we use otherwise, whenever we have to review games and we don't want to do spoilers, is usually it means I give my copy of Pandemic Legacy to Quinns and he throws it in a bin. So that's not ideal. So I think this system is better. So
here we have some of the base tiles for the base game. It looks like because if you haven't played Under Falling Skies or seen it, I know you guys made a video of the print and play. You're trying to save the Earth from a alien invasion. They're dropping down, coming closer to a city. You have to save the city. Defend it by researching how to defeat the mothership. And here's the base setup, and these tiles are all double-sided, so you can see what's going on. Yeah, so you can adjust the difficulty. There's a lot of variety just in the base setup. I think you got those swapped around, but...
Oh, yeah, I did. Right. Yeah, no, I've done it again. I see. I see. If you flip them both, then they're the wrong... That. Okay. I got it.
Yeah.
I got it. So, talk me through it.
Base setup.
I'll be your hands.
Yeah, so that's the base setup. This is the bunker. Under Falling Skies, it's a dice placement game. So you're rolling dice, you're placing them out on this bunker here to take some actions. You have a little digger meeple that should be somewhere in one of those bags.
These things are delightful.
Oh yeah, yeah, and those are the minis for the drop ships.
Yeah, aliens. All right, we'll come back to the aliens in a little bit. But the glimmer on these things, that's nice.
Yeah. I love the production here.
Yeah. This is my little digger.
Yeah. So there's our little digger, and we can only take the actions that the digger has dug out. So one of the actions is move the digger along, dig out more spaces in the bunker. It starts on that space with the little digger icon. But yeah, you'd roll the dice, you'd place them out on the board. Higher dice are more powerful, but you also move the drop ships down farther, depending on what number die you put out. And if the drop ships reach the city tile, which it looks like we have Roswell right by the dice, that would slot in right above the bunker board.
Yes. Okay. Oh, I see. I see. So we've got lots of different locations we can be in.
Yeah.
So this is Roswell.
And Roswell,
obviously.
Roswell's kind of like the base location. It doesn't have any special powers, but as we go on in the campaign, we'll visit new cities, be trying to save new cities. And those cities, a lot of them have special abilities that you'll unlock and be able to use to help you out. And you see there, your eyes aren't blurry. We've actually printed the game pages blurry.
This is hilarious. It's like, you've put a lot of people who use After Effects out of a job here, really, because this is like, this is the next bit of the story. So you've got a little comic story here, and then you've got some of the boards, some of the new characters, some of the new locations, and some of the new bases that you're going to play with as you go through the campaign. And then we move on to the next part of it where, so this is literally like, it's the same game, but you've just blurred it. So you can't
we blurred everything
use it. I mean, it's kind of genius, but also it's kind of insane. You know what I mean? It's like, what could you do with this? This is like, apart from like gaslit like your granddad into thinking he's got cataracts and set up a board game for him. I mean, this is this is insane.
There's a crazy amount of content in this box. It's a densely packed box.
I can see.
It's not a very big box, but there's so much stuff in there that the container that we're bringing Under Falling Skies over on, we couldn't fill the container all the way up like we normally do because of how heavy each of these little boxes are. We overloaded the container with weight. So we had to leave empty space. We had to leave games behind because of how heavy this is. There's a lot of content.
It is a dense thing. It's and I can see people in the I can see people in the chat saying this is kind of freaking me out. It's pretty hard to look at. It's painful for my eyes. My brain keeps telling me it's a video trick. I think it's hard to look at because my eyes start trying to refocus. And listen, the thing is, I'm just going to say this, right? That's for people watching the video. It's doing that to me IRL. It's like my brain is going, ah. It's a genius idea, though, because it means that people can just show what's in the box, but not be able to show anything. But of course, exactly. I do have the actual game here, which I'm not gonna reveal any of that stuff to you because that's for my eyes only. Don't worry, that's as much of I'm going to show you of the blurry land for now.
But back to the gameplay. So we'd roll all of our dice except those two blue dice. Those are special.
Okay.
And I think we have a mothership somewhere in the cardboard that we haven't unpunched yet off to the side.
We do. That's the thing. Is like this is just before we even get to the first part of the story in the second set of cards. We've got quite a chunk of stuff.
Yeah, this is just like the base game. This is the not campaign.
Yeah.
So we have that mothership. That would be sitting at the top of the board there with all of the the 5. You got it upside down, I believe.
That makes sense.
Yeah,
That
there you
makes
go.
sense. Alien stuff
Yeah.
is always hard to see. So have I got enough boards set up here? Is this correct? Or would it be
No,
more
so there would be that's I mean good for our demo
For our camera,
purposes,
yeah.
but you would have you'd have 3 boards on top of that, I believe.
Wow. Okay. So it's a long stretch. Dun,
Yeah.
dun, 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 dun.
And then
So,
those red aliens would be on the mothership up there. The red drop ships.
I'm gonna try. And get...
You see, each of these sky tiles are also double-sided. There's an easy side, which has it's just gray, and then a hard side, which has this like weird red alien effect on it to let you know that it's made it harder. So yeah, we'd be putting dice down in the columns, and each column can only have 1 die in it to do different effects. So for instance, researching is how we'd win the game. And looking at what we have on the research track, we'd probably put maybe that... well, first let's use the gray 6 we could use to dig out a bit and make more actions available to us.
Okay. So the grey 6 I could use to dig out this section.
So you can count in front of the digger where like the thing is. Yeah, count 6 spots ahead of it, and we can dig that far. So that's one.
Go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So my digger would then go.
You actually count the empty space too. So
Okay.
we just put that die there for now.
On this empty space.
Yeah, and that's a gray 6.
So we know that we spent
Then-
that, and we're going to go over there. I'm just going to nudge the... hang on 1 second, I might actually be able to do a little zoom on it. Do a little zoom on it. Yeah, I can. Cool. Right.
Yeah, and then let's put we'll need power. Power is important in the game. So let's put the gray 3 and let's put the gray 3 and something I forgot. So the mothership has the drop ships on it. So the drop ship that would be in that column on the 6 would move 6 spaces down from where the mothership is.
Because I've spent the 6.
Right.
So
in that column,
so it would move.
It would drop down.
Right.
Yeah, 6 of those squares.
This is the longest game I have ever seen. Like it is rectangular as all hell. I cannot even. I mean, I moved the camera in a bit because all of the demos have been about this big, but
yeah, we can, since we're just doing a demo, we can move the mothership down to where we can see it on
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to do that, but I think first what I'm going to do is I'm just going to move this camera down a little bit so people can see. Just going to do a dangerous thing and move the setup camera just so people can see the scale of this. I mean, obviously there's a huge amount of glare there because of this light and because of the nature of how lights work, but this is long. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 bits of cardboard. There's no way I'm fitting this here, and it just fits on a table like this in a delightful way. I was not expecting it to be this long. I don't really know what I like it. That's. I mean, it's been a long.
While you're
weekend.
doing that, I'm looking at the chat. Tayrun, it is a solo game. We are advertising it kind of as a solo plus game because it's crunchy enough that it is kind of fun to play with other people and kind of talk out what you think you should do.
Kind of co-op it, like Pandemic or something.
Right. So the red ship in that column would then move down 6 spaces, which I think would, in this case, because we're so low, would hit Roswell and we'd lose a damage.
We'll pretend it hasn't because it's all the way on the other end of this gigantic table.
And And dropships hitting you does damage, which is that red track to the right side of the HQ board.
Gotcha. I've got the little
and
cube here, so that come down.
Yeah. Too much damage dealt to you, you lose the game. Your bunker blows up and you die. So as you go around, you'll put 1 die in each column. If you place a white die, so let's say we want to use that white 5 in one of the power spaces, the yellow space. When you place a white die, you re-roll all of the unplaced dice.
Okay.
So if we put the white 5 in the yellow power space, one of those 2 spots, we re-roll all
already
the
unlocked,
dice.
right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I put that there.
So then then we'd re-roll the white 4 and the 2 gray 3s.
Okay.
And then the ship in that column. Yeah, and there's 3 different kind of flavors of ship. There's red ships, which are kind of your standard drop ship. There's the clear ships, which the mothership will kind of spit out as extra enemies that you have to deal with as the game progresses. And then there's an orange drop ship, and to see what that does, you'll have to buy the game and play through the campaign.
Right. Spoilers.
Yeah.
It tastes of oranges. I can't believe I've just spoiled it. So yeah, I've played this. This would then move down by 5, but obviously it's not going to because it's all the way up there. But it would go bum 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 bum. Do you want to?
And you see, there's different icons on the board. So that's another thing to think about. Not only are you putting the dice which are moving down, but you can manipulate the dropships a bit based on what they land on. So as the mothership moves down, it'll move down at the end of each of your rounds, and it'll do bad things to you. It'll maybe move back your digger, cause a cave-in, give you less spaces that you can place workers on. It might mess up your research track a bit. It might spit out some extra enemies, some other nasty things. So there's a few spaces on the sky. 1 or 2 of the spaces are arrows that will change what column the dropships are in.
So if they land on that, then they will then move to the side, sort of thing.
Yeah, slide over. There's these explosion spaces. One of the spaces in your bunker is will scramble your jet fighters. And you'll look at the number on the explosion space, and if the value of the die on the jet fighter is equal to or higher than the number on the explosion spaces, you'll blow up all the ships that are on those explosion spaces.
In that column, or full stop?
On the whole sky, you can look at and blow them all up.
And I can see as well. I could see here that we've got some like kind of some little kind of minuses on here. So when I'm rolling here, it's going to affect it like -1 on that die. So I'm going to have to roll like 1 more than I need, effectively.
Right. And the thing about those are you still move the drop ships down, the value of the die that you put there, but it resolves with a power of 1 less. And then the last little symbol up there is the mothership icon. That'll drop the mothership down, which seems bad because you lose a turn in the game, essentially, because once the mothership gets to that skull icon on the side of the board there, the game's over.
Oh, really? Okay, so actually, that's how long the boards are. It's actually when I put it all so it can all fit on camera, the game has ended.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a good length. Don't get me wrong. Yep. It's quite exciting having that kind of like, because often board games will define kind of a sense of a chase by going around the board because that makes sense for getting a lot of getting the most of it. But here, having this sort of stretch means it does give me an immediate sense of feeling like, well, the ships are all the way over there. That's not a problem for a while, and having it creep in, it seems thematically pretty tight.
Yeah, and then it sneaks up on you. It becomes a problem really, really quick.
Yeah.
But yeah, when you put a ship on one of those mothership spaces, you don't have to do the bad thing that the mothership would do to you if it moved down at the end of the turn. So if you really don't want that cave-in, you can move the mothership down, and it won't make that cave-in happen.
Okay. So it's
you'd go
Risk
through,
reward.
you'd place all of your dice, then you'd resolve them in any order you want to do. and then the mothership moves down, and that's kind of the gameplay loop. And the idea is you get to the top of that long research track before your base either takes too much damage or the mothership gets to the city. And if you're able to do that, you win. And the research, you see there's numbers on the research track. When you put a die on a research space, it gives you that many points of research. So if we put like a 4 on that green research space, we'd be able to move up. Yeah, we'd be breaking the rules a bit because there's already a die in that column. But just as an example, if we had 4 points of research, we'd be able to move up 2 spots on that research track because
we
of
go
the
3, 4,
and a 1. Yeah.
Pretty good at counting today. Pretty good at counting. So that's the other rule, is that you can't, at the end, you can't put 2 dice in the same columns.
Yeah, you can't put 2 dice in the same column. So there's you have to be really clever with how you put things. The rules are pretty simple to this game, but it makes you really really think. It's really crunchy.
I'm already feeling it. Like, honestly, this was one of these games where Quinn's talked about this when he did a roundup at the start of 2020 pandemic mode of a bunch of print and play solo games, really. And there were a couple of them that got him really excited. One of those was Bargain Basement Bathysphere, which I've played a little bit of and enjoyed a lot. And this was the other one. And I kind of purposefully didn't look at anything to do with this one because I heard that a boxed edition was coming, and I'm already quite excited because mechanically this looks super fun and interesting, right up my street as a fan of XCOM and aliens destroying everything.
Yeah,
and beautiful production here. This is a really, really lovely.
Yeah, it started out as a 9 card solo game, and it evolved into this.
Yeah,
we can look at the campaign content a little bit, the stuff that isn't blurry, if you want to.
Yeah, sure. Okay, let's have a look at that. So, no, wrong box. Oh. That's the real box. Right, you know what? I'm getting the real box out of the way. I'm not making that mistake. That would be dumb as hell. All right. So I'm just going to put this on here. And we can
there you have. So each chapter of the campaign, it'll start with a nice comic book page to give you a little bit of the story.
I'm tearing the seal. It is nice. It says on the, just so people don't, because I know there's an element of this, and I did promise I wouldn't show people that again, so I'm going to cover that up. An element of this seems kind of bonkers, but it does say quite specifically in the cover letter for this, being like, hey, after you're done with it for review or whatever, like, please do give it to a shop or something. Like, give it to something so people can play around and have a go at the start of it again. Like, it's nice. It is being like, look, you can still play a bunch of the game with this, so make sure it goes to a good home, which is a good sentiment. Anyway, so we've got a little story here. Now, this is a helicopter. This is a woman. This is a laser beam hitting a woman that's made of metal. And I've never seen anything like it. And then cool military commander dude. I have. And this is chapter 1, the invasion. How is this 4-part pop group going to save the world from aliens? And we can see there's some some elements of adding additional components, telling them how to use them, doing things. And already we're hitting into the blurs, but
you unlock a new city. You got Mexico City now.
Nice. I must say this is this is doing some neat stuff. So what we have here, for those you can't see, sorry for more blurring. I did try, but we've obviously got different cities that have different rules, and also very excellent use of the back of boards. You've actually got these little story panels here.
And then the story panels, and then on the back of those is a mission that you're going to have to beat.
So that's a fun use of the back of the card, being like, hey, let's have some bit of story on it, and then use it for the thing.
And then you can see, in addition to the cities, you also now have some characters that will also change the game and give you some extra powers too.
Yeah, I can see. And obviously, some secret characters here. And
Yeah.
hey, of course, like new components. I hadn't thought about that.
Yeah.
Because I was thinking about the fact that obviously, you know, legacy games, you got to have little boxes to open, but that's not true.
Right.
It could just be
Yeah.
some sheets that you haven't looked at yet. This
Yeah,
is
and
very cool.
Yeah, the designer of this game, he wanted to make it feel almost like a legacy game, but it's completely non-destructive. So
Yes.
you'll be able to, after you're done with it, if you want to start from scratch, you can do that. It's totally doable. And you can also bring a lot of the stuff from the campaign into your regular gameplay. What do the characters do? All the characters give you special powers and abilities that you can use during the game.
Yeah, so the Colonel can increase
Yeah.
2 worker dice placed or unplaced by 1. And the
Mhm.
Samantha Legrand, the reporter, can advance 1 space on the research track as long as its value is 3 or less. Sorry, I just realised my microphone's not been in a very good position for a lot of this. Apologies if my audio has been bad.
Yeah, and that's what you're getting in the box. It's a lot of content, like I said.
It is. It's a chunky thing. It's already, actually, to be fair, this is quite heavy without all of this, which is most of the game. So yeah. All right. Well, that's Under Falling Skies. And the
Yeah,
second thing
and
we're gonna
both Under
jump-
Falling Skies, and we're going to try to play a little bit of Arnak, I think. Both of these
Yes.
are on the boat over to the US now. Should be out in Europe around the same time, which will be November at some point.
Perfect. I'm going to
Yeah.
be back in 1 second, and then we are going to jump into Arnak.
Awesome. Oh, am I still on? I think I'm still on. Yeah, so I'm seeing some of the I could get away with anything. The US also November at some point. I saw someone ask. Thank you. Thank you. Let me actually switch over to make sure I'm not missing something I should be doing. I don't see anything. I make the rules now. Yeah, so any questions? I'm looking at the chat, so if anyone has any questions, I'll do my best to answer them. Yeah, this is like I said, it is a pretty small box game, a little bigger than a Codename size. And yeah, a lot of content in there for the price.
I am back. Apologies for leaving you hanging there, Tyler.
That's all right.
It's the nature of the beast. Toilets wait for no man. All right. Okay, let me just set this up again. Brilliant. So
we're going to go over and try to play a quick round maybe of Arnak.
That sounds
My favorite
good.
color is green. They're asking me in the chat.
I never would have guessed personally. Right, let me just find the details and jump into this room with you.
It's not a legacy campaign because it's non-destructive. You can start all the way over from scratch.
Okay, fab. 1 second.
My favorite CGE game. That is very hard. I love Through the Ages. I love Alchemists. And honestly, I really love both the games we have coming out this year, and Lost Ruins of Arnak and Under Falling Skies. And I know I'm contractually obligated to say that, but I honestly very much would be saying that even if I wasn't.
I believe it. I mean, I've actually played a bit of Ruins of Arnak after I got a demo at Czech Game Editions. Actually, frankly, fabulous, weird, wonderful digital convention that you did a few weeks ago, and I think you're maybe going to do something like that again in the future. So you're going to do something for Essen, is it? Or
yeah, we're doing that again for Essen. And actually, registration is live now. I should have had the link ready. Let me see if I can pull that up really quick to post in the chat.
That would be cool.
But yeah, we're doing it again for Essen, and it's like a 3D virtual world, a little bit like Second Life or any of those types of games where you get to explore, walk around. I think we have a little trailer that we could show.
I mean, honestly, actually, I could show a couple. If you don't mind holding off for a second, I could show a little snippet of me and Tom. We recorded an internal video of us just wandering around in it.
Oh yeah, that'd be great.
I'll put that up because honestly, it was really quite neat. It was fun. I'll just play a tiny clip of this in 1 second. I just go and find it. Here we are. Matt and Tom Digiventure. Easy to find.
Check this
I hope
out.
there's nothing incriminating in this.
Yeah, I'm ready.
We'll find out.
That's incredible.
Here, I'm posting a link in the chat
This is
if you
incredible.
want to register for
hello,
this
Mr. Thomas Board
and
Games.
check it out for yourself
It's
during
me.
Essen.
I am Les. And
you
we
can go
are
here.
in
We have
the
3,000
Czech
tickets
Games Edition
available.
Heidelberg Games.
Oh, it looks like I
Horrible
can't
Guild.
post a link.
Every time you fly through me, my camera kind of goes a bit odd.
give it
Look at these
to,
people. Oh my gosh, what's happening? We're going into a
Okay,
black
here,
hole.
I'll
post it.
We're going in here. We're going.
That's all right. You're permitted now. You can do it now.
I've
Do it.
been
Okay,
parts
cool.
of this that I've not even been.
But anyway, yeah, this was a
into
delightful afternoon I spent with
Raid says
Tom,
Drunk Seagull.
Mr. Thomas Board Games.
I don't want to stand in the
the
video.
last thing you did a few weeks ago.
This is the video circle.
And,
Okay, well, I've got
yeah,
nothing.
the
videos.
It was,
I got that's the video circle. It's a Sunday. I don't switch my
It was a
webcam on
delight.
a
I
Sunday.
don't know if there's any.
We didn't realize you could hear us.
No, there isn't
I'm
any
gonna
audio.
press the-
Oh, no. No, that's
Check I wasn't gonna be
okay.
talking
That's
over
okay.
myself.
Quite
But yeah, you can
okay.
see when you go into areas,
That's okay.
your
Yeah.
webcam pops up.
You can stay
Yeah,
and
and
watch
when you go
me
into
die
areas-
horribly.
Now we
immediately
have entered the
has, like, video
incredible
chat and
universe
audio chat
that is
in
only
space.
known as
Honestly, I was
the
really
Czech
impressed by
Games
it. I think
Edition
after a year of terrible times
Digital
with
Realm.
Zoom, it was like, oh, this is
And
just
oh my
better.
word,
This is better
it is
alternative to Zoom.
Oh, and this is our room right here. And you can see we have little like mini worlds. For each
Also,
of our
like you
games
can
that we were
do
demoing
video
there.
chat.
There's lots of hidden
It's a
details
Sunday
and stuff too.
Wow.
So this is me
The videos
of the
on from
past,
Sunday.
Slightly more hair.
All right.
Anyway,
I fell off the edge.
That's me falling into the abyss.
That's me
before I
knocked
learned
out for
you
the
can
round.
Fly. You can fly. All right. Anyway, that's enough of me making our convention look bad. Definitely go and check out next week the Czech Games and Tricon thing going on. Right. Without further ado, let's go and have a look at the Lost Ruins of Arnak.
Yeah.
And, it should have appeared now, but it hasn't. That's fine. 1 second.
Looks like we have a 4-player game set up, which is fine. There'd be some changes for a 2-player game, but
that's all good.
We don't need to go through all that right now because we'll just play through a round to give you guys the idea of how the gameplay works. So Lost Ruins of Arnak, it is or maybe I should wait until it's loaded up. Are we?
Yeah,
there
sorry,
it
I
goes,
should have loaded it up ahead of time. This is deeply
That's all right.
unprofessional. I'll be, it's just, I'm just so angry right now with myself. I've let you down, Tyler. I've let the people down. I've let
It's all
Arnak
good.
down. All right. Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead. You start
All
talking
right,
about the game,
so-
and I will be your eyes.
Lost Ruins of Arnak. It's a worker placement and deck building combo. We got that peanut butter chocolate combination going on. And let's just jump in. I won't do a lot of rules explanation up front. I'll explain things as we play along. So it looks like I'm the red player. So I'll draw my hand of 5 cards.
Okay.
Matt can draw his. So you start with a 6-card deck only. But all right, so like I said, worker placement, deck building combo. We have cards up here that we can buy. We have worker spaces out here that we can go to. We should start with some resources. I'm just going to give us some random resources. This isn't what you'd actually get to start the game, just to facilitate the teach. I'm giving
Give
some
me that
different
money.
stuff.
Bring it in. Bring it in.
All right.
Bring it in.
So, on your turn, you can place a worker, but each space has a travel cost to go to. So say I really want some compasses, compi, whatever the plural is. I can play this fear card which doesn't have any ability on it, but I can play it for its travel symbol. And all cards have a travel symbol in the top corner right there. And that'll let me have my explorer just take a walk over to these nice cliffs, and he's going to pick up 2 compasses.
Who's left these compasses here?
Resources in the game. Yeah. And then that would be my action for the turn. So it would then be Matt's turn. And I know you've played a little bit of this before, but let me know if you need any guidance.
I remember how it works. So obviously it's, worker placement, which means I can still go to the same location with a worker, but it would cost me 2 feet. And that's all of my feet in the real world. But obviously in this, you can have more feet than that in your hand. So I got some cards here. So I've got I could blow some of these cards to just get some quick funding. This little lightning thing means I could just get instant money and it wouldn't even be part of my go. What could I do here? Because I could spend some money over to I think I'm gonna spend a fear card and I'll put it over here because it's one of my cards for my deck, and I'm gonna send one of my little people to go and get an arrowhead piece, which I'll just take over.
Very useful arrowheads are. All right. So on my turn, these are the only spaces we have out as of right now on the island, but I want to discover some more parts of the island. So to do that, I need to pay 3 compasses and a travel symbol, and there's a hierarchy. So boots are at the bottom, but these need jeeps or boats. I'm going to take a jeep ride out to here. I pay 3 compass to go there, and we discover a new... first I find this idol, which will give me a coin. I'll flip it over, and I can do some other fun stuff with that later. Then I've discovered a new location in the island, this very foreboding temple right here, which gives me a tablet and a ruby, which is nice, but it also scares my explorer a bit, so I get a new fear card.
That seems bad.
Yeah. And then
also,
there's
a problem, right? Because you got monsters.
Yeah. This guardian out here that I have to fight. And if I can't kill him by the end of the round, I get a fear card.
Mm-hmm. So to defeat that guardian, you're going to need quite an unlikely combination of a plane and an arrowhead.
I think what I'm doing, I'm flying the plane up to above that vulture thing and just dropping an arrowhead.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense. Unfortunately, I don't think you've got an arrowhead. I've got an arrowhead.
I don't have an arrowhead.
But you've got until the end of the turn to get that. Now, a thing I liked about this game when I played it with Tom, when we were exploring the 3D virtual dimension, was the fact that he bumped into an enemy that I think required an arrowhead, and it meant he had till the rest of the turn to get an arrowhead. And I purposefully then removed the only capability he had of getting an arrowhead that turn, just so he would get got by a monster, which is... you love to see it. In worker placement games, you love to see it,
Yeah, absolutely. All right, I think it's on to you.
Yeah, okay. So, I might go and do something over here, and spend... this is on the kind of research track, and I spend a... I spend a compass and an arrowhead to move up to this space. Is that correct?
Yep. And then on that research track, the higher up you go, you'll get resources as you move up. You could also have your journal. So the magnifying glass represents you discovering stuff. The journal represents you writing down. Can't write down what you haven't discovered, so your journal can never pass your magnifying glass. So your magnifying glass going here would get you a coin. And 1 end game point. But let's just say your journal also moved up for the sake of the teach. That would let you pick one of these assistants who would give you a once a round special ability that you could use.
Wow.
So compass or a boat, a coin or an airplane, and then turn a coin into an arrowhead.
Wow, I'm going to take the lady that will give me a coin or a plane every turn, which I think is a sound investment.
Yeah.
So I get my money and I get my coins, and then I shuffle them over here. And again, you can see like there's an interesting element to the way that this track works, isn't it? You see, I can remember all the rules. It's like it's one of those things where if a game interests me, I can remember the rules beautifully. They have to. Once you have these paths, you have to move up correctly. So once you've gone here, you have to move up, but you can only go up if there's a way to follow. So obviously, when it tracks, it's a bit easier to split off. But there are some circumstances whereby you kind of you can see up here. If you go here, then the next move has to be here, or vice versa, to move up towards the top.
If you get to the top of the track, you've discovered this temple, which can get you. You have more opportunities to spend resources to just get crazy numbers of points if you have it. So it takes a lot to invest to get up there, but it can definitely be worth it.
And then we've got the shop of stuff up here as well, which are obviously the cards that you're going to be buying to do the deck building. And obviously, fear cards get added into your deck. I'm just doing your job for you now, I'm afraid.
Yeah.
But it's because I've played this, and it's like, this is neat. I've played this. I remember how this works. The fear cards obviously are not ideal and lose you points at the end of the game, but get shuffled into your deck, and you obviously want to get rid of your fear in exchange for donkeys and boots.
Yep. Yeah, and any of these, when you buy an item, we have two different types of cards. Item cards go to the bottom of your deck when you buy one, and you wait for it to come up again. You do have very small deck sizes in this game, so it'll come up probably next turn, unless you have a very big deck. And then you have artifact cards over here. Those you spend compasses on instead of coins, and those get played immediately when you buy them. But they're such strong effects that once they come back around into your hand, to play it for the effect, you have to spend a tablet to be able to do what they say.
Yes.
So yeah.
And I mean, that's really about all we have time for. But it's there's a lot going on with this. It's a pretty.
One last thing I'll show is as the game goes on, the rounds progress. This will move on. This is your round counter. And as the game goes on, you have less item cards and more artifact cards will come out. So changes what's available. It's a really, really cool game. I like it a lot.
It's got a lot of really neat systems, and I do like this little staff holding up the moon. Sort of, it's honestly the art production, the production values on this game are incredible. Like I think really delightful. For me, it's a lovely blend of that kind of warming, comfortable, board gamey style, which often we also poke fun at, but at the same time, like with a level of art production here, which is just undeniably very strong. I really like the way that the further afield in your explorations, rather than having a flat image, having this kind of perspective of going off into the horizon as adventuring. It's very much one of those board games. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, the board's also double-sided. So on the other side, you have a different research track over there. You have a couple different combinations on the board of travel icons you need. So some replayability there too.
Cool.
And if you want to check it out, we're doing demos all day today, starting at about right now at 11 at our booth at AwSHUX.
Yeah, neat. Well, I think, Quinn's has done a full preview of the game, apparently, and Quinn's apparently has similar feelings. It's very much one of these games where it's got a kind of super board game feel. I look at it, I'm like, I want to play a board game. Just a chunky placement. Anyway, that's all we have time for. But they're doing demos. And again, remember, Under Fallen Skies, it looks pretty neat as well. I think it's a good year for Czech Gamers Edition. So
I think so too. Yeah.
Well, thank you very much for joining us. And
thank you for having me.
See you again soon. Hello. We are running slightly late on this one, but we're about to jump into a game called Veiled Fate. And this is a lovely box. So I have it here. You can see we have the box of Veiled Fate here. And this is a box which is black and gold and has a delightfully minimalist vibe. I always get very excited by boxes like this because these are the kind of boxes I want in my life. And I should probably be more careful with this box if I'm entirely honest. This is a prototype, and I'm joined by Austin and Samuel from, is it IV Games? 4 Games? IV Games?
IV Games. It's IV Games. Thank you so much for having us. We're really excited to be here.
Yeah, so I am going to just start playing around with this box in a moment. I might go and get a better camera so I can give a close-up on these prototype miniatures, which are delightful. And you just want to talk about the game a little bit?
That sounds great. That sounds wonderful. Thanks. And do want to note, the final game will have an insert. It's actually a game trace insert. But other than that, you get a prototype that's just everything thrown in a box. So you're welcome. But yeah, these are the quest regions that you're putting out there right now on lovely puzzled little pieces.
Okay. Well, now I've got some visual pizzazz here. I'm just going to put some things on the table, and then, as I say, I'm just going to plug in my camera and get it zoom in. So this
sounds
game,
great.
From what I know about it, it's like there's an element. Is it an element of social deduction, or is it an element?
Yes,
yes.
That is the perfect way to describe it, because we don't want people to think of it as a social deduction game, because you win based on your strategy and based on victory points. But knowing who the other players are will help you win, because it'll help you know who to try to make lose points. A lot of bluffing in the game, a lot of hiding, and that was kind of the overall feeling we wanted to have, is hiding in plain sight.
Yeah, we call it a strategic deduction game because the win conditions are pretty much entirely strategy based, but getting there requires a little bit of social deduction. So it's a nice combination of the two.
Interesting. I say was doubling up.
Yeah, we were having this conversation about what to call the genre, and we were like, we should just make up a genre, and so that's what we did.
So if you made up the genre name, I mean that's risky. Like that's when you're getting to the point of like auteur being like, I called this film the genre that I have invented.
Definitely. Yeah, we haven't gotten too much pushback on it. I feel like because it describes, strategic deduction, it's like, yeah, it's a strategy game and deduction.
It does, yeah. When people read the rules and they watch the how to play videos and stuff, they're like, you know what, that makes sense. And so I'm pretty happy with it.
Strategic deduction, I think, is fine. I think it's when you start coming up with like Straduction. This, of course, is the first game in the Straduction genre.
Now honestly, I'm sad that we didn't do that.
Yeah.
Well, you showed the scariest part of the board first.
Yes, so I am now staring into the abyss. It's day 3 of AwSHUX, and you can now stare into the abyss with me. And I'm just going to show you some of the components in this box. Now, there's some pretty delightful stuff in here. I'm just going to bump up the volume of this light, which is a sentence I say quite frequently, and it confuses lots of people. I apologise. I actually feel sorry for the interns we worked with who kept having to kind of act on stuff like that, including Tom being like, can you just bump up the volume of the light a bit? But yeah.
This is our first player token. It gets passed around the board a good bit because people are trying to steal it from each other, because it is an important thing to have.
I've never been fussed about first player tokens, but now I am. And these are pretty cool.
Oh, hello. That's Agamar. He is the everyone's favorite, actually. We had an actual contest, didn't we?
Yes, we did. We had a Demigod Battle Royale contest on our Instagram over the last week, and had all of our followers voting on which demigod they liked the best. And Agamar came out on top.
He did. Yeah, he beat Isabel at the very end?
Yeah, Isabel at the very end. The grand final, the final battle was Pink, Isabel, and Agamar. Pink and purple, which are great colors.
They are great colors.
Right there.
Yeah.
And he just barely beat her. I think it was 48 to 52.
Oh man, that is close.
Color recognition. I can do it. Yeah. Some pretty details here. These are obviously some 3D prints.
Prototypes. We actually have made. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, please.
we've made a major upgrade to the minis, actually. They will now all be cast PVC that is the same color as the bases that you have there. So those are painted bases, but in the final game, they were always planned to be colored PVC bases. And now that color will be carried through the entire demi. So the demi won't come gray, they'll come matching their color.
Which is just as easy to paint, but if you're not going to paint it, it
looks way better.
Yes, it looks nicer.
I have to say, I really like the way that you've distinguished between the characters here with kind of caricature more than stance. Like a lot of the time it will be a case of having lots of characters in different wild stances as a means of determining them. But in a way, that often feels for me a little bit like flat, like because all the characters are all just like, I'm an action hero doing this thing. Whereas there's some really some really interesting character design here that does immediately make them all feel quite different.
Thank you.
Some
Yeah,
shapes going on. Great silhouettes.
Thanks.
That's very kind. We try and be very intentional with all the design, as I hope shows. But yes, both in the shape of the characters, the silhouettes, the designs, every feature about them. We wanted to not have you necessarily rely on that symbol that's right on the front of each of their bases, but just by looking at the characters, know what class they're a part of, and be able to tell them apart really easily.
So, I'm going to just start playing around with some stuff now because I'm having fun. With cameras. Fun with cameras. I've got here another bit. I'm moving away from the Abyss, which is not
That's a good idea.
On brand for 2020, but I can see here we have these slots for these quest cards, right? Which are actually really delightfully designed things. Again, the art in this is just... The art and the design is pretty spot on. Just having these sort of strange... this really does look like a game which has fallen out of another world in a fun way.
Wow, thanks. That's a great compliment. We definitely wanted to kind of whisk people away to a different world and to experience this world we've created. But if I can tell you a little bit about the overview and kind of what you're doing on those quests and why you're sending the demigods on those quests. So the players are playing as celestial beings, gods that have been kind of banned from Earth, from the father god type figure. And they are trying to still influence this world because they have descendants on it, the demigods. And so they are trying to help their demigod ascend to the throne by getting the most renown. And so you, as a player, can move any of the demigods because you don't want them to know which demigod you are trying to have gain the most renown, because they will try to stop you because they want their child to get the most renown. So you can move any demigod, influence them to go on these quests, and then you're going to vote for the left side, the feathers side of that quest to resolve, or the scorpion side of that quest to resolve. Right. And if we're looking at the Listen to the Stars quest right there, that top slot on the left is 2 victory points, that white side. And on the right side, the black side, is 1 negative renown. And so that sickle is a loss of a victory point. So we get to take turns going around the table using our demigods, using other people's demigods, trying to influence the outcome of the game.
Okay, interesting. So there's an element in the fact that you might... Is it true that you might then trigger the bad element of a god that you actually support just to get the victory points?
Yes.
And vice versa.
And vice versa. When you place your demigod on a quest, you're actually not sure which way it will go. You're trying to influence it by voting one way or the other, because you can vote with the scorpions or the feathers. But who knows what the rest of the people that are going to put demigods on there are going to do. So yes, you might actually end up accidentally hurting yourself by placing your demigod on the quest, for sure.
Is there anything else here in this lovely box that you'd like me to show before we jump into Tabletop Simulator and have a little bit of a play? This metal coin is pretty neat.
The coin is probably the only thing that I would say. So we
the
use
fake cards
that.
too, probably.
The little fake cards. We'll get to those.
The little cards right there.
The fake coin is a metal coin. One side is white with a feather, and the other side is black with a scorpion. Those aren't good or bad, but you flip those to have the outcome of a quest. If it's tied, it adds a vote to that. There are also quest results that you flip, like that top left one there. on that quest, Ashen Plague. On the right side, that is the Scorpion side. The black side, that's a negative renown. And on the left side, the Feather side, that is a smite, which is one of our god powers that I can talk about a little bit in a second. But yeah, so you'd actually flip that coin if that quest went feathers, and the person, the demigod in that top slot, would get the result based on the coin flip.
And then these cards, the fake cards, I believe. Or...
Yep, those are the voting cards right there.
I see.
So that one's actually worth 2 feathers, and that one would be worth 1 scorpion.
What's heavier, a pound of feathers or a pound of scorpions?
That is an excellent question, and I don't think we can answer it.
Definitely the scorpions. Yeah,
I think so. Yeah, I think it's scorpions. Cool. All right. Well, we can pop back and have a look at this stuff after we've had a bit of demo. Does that sound good?
Yeah, we're actually going to turn off our monitor so we can't see what you're doing, because we want the audience to know what demigod you are, but we don't want to know what demigod you are. So, yeah, we'll go ahead and turn that off.
Yeah, we're going to turn it off.
Okay, cool. Right. So they can't see anything now. So.
Yeah, no, we're totally blind, staring at a black
we can
screen.
only see ourselves.
Should we watch some Netflix? I've been quite getting into Avatar, The Legend of the Avatar. Right.
I've been watching that too. Honestly,
it's good, isn't
The Last
it?
Airbender. Yeah, it's so good. I don't know. Every single adult should watch that show.
I know. I feel annoyed with myself because as a child, well, as basically a teenager, I was like, oh yeah, I'm not watching that. It looks like it's for kids. And now I'm watching it as an adult, and I'm like, this is great. Like the choreography of the fight scenes in it is just better than most action films. It's great. Anyway, board games. What are they?
So that's a large question. This board game, though, I can answer. So we have pre-set this up to be 2/3 of the way through the game, so that we can kind of show a little bit more of the end game. You have in your hand one card that is larger. It's probably flipped over, and you should flip it.
Most playthroughs take between an hour and 2 hours. With 3 people that know how to play, it'd probably be like an hour, but we don't have an hour, so that is why
we're doing a shorter one.
That's why we are in the third age already.
Again, love the art. I'm not going to describe the art because that would.
Yeah, don't do that. Be a big giveaway. Well, thank you. So you know what color you are, and that color coordinates with a a mini on the board, and it also has one of the pillar trackers, score trackers on the outside of the board. So you might already be in the lead. Who knows? It depends on which seat you took. I actually don't know because our Discord set up this game for us. So we're going to go ahead and kind of teach you as we play, if that is okay. So I have the first player marker. It's here in front of me. Don't know if you can see that, but
I can.
So I get to take 2 actions, and then it will be Sam's turn, and then it will come back to you. And by that time, hopefully, you have kind of an idea of how it works. So on your turn, you can do one of 2 things. One of those is move a demigod 1 region. So I could move green, for instance, which I'm going to do, and I'm going to put him on this quest here. And then I get to vote. That's all the same action. So I moved him from there to there, and I'm going to vote one way or the other. Not going to tell. And then just to kind of explain the game a little bit, I'm also going to use a god power. And I really think that...
That's a god power sound effect. Copyright Matt Leeds 2020.
Ooh.
Don't use that.
I am going to smite a demigod. So there's a god power card down here that you can look at, and that lists the cost of the god powers on the left and the number of cards from your hand that you must discard in order to activate the god power. And then it has a description. So I'm going to use the smite god power, and I'm going to trade 2 cards from my hand into the discard pile that's over here, and I'm going to smite blue. Well, actually, I don't think any of you are blue. I'm going to go ahead and smite teal. Teal's in the lead. That seems like someone to get rid of. So I have put teal in the abyss, and that is my turn because I have taken 2 actions. I moved a demi and I voted, and then I took a god power and sent teal to the abyss. So it is now going to be Sam's turn.
Awesome. Great. So the first thing I'm going to do, which is what most people would do in this situation, is pull one of these demigods out of the abyss and into the pools, because that lets me draw another card. So where's the fate deck? It's over here. I'm a little too zoomed in.
What's so bad about the abyss? What's the deal? What's the deal with the abyss?
Yeah. So if you were immortal, it would be really bad. you wouldn't be able to get back out. But luckily, all the characters on the board are demigods, and it stops you from being on quests, which is bad because you have to go from the abyss to the pools, and then from the pools to the city, and so it's 2 moves basically away from being on a quest. However, people want to make those moves because when you go from the abyss to the pools, like Sam said, you get a card, and when you go from the pools to the city, if you were to move a demi there, you would get to discard a fake card and draw a new one. So it's like refreshing your hand.
Okay. So again,
all right, Sam.
Everything has baked into it a reason why you would do something that's another reason.
Exactly, yeah.
Yes. Okay, so I moved him into the pools, drew a card, and then moved Pink onto this quest here, Vanquish the Drake, and voted on it. So now, Matt, it is your turn.
And ask any questions you might have.
No. I'm just looking and thinking. I like the fact that being chucked into the abyss just means a long walk back, basically. Because for gods, that's all it is.
Yeah. At the end, once all these quests have been completed, we will resolve this card, Eridan's Blessing. And that is a card that affects the abyss and the city and the pools that we are kind of on this track on this bottom here. And basically, we're all going to get a chance to vote. And if we vote feathers, then the demigods that are in the abyss or the pools will gain 2 renown. And if we vote scorpions as a group at the end, demigods in the city will gain 2 renown. So the game might very well come down to that final vote that happens after all the questions started.
And that's at the end of the age. And how many ages are there in the game?
That's at the end of the age. There are 3 ages in the game.
Yeah, okay. That makes sense.
And we're in age 3 currently.
Oh, right. It's all to play for in the Crocodile round. All right. I'm going to get an extra card as well. I'm gonna copy just to keep it going. Keep it simple.
That's a great choice.
And I'm just going to take
it's really the thing.
And the card I take from here, one of these fake cards?
Yep, those are the fake cards.
All right. Got it.
And then if you move someone back to the city, you also activate this card on the right here. This is called Machinations. Every time you move into the city, you just cover up a slot, basically. And if you cover up one of these +1 squares, that will be another fake card that you can draw from the fake deck. And then Machinations also has a special thing. When you you move a demi into the city, you can also vote from your hand to any card, any quest. You can add a vote card. So that's
pretty cool.
Special, and that changes every round based on what's in the center there.
Yeah,
it's also called machinations if you if you don't say words funny like Austin.
Well, yeah, and I'm from Baltimore, so.
Okay. Right. Whose goes it now?
You get another turn if you want it. Or
another action.
Another
of
action.
Course, I get 2 goes. All right. Well, I'm gonna be the tutorial baby, and I'm just gonna do this. Oh, I've gone on to the token that we then need. So I guess that token now goes on there because I've moved here.
Yeah, and if you want, you do not have to. It is a may. You may add a vote card to any of the 4 quests.
I think.
But you do not have to.
I think I'm gonna do that. I think I'm gonna add a vote to one of these things. Now, remind me again the nature of these outcomes in terms of.
Yeah. So this one, you actually can place a demigod on either side.
Oh, I get it. So now it's going to
each demigod.
The god.
Each demigod has. Yeah. That whichever vote, the way the vote goes. So if Agamar was here, that would be if the vote went feathers, he would get a point. On top of that, though,
Agamar can go here because he is the bull, right?
Exactly. That's what I was just going to say. So Naka.
Sorry, I'm getting. Yeah.
No, you're fine. I keep cutting you off. Naka is an owl, so she could go on that slot there.
I see, and then it would be like they kind of fight, basically.
A fight, exactly.
And then cool.
And then whoever wins would get a victory point. That's what the Omega is, and the sickle is a -1 victory point called renown.
How does the fight work? It's
just all voting.
Okay,
all voting.
Of course it is. I
forgot
how it worked. Sorry, I'm still in the abyss. I'll catch up with you later. I think I'm going to get involved with this. I'm going to get involved with.
Oh yeah,
I like it.
With this bidding, and I'm going to flip a card, and I'm going to add a card to this bid.
All right. Well, I'm going to take Agamar.
So I'll say normally at this point, so Austin put that green character on there. Normally at this point, you would have an idea of how Austin might want that quest to go based on how he's played green in the past.
Yeah,
and
of
so
course.
you would be, you'd be feeling out how you want to add to that pile, so that he can not get what he wants essentially.
Yeah. Well, there'd probably be quite a lot of smack talk at this point as well. I'm sure I'd be saying awful things about his, about his family and his lifestyle. It'd be awful, wouldn't it? But luckily, this is just a demo.
Definitely just a
I
demo.
mean, we can get into that if you want.
I mean, we only met for the first time about 4 days ago. I think it would be rude.
Yeah, that's true. Maybe we should play it safe.
This next time we play, gloves are off. All right.
All right. I put purple on this quest and I voted, and then I took teal back from the pools, which moved this city token one space, and I got a card, and I can vote on a card, and so I'm going to go ahead and throw a vote up here.
Oh, I see how it is. It's on. Okay.
It is on.
Okay. So, is my go again?
It is Sam's.
It's mine.
All right.
So, let's see. I'm just going to finish this quest. So because there is a red dot on this quest, it means that only red can be placed there. Normally, if you can use one of the god powers to place a different demi there.
That would be portal, which is 3.
You wanted to. That's a big use of cards, and red's sitting right there. So I'm just going to throw red on.
So
it and finish the
that's
quest.
different from the symbols. That's a separate thing.
Yep. So you have 3 types of quests. You have ones with the symbols on it that lock it that way. You have ones with colors, and then you have one with arrows. There is not anyone with arrows out right now, but they just have to be filled top to bottom.
Okay. Right.
So that quest is now complete. All there are 3 cards in that vote pile because 3 demis have been placed on there. But if you look right above where the demigods sit, there is a little +1 person icon. And so that means that because I'm the person that completed the quest, I get to choose one of the other players to add a card to that vote pile. So again, this is where the deduction comes in. Like, do I think Austin's going to help me, or do I think Matt's going to help me more? And so I'm going to say, Matt, I would like you to add a card to this vote pile. And then once you add a card to the vote pile, you get to draw a new card. It doesn't use a card from your hand.
Okay.
And just so you know, Matt, the just a quick rundown on voting. If you vote with feathers, it's going to help pink and red, but hurt purple.
Yeah.
And if you vote with scorpions, it might hurt pink, it might help pink. It's going to hurt red, but it will really help purple.
Yeah. Okay. So I think I am going to. I'm going to pop down a little old card I like to call this card.
All right, so that gets shuffled and then revealed. Interesting. Someone really likes red.
Wow.
Oh, wow, Sam. Playing hard for red early. All right. So, oh, crap. I just deleted the thing that we needed. Don't worry. I remember it.
It's gone now.
All right. So pink is going to gain a point.
Red's going to get 2.
Red is going to gain 2. Yep. And anytime you gain points, you go to the front of the line. So red is now in first, even though both teal and red are on the same slot. And then purple is going to lose a point.
Oh, dear. Sucks to be purple.
Oh, dear, indeed. It does. I can say from
Austin,
experience.
sucks to be Austin.
Dang it. All right. Well, that is your first move or your second move?
That was my first move. And
right.
so for my second move, I think. What do I
For sake of time, I'm going to delete Deliver the Offering.
That sounds
I think
great.
that we just don't have enough time to play the full age, and I want to kind of get to that end game.
I'm going to throw black. I'm going to throw black over on here.
Okay. Oh, so, I see. So multiple characters have this. I see. Okay, I get it now. I was like, what's the difference in colors and things? It's because I see. I got it.
3 of the demigods are strength classes, which is the bull. 3 of them are intellect classes, which is the owl. And 3 of them are agility classes, which is the leopard.
I'm going to take a move over here as well and say it's on. Let's see what happens when Harry met Sally, aka when a bull fought an owl. That's my first action. My second action is actually.
I'm glad you were talking during that because there was a dog attack happening outside our studio.
Whoa, that's pretty crazy.
I hope you can't hear that.
I mean, yeah, seems.
Okay. You gonna finish that quest off now?
Yeah, I think I am actually. I think I am. I'm gonna finish that quest off. I'm just going to. Let's drop Isabel off over here.
Oh boy, big vote.
Drop a card there.
All right, so Matt, you get to choose one of us to add a card to this quest.
I am going to say, how many cards you both got? That's the question.
I've got 3. Sam has 5.
Okay,
Which is not,
Austin?
I think still, which is not something in TTS, you can't really hide it. But when you're playing this in real life, you can hide how many cards you have.
Sam hides. You're not technically supposed to hide. Yeah.
You can. You're one of those people. Okay, I got it.
Yep. All right,
I remember
so
I played
there are a lot
yeah.
of...
Go ahead.
Sorry, no, go ahead.
I just remember playing a game of, I think it was Sheriff of Nottingham, and I was like, had to say someone, where are your coins? And they were like, oh, and they put them under a piece of paper, and they're like, oh, am I not allowed to keep it hidden? And it's like, oh, okay. Like, we just met, and it's like, okay. You're this kind of player,
yeah.
that's fine.
Tie.
Oh, we have a big old split here. This is a tie. All right, so we get to use the coin because of that.
Oh, that's what coin toss. Are you kidding me?
Nope. Okay.
I mean, I've got the real coin here. Should I flip the real coin?
Yeah, do that. That sounds way more fun.
I'm going to flip the real coin. And I'm going to actually just switch back.
We can't see you,
yes,
so
you get to totally see.
You could just lie to us
if you want
this to
the camera so everyone can see at home. And it's feathers, unfortunately. It's not what I wanted. It's feathers.
Okay. It's feathers.
I mean, who knows what I want in all...
Right. Yeah, it's not what you wanted, definitely.
So black is going to get a point for that. And so is green. Mari. Our Discord calls him Namario and has some fan art of him looking very much like Mario, but that's besides the point. Pink loses a point and goes down to 1. All right, so that was a big swing.
Yeah. I should point out actually that you folks via the Discord, you are organizing demos of this, right?
Yeah, so we have in your Discord, we have a game planned for 8:30 Central Time tonight. And depending on the amount of people that want to do that, we might add a few more games tomorrow or tonight to try to meet demand.
Yes, and then after AwSHUX, we are also still running games in our Discord, the Ivy Games Discord, if you want to play some other time.
Cool.
Definitely.
Cool. All right. Whose go is it now?
That was both your moves, so that's me. We're down to the final quest here. I need to help Purple get some more points. But I don't have too many cards, and I'd really like to have cards.
I think you're out of it. Sorry.
I feel like
you're the person that did that, so
I blew a lot of those cards.
Need another card
on something that didn't really pan out. That's all. You know.
Yeah.
It's like, I feel like I've played my hand. I've had my chance in the sun.
I mean, I'm not positive what color you are, so I think Sam might be red. So we got to look out for that. Sam, it is your turn.
Yeah, I might be red, or I might be one of the other 8 colors.
I moved 2 demis back to the city, and I could vote on Destroy the Daemon if I wanted to because of machinations. So did I say it right that time?
You can say it.
You did.
All right, fine.
Daemon.
I just like making fun of you.
I mean,
Daemon too. Awesome.
I mean, it is officially like another spelling of, I think, the word demon, just from in old language, but I think you can say Daemon as well.
Excellent.
Matt
I'm happy.
Demon.
Let's see. So yellow's feeling a little too close for comfort. So I'm gonna throw them in there, and that will cause us to flip a coin. If you want to flip a coin in real life again,
I will. I'm gonna remember to switch back
to
to the proper TTS camera afterwards this time though, because everyone was like, "Ma." Okay.
We can't see the game.
I'm switching over.
So if it's feathers, nothing happens. If it is scorpions, then they get smited to the abyss.
It's feathers.
All right.
Sorry, I know everyone loves the abyss.
Bummer.
But it's
I'm really disappointed by that outcome.
I don't trust this guy. I don't. Where do you
you should not.
Where did you find this guy? Is this guy okay?
All right. So
okay, so I moved that. Split got the last card on that city coin or card, so I'll get to draw one more.
City is closed for business.
Okay. Okay. All right.
And that is your turn, Matt.
Okay. Okay. I don't really like this. I am going to move Isabel to go and destroy the demon. Why not? Oh, did that? I may have literally showed my hand there. It's fine. It's fine. You wouldn't do this in real life with real hands. It's fine.
No, you definitely wouldn't. It happens all the time in TTS, though.
Yeah, I've gotten pretty good with TTS, but still not that good.
Yeah. All right, so you get one more action if you want it, or you can choose not to take your second action. You can pass your second action if you would like.
I think I am actually going to take the second action. And I'm going to take red, put it here.
Oh, I'm now worried that you were bluffing red and Matt's red.
Do I have to play a card here?
You do have to play a card if you move someone onto.
I can't put a panther there, can I? Because it's a bull.
Yep.
Yep. The only way you could do that is if you portaled, and that would cost all of your cards, and I don't recommend that.
Then what else can I spend my cards on after this? This is going to end, right?
This vote is going to be important, and so being able to vote on that will be really helpful.
Okay, that makes sense.
So feathers will give people in the pools or the abyss points, and scorpions will give 2 points, and scorpions will give people in the city 2 points.
I am going to. I'm going to feather. I'm going to do all of my. I'm going to get rid of all my cards.
Oh, he's doing it. He's doing
spend all
it.
3 of them.
Portaling it on there.
I'm portaling it on there. Yeah, and it means I can't do anything with these cards, but that's fine.
Yep. They just get discarded.
Yep, I'll delete them. No, I can't delete them because I'm not king of TTS, but that's fine.
All
right, let's see how it shakes out.
Pile. All right. Wow, I'm real confused as to how this is going to play out now. All right, so you officially have hard passed. You can't do anything else, but you get the first player token. But that doesn't help you in this age. It could help you in a different age.
I'm just going to be a piece of cucumber. Live my life.
I'm going to go ahead and put green on there.
Oh.
And I'm going to... No, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to put yellow out here, and then I'm going to put green on there.
No, don't do it. Don't do it. Oh, no.
All right, Sam, will you go ahead and add a vote to that?
Austin's black, and there's nothing we can do to stop him.
Maybe. Who knows who I could be? There's something you can do. You can vote at the end.
No. Yeah.
There's ways to stop me. If I am, in fact, black.
This is a very sad outcome. I hate when Austin wins things. You wanted me to add a card?
Yeah, I did want you to add a card.
Okay. It doesn't matter, but...
Matt, do you have a guess as to Samurai's color?
Well, I think that Sam's black. And I don't have
the double bluff. The double bluff. All right. So this card means that we take 2 cards from the deck. It's
there weren't enough votes in that.
There were he portaled.
Oh, right.
Yep. When you portal and you don't have any cards to vote with, you don't vote. All right. So that went scorpions. So pink will either gain or lose. Can you flip for us, Matt?
Yep, I can. And it's funny because pink wasn't actually the character I was supposed to move. I'm an idiot. It's Scorpion. So it's...
All right. So they're going to lose a point. Pink is going to lose a point. So maybe it's a good thing you didn't put your color there. Red gained a point, and green is going to lose a point.
I feel so sad about this outcome.
It's not over yet.
Yeah.
Okay. You still might win. Okay. All right. So the final quest is done, and we are near the end of the game. All we have to do is vote in turn order on this card here. The turn order starts with the person to the left of the first player. So we can all vote with as many cards as we want from our hand. So I am going to vote with 2 cards and try to get my demigod some points, maybe. And then Sam gets to vote with as many cards as Sam wants.
What are you going to vote, Matt?
He doesn't have any cards, so...
he doesn't have any cards.
He's not going to be able to vote.
Okay.
I blew it all on my crazy portal strap.
This is about... This is...
oh, dear.
Oh, no. This is going to be so close.
It's going to be very close. I think it's probably a tie, and we're going to have to flip. Oh, no, in a tie, something else happens.
In a tie, tie, I win. Okay, yes. So this is what is happening. Austin, who is black,
maybe,
which you're about to find out.
Unconfirmed.
It wins this if it is not a tie. If it is a tie, then I win.
All right. So basically, what's going to happen on feathers?
Unless Matt is black, then he wins.
Feathers, no one gets points. Scorpions, teal, black, and orange get points. If it's a tie, if the cards in here are equal, feathers and scorpions, then everyone outside of the pools, the abyss, and the city, which is all of the other colors except for orange, black, and teal, are going to get 2 points. So whoever's in the lead will basically win, which would be red. All right, we're going to shuffle and reveal. Oh, that's the wrong button. All right. So, Scorpion.
Scorpion.
Double Scorpion.
Double Scorpion.
Did you look the wrong way, Sam?
No.
That's what all right.
Good.
So, Demis in the city, you're going to gain 2 points. So, Arn, you do it in highest to lowest point. So, teal is going to gain 2. And black, go ahead. Yep, be ahead of red. And then orange, who is at 0 points, is going to gain 2. And now we get to see who everyone is. We tend to do some guessing and stuff here, but
I was yellow.
Okay.
Yeah, and I didn't do that good, but that's fine.
Austin really got you right at the end.
Yeah, it's all good. It's all good.
Yeah.
Yeah. You got to do it. You got to do it.
I'm sorry.
Okay. I am red.
Oh, that was close.
It was very close.
I am black. So,
told you.
So teal won, but because they aren't a player, it's actually the next score and of the highest player. So black does win, which means that I beat Sam once again at this game.
It's a clear winner. There's a clear winner at the end of the game.
You know what? I'm blaming the Discord mods who set this game up. I think I played that pretty well, and they set me up for failure.
Oh, yeah, that's a good way to blame.
Yeah, I mean, I was in a good position at the start. I was like, I think I was second at the beginning.
Yeah.
And, just didn't pan out for me, but that's fine. I went big on that first vote and put in all of my scorpions, and then it still didn't.
Yeah, that one up here
it came down to
it was close.
Toss. What are you gonna do? A toss of the coin.
Yep.
What are you gonna do?
And that's how I got a point there because I didn't put Clar on that quest. But it was a strength hero, and I took the only other strength hero, and I put them on a different quest. So hoping that Clar would be forced to go here, which is not happening. So
yeah, interesting.
We can turn our camera back on, I guess.
Yeah, we can. And we're slightly over actually, so we're gonna have to start wrapping up in a second.
We can do that right now.
Yeah, that is Veiled Fate, which again is still prototypes, but some really delightful production quality on this, even for a prototype.
Thank you.
It's only going to get better with the final game.
Yeah, definitely.
I imagine. And this is now available soon on Kickstarter. Kickstarter's running now, right?
It is running now. Yes, we've been running since Thursday. So, and we got another week and a half.
Another week and a half. 13 days.
13 days. So yeah. So we're coming up on it. It's been a blast so far.
Cool. That was fun. Thank you very much for the demo. And thank you very much, Austin and Samuel. And everyone else at Veiled Fate.
Yes.
Some links in the chat if you're interested in finding out more. And they're running demos via the Discord for the next couple of weeks. All right.
Yes, please come play with us.
Yeah. Thank you so much for having us.